the Eden from Alil's Dam. In other words, just the birth of the Maral Miprog. And over in the Maral Miprog, we have a shaykhs to Chassidishe, to the Rebbe, to the Alter Rebbe. So Akaponim, what I'm just trying to bring out is just technical things that the Rebbe's birth itself, the Aleph Nissan, already started the Aveda of what the Rebbe did and is doing to bring the world closer to the Eibishter, to bring the world closer to Mashiach, and to pale, like the Rebbe Rashab said, the Gilui of Godel Avaya, which happened with the connection to what the Friedrich Rebbe said, that Tafresh Samach Beis, right before Pesach, became a Yeshua for the Eden just before Pesach. So in a time like this, we have to tracht rein and to see what is our connection, how is our kashrus to the Rebbe. To eintrachten sich, what is the Rebbe and what is the Inyan and what is our relationship that we have to have. Now, just before that, I want to say also there's something that everyone knows. I heard this from Shimon Lazarov. He said that once there was a person at Yisrael, a place that didn't have rain. I don't know exactly. Anyway, the Rebbe gave a bracha and it rained and everything were good. And the Elam was talking very much about the Rebbe, the meifes that the Rebbe did. And there was this Chaver HaKnesset, his name was Zerach Vorhaftik. You know, he Talmud Chochem, he was from Mizrachi. So he was shaykhs to the Rebbe. So he tainet, Avade, the Rebbe, Ameif is good, but why don't we talk about the Eibishter? Why do we talk about the Rebbe? The Rebbe did the Eibishter, the Rebbe did the Vroche, yeah, versteht sich, and it's good, and he wasn't like against it. So the Shimon tells me, he answered him like this, he said, what do you want to be? You want to be a Chochem or a Tipish? What are you talking about? What is it negate? What is it? A Chochem or a Tipish? So he says, I'm a Feidish Rambam. And when he told me the story, he says, no, wo steht das in Rambam? I said, Rambam, wo steht das in Rambam? So he says, yes, I'm a Feidish Rambam. Where is this in Rambam? Hilchas Chometz Matzah, Perek Zayin Alocha Beis. I actually have the sefer here, Perek Zayin Alocha Beis. Let's see what it says. I said, I learned Rambam so many years. I don't remember such a thing. What you telling me that to talk about the Rebbe is important because it says in Rambam, Hilchas Chometz Matzah, Perek Zayin Alocha Beis. So if you read Perek Zayin Alocha Beis, I have it right here. Just talking the gay in Yonah the Yemev and the gay Pesach. Mitzvah le'idiyah labonim, v'afilu le'shoalu. You have to tell the Eden, the children, B'negeya, Yitzias Mitzrayim, even if they didn't ask. Shenemar, Begadav Levimcha. And then he says, Lefidaite shel ben oviv melamdei. You have to teach him according to the das of the ben. Ketzat. So listen to these words. Mamish made it the words. Im hoya kotten a tipish. If the child was a kotten or a tipish, Eimerle, you tell him like this. B'ni, kolono hoya avodim, k'meshivcha zu ve'evet zeh b'mitzrayim. We're all avodim like this Eved Neshivcha. Balayla azeh podo yison hakadosh baruch v'yitzonu l'cheiros. And this night took a very simple. You speak to a tipish, you tell him, yeah, the Eibusha took us out. Ve'im hoya ben godol b'chochom. The child was a chochom. Meidiyei ma she'ira lonu b'mitzrayim. You tell him all what happened in Mitzrayim. V'nisim shenase lonu al yidei Moshe Rabbeinu. Hakol v'daita shel ben. Which means, in other words, that the difference between a chochom and a tipish is that a tipish, you tell him the nisim, rather. Tipish can verstehen, tell him the Eibusha made nisim. But if he's a chochom, then you have to tell him that it happened to Moshe Rabbeinu. To say that this is an inyan ikri, to say that the nisim happened to Moshe Rabbeinu. So he told him that you're wondering why we talk about so much happened by the Rebbe. The Rebbe did it, the Rebbe did it. That's what the Rambam says. If you're a chochom, you have to start thinking, who did this? So, and he understood that he was a arus from the Kalim, and he said later that he chazered it over in the Knesset, and he chazered it over to everybody. So this is the day that we have to think to ourselves, the Moshe Rabbeinu, and think where do we stand, the Kesher, B'negeya, listening to the Rebbe and our iskashas to the Rebbe. And it has kama protim, it has the iskashas, poshet, mitzat feeling and doing, and then there's also the iskashas in understanding what is in of a Rebbe. But one of the things that we know that the Rebbe explains actually in that Sicha that I said before, where the Rebbe says B'negei Moshe Rabbeinu that just his birth itself, a Gepeilt at Eden, the Nekuda there is, verbunden with that Moshe Rabbeinu, the way it says in the Maimer Vata Tzave, verbunden with the Inyan that Moshe Rabbeinu is called the Raya Mehemne. So Moshe Rabbeinu is the one that is mashpia emunah to the Yidden. What says mashpia, not stam mashpia, but he fails that they should have emunah in the pnimius. Just having a shaykhus to the Rebbe makes a Yid have the true emunah in the Eibishter. By Yaminu b'Hashem and Moshe Avde and Hashem go together. Mishemamim b'Hashem, Mishemamim says in Sifri, I think, Mishemamim b'Mishemamim b'Hashem, Bedachtzach that the Balafloa says that this is not only b'negei Moshe Rabbeinu, I think in Akdomat Afloa, something like that. Not only b'Moshe Rabbeinu, but the Ispashtus of the Moshe b'Chol Dora v'Dora. It's connected. So b'Pel Mamish, if you have the emunah b'Moshe, that makes you that you have the really emunah b'Hashem. That's his emunah in the pnimius. And with the Rebbe's masbeh there, and it says Mesiches and it's verbunden tafke with Pesach, which is matzah meichel v'memnusa, food of emunah. What's the pshat? Food of emunah. How do you have food of emunah? You don't eat emunah. Elamai, the pshat is that there could be emunah b'derech makif, kamva pumachtat derech monekariya, but to believe that this is metanemes and this is the truth. This is if you have a shaykhus of the Rebbe. B'chal through Chassidus, but the way the Rebbe brought it out. But Be'emes, he paled it so that just like people having a shaykhus to the Rebbe, having iskashus to the Rebbe, already brings out in them that they have a real emunah. I heard from somebody that this is not a maisa, that they were once looking into making one of the very, very expensive restaurants in New York, in Manhattan, to make it kosher, glatt kosher. I don't know which one, a restaurant that even presidents and heads of states would come there. So they were looking, they had a meeting with Rabbanim to see how they're going to work about it, what they're going to do about it, how they're going to do. So they could do it. But one of the things that they said that they have a problem is with the wine. You can't serve mavushal, because mavushal is shanishta zei gvaldig in taste, and in a fancy restaurant, you can't bring it. So you can't serve it. You have to first, so you have to serve namavushal. So, but namavushal, what happens if a goy, that a frayer eat, touches the bottle and pours it? So they said, Eitze. So you'll have to get waiters only from the people. But one person asked the shaila that if a frayer eat, which we're careful with wine, mavushal by frayer eat, holds his cup and you pour it in, and since by yain nesach the din is that not so chibur, the fact the flow is a chibur, so the wine that you have in the bottle, it's not mavushal and it's poured into his, part of it is poured into his, makes the whole bottle possible. So how could you do it? So one of the people said, I don't understand. I know by the Lubavitcher Rebbe, by kosher brocha, the Rebbe would give kosher brocha to everybody, and some Friar Eden would walk by, and the Rebbe gave him kosher brocha. How did that work? No, you can't do that because the notzuk is a chibur. By other tumah v'tar, it's not, but by yain esach, notzuk is a chibur, so the flow is a chibur. So one of the Ungarish Rabbonim answered, what kind of raya do you bring from there? Ayid was durchgegangen and stood right in front of the Rebbe, hat sicher gehat a hirer tshuva. So Mele, that's no shayla. It's sicher gehat a hirer tshuva. So that's bechlal even you have a shaykhus to the Rebbe. That's anybody who just passes by the Rebbe. But us chassidim avade, so we have to be misbeinen in it. Something that we all do. But sometimes if you don't think about it, it becomes so poshet that l'chur it's very good. It's poshet. It's poshet azach. But it's you lose the feeling to it. So we have to think about it and mechazik it. And we have to think about, do we follow what the Rebbe says? And we have to think about the feeling that we have. And one of the things that we have to remember is that our shaykhis is not only mitzad the klal, but also mitzad the yochid. The seis tazei. Some people feel I'm a member of Adas Chassidei Chabad, Ubemele, I'm have a shaykhis to the Rebbe. Rebbe is the Mizokt, the Lubavitcher Rebbe, and I'm part of the Lubavitcher community, and I'm part of the Lubavitcher Kehillah. But Mele, I have a shaykhis to the Rebbe. That's one way to look at it, a very close part of a klal. But that's not enough. Everybody has to think to himself, my shaykhis to the Rebbe is me as a prat, not only because I'm part of the klal. Me as a yochid has a shaykhis to the Rebbe. And that's a much different inyan, which is bedugma to what happened by Matan Torah. By Matan Torah, it says, Rebbe said, Loshen Yochid. And in Chazal, we find two opposite pirushim, why it says Loshen Yochid. One pshat is because when you speak to a tzibur, you could refer to them by Loshen Yochid. Rashi says it in the Chumash a few times. So you could say lekecha to the klal, to the tzibur as a mitzias of a tzibur. That's one pshat. Another pshat is punkt verkehrt. The Rebbe said because he wasn't speaking to the tzibur. He was speaking to every yochid, and every yochid who listened to Matan Torah felt that imi and dibur medaber. But it's not a stira, it's both. The Rebbe connected himself to the Klal Yisrael as a Klal, and every Yid who's a chelik of Klal Yisrael has a shaykhus to the Rebbe. And the Rebbe spoke and connected himself to every single Yid separately as a yochid. And the same thing, tzadikim deim lebeiron. We have to connect ourselves and feel our connection to the Rebbe als Klal, because we are the Klal, part of Kal Chassidei Chabad, part of Klal Yisrael. The Rebbe is the Rebbe of Klal Yisrael. And everyone knows that. Everyone knows that. I feel not Lubavitch. I remember once there was this, I said this over before, there was a Chaber of Svarim, Sefer Das Seferim, that in the girls' schools they actually learn it, and the Rebbe said it's a good Sefer to learn on Tanakh. So he once came into the Rebbe, and after he went out of Yechidus, the Bochum surrounded him to hear Epsavot or his reaction. So he says, first thing he says, Ir Lubavitch is at Ganovim. What do you want? What happened to you in Yechidus that makes him say that? So they asked him, what are you talking about? So he says, ihr hat zugegangen mit dem Rebbe von Klal Yisrael. Ist nicht der Lubavitcher Rebbe, ist der Rebbe von Klal Yisrael. Speaking to the Rebbe, he saw that. So you think to yourself, I'm a chelik of Klal Yisrael, I'm a chelik of Chabad, which are even closer. But that's not enough. You have to feel that you are connected as a yochid. And the Rebbe's connection to us is also connected mitzad. Being a yochid, the Rebbe connects to me not only mitzad being a Lubavitcher, but being who I'm a yochid as a simple yochid. We have the famous sikha where the Rebbe says in the Geya Kerach that when the Moshe Rabbeinu said to bring the Ketores, so Moshe Rabbeinu said to the Eibusher, Al teifinem un chosam, don't turn to their mincha. So Rashi says two pshatim, but one pshat that Rashi says is that Moshe Rabbeinu said that I know that each person has a chelik in the korbanos tzibur. So tomorrow in the korban tzibur, please don't be makabel the part of these of Kerach v'Adosei. And the lashon of Rashi is that Moshe Rabbeinu said, Yedeya ani, I know that every single person has a chelik in the korbanos tomei, the korbanos tzibur. And I'm asking you, Eivish, that don't accept their chelik. So the Rebbe asked Shaila, what's Rashi saying? Yedeya ani. Rashi said, since everyone has a chelik, please don't take their chelik. What does it mean? Yedeya ani, make sure that I know that each person has a chelik in the korban tzibur. So the Rebbe says, Be'emes, there's a big kasha Rashi. A kasha in Lomdis. We know that tzibur is an entity for itself. Tzibur, even though Begashmi is a tzibur is made up of a lot of yechidim, but sof kol sof, it becomes its own entity. That's why if you give anything to the tzibur, the Lashon Gemara is meisrei letzibur yofe yofe. You have to make sure that you give it away to the tzibur, that the yochid gets lost. There is no metzias of a yochid when it comes to the tzibur. So what did Rashi say? That he said that every single person has a chelik in the korbanos tzibur, and Kerach has a chelik, and Kerach adosei. So don't. What does Rashi mean? When there's no such thing, the tzibur gets lost. So the Rebbe says the teretz is like this: the emes, it's taki like that. Aber mitzad Moshe Rabbeinu, mitzad the Nosi Ador, there's no such thing. The Nosi Ador is the Nosi of the tzibur, and Moshe who Yisrael, and Moshe, and Nosi who Akel, emes. But mitzad him, he doesn't lose the connection to the yochid. And that's why Rashi says, Moshe Rabbeinu said, Yedeya ani. I know that it's mitzidi. That's something special that is there mitzad Moshe Rabbeinu. So, when it comes to Yud Aleph Nissan, we have to think, make a shtickle cheshbon hanefesh. A cheshbon hanefesh. And the Lashon of cheshbon hanefesh, alamol tzeit nechsidus, the Lashon adaita de nafshe, mibli lahates esatzmei, to see how is it, the Lashon in the Sichas, Chassidei Chabad on Ubameh, Ashaychas of the Rebbe, it's not so simple, just to, have the fancy words, and I'm a kusher, and I love the Rebbe, and all these, it has to be, has to come out Sai in Hergesh, and it has to come out also in Ma'aser B'Peil. So when it comes to Yud Aleph Nissan, every year, especially now that we're entering now 120 which is a special year. The Rebbe explained once it's a Cheshbon 120 by the Rebbe Rashav. No, not by the Rebbe Rashav. It was from the Linksnish. But the Rebbe explained what the number 120 is. What was it? 120 from the Yemaletis of the Rebbe Rashav. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah. So it's a special time. So we have to think about it and bring it down Lamaisa. You have to realize that this is our Rebbe, and the Rebbe is Neshama Klolis, and which needs also with Chassidishe Chabad. So besides Hergeshim and feelings and excitement, we also have to have Chabad, Chochmah Bin Adas. We have to understand. So we have to be Mizbeinen also. What's meant the Rebbe push it in intellect? Chabad with Chochmah Bin Adas, with intellect. What's the Pshat that the Rebbe is on the Neshama Klolis? Not verstehen, not reintrachten in them. We're not afraid wegen them. What the Pshat the Rebbe is on the Neshama Klolis? And the Neshama Klolis means, Bambas, there is only one Neshama. Just like there's Teira Achas, says Yisrael Araisa v'kuchibricha kul echad. There's only one Eibishter, one Teira, and one Neshama. Teira is a lot of protim. Teira mitzvahs have a lot of mitzvahs, but there is one of the mitzvahs is the mitzvah which is called Kela, all the mitzvahs. The Eibishter, we find it in all kinds of spheres. The Eibishter is Ardas Hapshuta. The same thing with Neshamas. The Neshama is, there's one Neshama. There's talk about Neshama. From that one Neshama branches off. Just like we say a husband and wife are one Neshama, they just branches one of another. It says that there's Shishi Riba Neshamas, but there's really more than that even. They're branches. So the same thing, there's one Neshama. We have to keep that. We have to understand it. So this is in the Neshama Klolis. And all other kinds of inyonim, what the Rebbe is bringing Gili, Lakusevelt, all kinds of yonim, we don't have to speak about it, but everyone himself should think about it. And bring out from here the understanding of what it means is kashrus, and not just Stam is kashrus saying the word Mekusha, like the famous joke, Aleph joke that once a guy was hired, Stella as a rabbi in a shul. So the first Shabbos he was talking about Mira Shabbos, and the president comes after Shabbos, nah, this is not for these people, don't talk. Next Shabbos he spoke about tefillin, and said, nah, it's not. Finally, then he tells him, so what should I talk about? He says, well, you talk about Yiddishkeit. So sometimes that could also happen. We could talk about his kashrus, but it has to come to Lamaisa B'Peil, and also in Hergish, in Seichel, you have to understand what's meant the Rebbe, what's meant the Rebbe, and especially the Rebbe in Der Hashvi'i, what's meant us, it comes to Aleph, need to think about it. Then in Hergeshim, the Hergish that it says, Benegei have the Hergeshim to the Rebbe, and then the Lamaisa B'Peil. Al Kaponim, it's easier said than done, and it's definitely a Yem Mesugel, and it's definitely a Shasa Kesher that we could take a strengthen, and hopefully that by Yidalef Nissen, that Meshen Zenzach mit Rebbe, and we'll be back in Teretz Yisrael, and we can bring them Korban Pesach.
L'chaim, thank you very much, Rabbi Shapiro. I'd like to apologize for starting a little bit late over here due to technical difficulties. We're going to continue with Rabbi Moshe Nu. That'll be followed by Rabbi Yossi Gopin, and also others who have a word to say will also share. L'chaim Chassidim. Rabbi Nu.
Unmute him.
I said the obvious. So we all know Rashi brings another pirush. By Loshen Yochiv, Ditin Pischim Pet Moshe Rabbeinu Alamed Saniguria B'Maisa Ego. That what the Davish only spoke to him, and not to Klal Yisrael. And Taka Moshe used it. Lama Yechra Hashem Abcha B'Melcha, because he spoke to me. So Pashtus Aksuvim is either the first Perushim, like Rebbe Shapiro said, other but that's some Klal. He's speaking to the general Klal Loshen Yochid, or rather about each person individually. In Pshutishal Mikra, no, we're not talking to Yidden. I'm only talking to Moshe Rabbeinu. And this is Teres Emes. And Moshe uses this argument. Who's the fact that shows the Rebbe is gewaltig love of Yidden, that in the first words, the Rebbe is already giving Moshe Rabbeinu a way to protect Yidden from the worst chet. But the emphasis is that it's the Moshe within each one of us. That when if Yidden would have heard the Aseres HaDibros in the Moshe, in the Tutish Moshe that is within us, and if it would have been then, it wasn't obviously wasn't meant to be, but the Yiskashus the way it should be. They wouldn't have lost faith in him. No Chet Egel. That's what you remember say that. Really, I don't go into Arichas. Really, the Nakuda really is that the opposite, the antidote, Tavei Dezara, which is this is what the pasuk is talking about, is Yiskashus. Is ein verbunden mit dem Rebbe. Because as we just heard earlier, the Rebbe is the Neshama Klalis, and the Etzim is one Neshama, and we're all part of that. And being connected to the Rebbe is the deepest connection to the Eibush, the deepest connection to Apnimius HaNeshama, which is a Chelik L'Kamim Mal Mamish. And had Eden heard this, in other words, feeling, connecting to the Moshe within, then there wouldn't be a Cheta Egel, and this is the tikkun to the Cheta Egel. They wanted to have a malach to be their manik. That's the Lishtek and Kabbalah. See this? That was the egel. But a malach is a mutza mafsik. It has to be dafke Moshe Rabbeinu because Moshe is ein zach with every Jew, and the neshama, which is what his essence is a chelik alakami mal mamish, and that is the tikkun, the answer, the shvira, the bittul of Avodah Zarah, the true revelation of Ein Milvada here in this world. I'm just going to say a word that I heard. Actually, I think it's kedai to note. We all know this, that Yom Elad, the celebration is a chiddush of the Rebbe. Certainly the pirusim of it, the hemshech of the shleishim of the Rebbetzin. And we all know that in the rest of the world, Yom Elad, the birthday, is like, it was never celebrated, and it met with a lot of skepticism, if not opposition. And the reason is Pasha. What's the Yom Elad? You're born. Okay, let's see what you do with your life. Yard site. Person lived his life and accomplished. That's a day to be noted. But a birthday? But what? The Rebbe's whole chiddush is in his Megala, Yisava Kadosh Baruch Hu, the final realization of the Eibishter desires, the Dina B'Tachtoin. Which means that the whole kavanah is that the Eibishter has chosen to need us. A birthday means that Gosha here is not on your accomplishment. You are everything because Hashem has chosen you. The whole emphasis here is on the Eibishter's kavanah. And what does he want? He wants a relationship with us. That's his desire. And that's the ultimate kavanah. That's the ultimate dira. The ultimate dira is in the Rebbe's Maimorim Sichos throughout. It's not, the world itself is a stage. It's a home. What's the point of a home? To build a home. And then what? It's to be there with your soulmate, to be one with your soulmate. The true dira is us. The Eibishter wants a relationship with us. And you being born, us being born, the Eibishter is saying, I want to have the deepest connection with you. And how will that happen? You're a chelik l'kam yamal mamish, that's true. But a deeper connection will be, I'll send you l'mata and a guf and the mitzvahs and tshuva and then the Mesiras Nefesh. And what's going to be? And you'll turn the world over. And then what? You and I will be one in the deepest way. And this is the Rebbe's whole chidush. In other words, to realize, actualize that Pnimiyas HaKavanah once and for all. Hence, the birthday now becomes critical and essential because it puts the spotlight on why am I here? Because the Eibishter wants me to be here. It's about his desire for connection with me. So Shapiro was mentioning about the significance of going now to the 120th year. So I'm just going to share this word. The Rebbe spoke, this is Chavdalet Tishrei Tovshin Nun. And that was the first time he spoke. The Gimel Tristan, that the whole beer there, the Hemshi was Bekesher to his grandmother's yard site. Chavdalet Tishrei. They used to say Kaddish then, if not mistaken. So later they made a whole kuntris of this thing and connected to all the Mishnah that's learned, the Siyam and the Saf. But at any rate, he mentioned that maybe that was 120th year. I don't know. Look into that. But he mentions there that Kuf Yutes He's begematria dima, tears. It's one shy, 119, is one less of kufchav. And what's kufchav? Kufchav is all the tziruf from Shem Elikim, all the possible combinations of Shem Elikim is 120. So kufchav is the shleimus, is the shleimus of Gilolikus, Umoch Hashem dima meyal kaponim, which wipes off then the tears of every face. So clearly we're going into a whole new tkufa, Mazoli Gover, and the Rebbe's Gilui Lamata and his investment in us. How could it be more than it is? But this new Tzinoid is opening for us to be able to connect to it. So Kuf Chaf is a whole new tkufa of a mocha. This is mocha havaya. It's hiding. Shemalim Mishem Lekim. Mocha havaya dima. Me'al kolponim. That's the, and you take pnimius. That's the giloi of this particular year. We all know, of course, that Moshe Rabbeinu lived 120 years. So there's a Meridike Sicha about Tishim and Tes. The Rebbe speaks, Meridike things there about the Shleimus of Moshe Rabbeinu. That Yilas Achin then, it wouldn't have been Misa Gashmi, the Misa would have been a Misa Ruchni, Nofel Medarge, and even less than that, just going from one aliyah to the other. You see, Bagashmi is like Lenoslecha, he was, Bagashmi is strong and lacked his eyes didn't dim and his vigor was strong. So even though it didn't happen Lapel, but Pnimius, his Nesius is Nitzchius. And there were taiches in the Ha'ari, it's a Meredike taich. It's the 120th year that his bracha is Lifnei Moisei, higher than this, and continues eternally. And of course, it's Nizgaled B'Peil in our Rebbe, the Moshe Rabbeinu, the ultimate Moshe Rabbeinu, who completes the Dei Hashvi'i, who is working tirelessly, invested in us, and giving us keiches and brachas, as each one knows in their own personal life, to end the golus and bring the Shechina Lamata. And I'll just conclude with this. I brought the hood from Rabbi Glick. You make a cheshbon of Avram Dick in Australia. He said once it was a Sheva Brachas. The capital the Rebbe was saying, Tavshin Yud Shvat. It's capital Memches, correct? Yud Shvat Tavshin Yud, capital Memches. So capital Memches starts first, what starts Mizmor Shil Livnei Koirach. Gimel Tammuz was Mitzvah Shabbos Pashas Koirach. The whole Mizmor is about the vision of Yerushalayim when Mashiach will come. At the end, he says, Shisu Libchem Lechela Pasgam Ad Yisrael Ma'at Esapel Dein Acharen. Translation: admire her walls, traverse her palaces, that you may tell a later generation of the last generation. And what are you going to say? This is how God, our Lord, forever, He will guide us eternally. So Rashi brings what's almus. So first he brings a pirush. Gets benoi kot I guess almus meaning a young person. So Hashem, like a father, leads his child slowly, yes, according to the ability of the child. Umenachem pasarosai. Rashi brings Menachem, teaches what's almus, hu yinagin almus. Ka'od loshen oila, v'chein pisreina, yinagin uleilamim. And there's another pirush I don't see it here. The almus is almoves, beyond death, eternal. So the first capital that the Rebbe was saying is in Meledes capital. Right then, Tavshin Yud points to the eternity of the Nesias, and we all be'emes know it in our heart of hearts and feel it and see it. So by Shapiro said, it's up to us to, the Rebbe is giving us. We all know that the Rebbe said 5 years before, Gimel Tammuz, Pashas Koirach, Hey Tammuz, and the Farbrengen Tzmuge, about the Eitz of not going into, the Tzaddikim promised that before they died, they won't go into Gan Eden, and so there was all kinds of, ways they got in, the Badishav, and they didn't say any names. Weißt the H's, Rebbe smiled when he said it. Of course, Rebbe smiles, that's serious business. The H's and Neder al Das Rabbim. Not that we needed Rebbe to make a Neder, but he's saying he's bound up with us. He's bound up with us. And anybody that told the Rebbe 5 minutes knows this is a Jew that's not going to be seduced by any Gan Eden. He is with his people, and is not going to leave them until it's going to be good for every Yid Lamata Mashiach is going to come. Anybody that saw the Rebbe knows this. It doesn't need any sichas and any mekayras, any psukim and taichin and Pashut saw this. So it's up to us. It's Yud Aleph Nissan now. Yud Aleph Nissan historically was the first day of Geula when Yidden went out Yisrael. Yud Nissan they crossed belongs to Golus and Geula. Yud Aleph brings that in the sichas. So we are given on this day literally whatever struggles we had in our lives till now, and that we tried and we gave up. I can't. So we have to know that it comes to Aleph Nissan, there's new koiches. And that which I thought, and maybe even legitimately, was not able to do, but I know I should be, now we get this koyach. It's up to us to open, to receive it. The Rebbe is giving it to us. To Pirushim of Rashi. The Rebbe gives each one on their level. And what is he giving us? And will lead us, but it's up to us because that's the Kavon El Yonda that we be the Rebbe's hands and feet and mouthpiece to be Karvan al Yid, to live as we're supposed to, and bring the golden Zebisel health and that before Yidaf Nisan is over, we are reunited with him and he will take us out of Golus.
L'chaim, Yashetech Rabbi Nu. We're now going to move to the Cheder Sheni, also known as Rabbi Goppin, Shliach, veteran Shliach to Hartford, Connecticut. Chuten, please continue the Farbrengen. L'chaim.
L'chaim Mendele, L'chaim Reb Leibel, L'chaim Reb Leibel, L'chaim Moshe, L'chaim. I would like to start with Reb Moshe said and Reb Leibel started, and I just you merames tipe in yonim, and you didn't elaborate on it. I'll try to elaborate what you started. Godel Hashem umol made birelekenu. Das ist der Kapitel von Rebbe Tovshin Yud, and the Tzikha von Tovrish Tzadik Tes, also they said the Godel Hashem umol made, das ist given, das ist the Fake Rebbe said about Rebbe Tovrish Tzamach Beis. Yes, Reb Leibel?
Yeah.
Is the final Tzikha von Rebbe, it's a medendik Tzikha, that's like an alten Rebbe. The Rebbe said the Sikha there, as the Rebbe was born, that the Baal Shem Tov was saying also this capital of the capital Memches. Was the capital Memches, God Lavai Mul Meit Bir Lekein. Was meant us? So that's a Sikha, I'm looking at the Sikha, I denke the Sikha Rusia Mol, or Trebiel, you know, a Mashki and a Nacht Medendik. The Sikha, and so in Sikha again, Rumchayel Tov Shin it's going to hasten able to heal the Sikha table to rekocht the Sikha. Ema so you got to be Lekeno. There must be the Sikha made in Kerinian. The Baal Shem Tov is the Chin from the Munah. Chassidishe Aklolis. The Alter Rebbe is Chabad. What is Chabad? What is Seichel? Munah is Blikvul. Seichel is Gvul. The Alter Rebbe is Chassidishe given as a genommen den Blikvul rank this thing Gvul. As we can bring Gvul Blikvul in Gvul, darf noch mal Koyach, was sie lamaila mit Gvul Blikvul. Hawaii is Blikvul, Lekenu is Gvul. Bringen Hawaii in the Lekenu, darf auch mal Keach von lamaila, a Keach was Echa von Hawaii und Lekenu. Is beschaß Hawaii kommt in the Lekenu.
I see that story.
Kommt rein in the Lekenu, a new Koyach, wo der Keach von, was sie lamaila mit Blikvul.
Rabbi Gottman, please unmute yourself.
You didn't hear me at all?
No, last 2 minutes.
Is der wäre der Masbir, als Avayes Bligvul, Elekenu is Gvul, and Avayes are upcoming, to come down to Elekim, you need a koya what's above Avaya and above Elekim, above Gvul and Bligvul. Mean like this, Avaya is Bligvul, a koyach from Bligvul. But when Avaya comes down into Elekim, Avaya gets a koyach, which is head from Gvul and Bligvul. Why is this? Because the Matori is as a lakus to come into the world. Is that when the lakus comes into the world, that's in the world, wird lakus in world, wird eifel to lakus mit world, the ear wird irrelekeno. Welt wird amokim the lakus. Is machen the lakus, das die von God Lashem mul birrelekeno. Der Rebbe ist mechkasher mit dem Inyan von dem alten Rebbe. Der alte Rebbe, Baal Shem Tov, was l'mayla min ha-seichel. Emuna, Bligvul. Der alte Rebbe in Chabad. Chabad is namens Bligvul in Gvul. A Rebbe in Chabad in Gvul, Bligvul. Emuna in Bligvul in Chabad. Da man makeh was l'mayla min Gvul Bligvul. Die Matore ist im alten Rebbe, die bringt Chabad, aram begin the lokus in the Welt. Chabad, Smeichin is Welt. Der alte Rebbe ist Tafki, die bringen the lokus in the Welt through Chabad, through Meichin. Und wenn Meile bald der Rebbe nicht gal der Indien von Azatarge, was ist der Meile von Bligvul. Das ist die Infnire Kinder. Guckt in das sicher. Tovshin Memvov, Chaneke Memvov, Zeit von der Mishpet. Der Rebbe spoke as sicher. And the Rebbe is a Shaila, it's sicher also printed, but this sicher people have to listen to the sicher, it's a Meidnike sicher. The Rebbe speaks, the Alter Rebbe, in time was a Kitrug, in time from the Wald from the Magid. The Kitrug from Prichas Koritzer. And the Alter Rebbe battled the Kitrug by bringing the Moshe from Ben HaMelech. The Shaila is being asked, the Alter Rebbe, the Mevatla Kitrug, how could it be? Was another Kitrug in time of the Alter Rebbe? The Alter Rebbe was not battled them Kitrug. The same Moshe can be used again. It's Rebbe Masbir. The Kitrug even from the Prichas Koritzer even be from Kloli. The Alter Rebbe's are Farbrengen, the Rebbe brought down things to Chabad, was mamish lemato in Welt. That what me ehrlich bei einer neuen Kitrug. Und der Moschel von Alter Rebbe hat nicht geholfen. Es hat eine Kitrug gewesen. And the Rebbe spoke about right 10 8 tables. I told why Rebbe spoke about 8 tables time for the Mishpot. We know the Meise von 8 tables mit das vor ihm. So when a Kitrug sind in der Perodum dort, one Perodum, der Koyach, to Me'erer, Azah, Helen Vester, Azagmas, Nefesh, we never saw anything like it. Couldn't be that one person can do that. When a Kitrug Lamaila. Wie kann be a Kitrug Lamaila? Weil der Rebbe took this, the Union von Chabad, was der Alte Rebbe Megali given, the Rebbe took it way down. He brought it down in a Pshuta Mikro, in a Medrash, in a Gimorah. The Rebbe brought down the tiefste Yonim Chassidus in Malbish given, in Medrashim, in Rashes, in Gimorahs. The Rebbe took the word as the Siche and beauty of the Yonim. The Rebbe took tiefste Yonim Chassidus, a really brought in a Siche, in Siches, in a Sprach. Nicht nur die Chabad, in Chabad von der Hashvi'i. Der Rebbe hat zurückgebracht, Elokus in der Darge, in Chabad Gufe, all the way down. Bei Meli war eine Kitrug. Es war eine Kitrug Zeit von Magid. Hat geholfen der Indien von der Moschel von Alten Rebbe. Es war eine Kitrug in Zeit von Alten Rebbe. Ich hatte auch getan für das Kisler. Und es war noch eine Kitrug, Tovshim Amhei, der Kitrug gewesen auf dem Rebbe. Weil der Rebbe in der Kitrug, nicht nur der Kitrug, der Rebbe hat gebracht, Elokus und Chassidus in Chabad, in der Darge von Rashes, in Gimores und Medroshim. Aber ich brauche das Kind, es ist nice, Mama ist Amerika beautiful Rebbe in so mal gewinnt, ich bin am Mais einmal, im Tjorn zurück, was years ago, a particular Chossid Kiv Eretz Yisrael. Big Tata mit Chochem Agreiser. Ich kam von der Chassidische Lubavitcher Mishpoche, but it was a little bit, it was not for the people who traveled to 770. Remember, he came to 770, and the Farbrengen, he was staying far apart. I decided one time to get him Farbrengen with the Bochum. Let them Farbrengen with us. And but Farbrengen, I tried to push him to come to Farbrengen. He tells me that Rebbe Farbrengen, the Rashi is, look, it's doch Rashi for the Kinder, it's doch Rashi. So I want to, let me chaz you the Rashi from last Shabbos. Mit the initial Teira. So I'm making Rashi, chaz you the Rashi Teira. Mit the initial Teira. Wenn man der nimmt der Rashi und bringt es Geschmack in Yonim Chassidus. Da wird aber klar, Bachtel Mathe, den Yonim. That me Rebbe, another sort Gilui der Hashvi'i Mato, wie Mensch Rabbeinu bei der Schchine der Hashvi'i bei der Schchine Mato, the Fierech dem alten Rebbe, dem Balshem, it's been a nice sort, a new stage of Hafotzes Mayonas Mato. Und das hat gebracht im Kitron. And I think that's the reason the Rebbe spoke about it at that time. So I think of something further. The Rebbe's Yachas to Eden, weil Rebbe Shapiro said, Beifen Proti, Beifen Ishi, zu allem, hat gesagt, kein nicht gesagt. And so, an amount of stories of what everybody knows, what the Rebbe was, he took an interest in people, what we know very little, but was unbelievable stories. A story what I saw my own eyes, and maybe Shapiro saw it also. A bocher came from Eretz Yisrael, happened to be a Shpoch of ours, came from Eretz Yisrael after the Tzabah, and he came to America. He was very far from everything. I remember this boy growing up in Eretz Yisrael. He was always a troubled boy, far away from Chassidishkeit. Yiddishkeit was very. Ad kidei kach, he went to the Israeli army. Is the particular officer who was there of the base knew my father. My father's students used to go to the same base. In this office, he came to my father and said, when the Chabad kids are coming to the army, their behavior make a Kiddush Hashem. This boy is unfortunately causing us trouble. Anyway, this boy came to America. His Zalman Shimon working, organized, tried to be a Chidus for him. The boy was far from everything. He had no interest in anything. He came to Yechidus. The Rebbe started talking to him about your Zayde, about your Mishpoche, and you're coming from Rei, and the Rebbe carried him. Meir Nikirubim. Loi noga v'loi poga. Came Simchas Teir, Shmiatzeres Nai Tovshin La Medalet Bakofes. Sigven Tovshin La Medalet was the war, the year of the Yom Kippur War. We saw that the Rebbe's Akofes was very, very involved in the war situation. Bechlal was a very close Diki Akofes. This boy was staying somewhere up, one of these, I think, the Dorenband. And I see the Rebbe Akofes, the Rebbe's first Akofe, the Rebbe goes around the Akofe, and they was looking for somebody. And the Rebbe spotted him. And the Rebbe had made the head to him. Every time turn around, it was the first Akofe. There was the seventh Akofe. The next night, I see before Akofes, they made the ches around the Rebbe's Akofes, the floor. There was Mokemus Kvuim, everybody was there, staying there by the table there and singing. And I see this boy staying there, and all the Geresi Geboirim trying to push him away, the Sitzkis and this. And he is fighting with them. I remember he was a strong boy. He pushed this guy, and he stayed there, didn't move away. And the Rebbe came to Akofes, the Rebbe spotted him. It was this year, second year, 3 years. Abuch was far. Rebbe took an interest in him. And we can tell you stories of stories. From the other way, I remember years ago when I moved to West Hartford, there used to be a Chassidishe Reed there, a good Chassidishe Reed, nicht Lubavitch, but very close to. He was a bocher in Terevadas. He used to come to the Rebbe. He used to host all kind of good Idelach from Eretz Yisrael. One time came the masker from Eida Achreidis, came for Shabbos. His name was Shaya Schemberger. It's my first few weeks I was in town. He comes over to me, Lubavitcher, yes, Chabad, yes. He already, the whole Shabbos was with me, the whole Shabbos. He tells me, I work for the Eidach ladies. We do nothing without talking to the Rebbe. Eidach ladies guy. Ich habe Yichides, alles was geht bei uns vor, der Rebbe Nozabarat. Wie heißt der Rebbe? Der Rebbe ist involved mit us. A few years later, a few years ago, not too long ago, was a Shebrachas here, by one of our Mishpochas here. And the Yerushalmi guy comes to Shebrachas. Yerushalmi ganz levush. I think it was Schlesinger, the name. As our Schleimer asked in the altar, and he sees me, he starts talking, and he's a Mishpocha, one of my Mishpocha in Yerushalayim. We start talking. Let's go for a walk. We start walking outside. He tells me, somebody brought me to my office. The Rebbe's tape a tape from the Rebbe from Slichas Astorbe Teves Tov Shim Chofrei. I listen, and this guy start crying. A Yerushalayim guy, elder guy, as a serious guy. I love the Rebbe. I miss the Rebbe. He was supposedly crying. I used to come to the Rebbe, they would give me instruction about doing all kind of things, building and nicht gelobabischen Geman. Yerushalayim mit alle sorta ernster Mensch. And I couldn't be pretend it. He was look at, he was mamish crying. I'll come to the point. From the other hand, I used to, even though if you pay attention, last Aleph Nissan was an article in Kfar Chabad, a long article with a guy called Menachem HaKohen. If you guys, Shmuel HaKohen, Shmuel Avidor, if you remember that name, his younger brother, he was a very interesting personality. He was in the party of Mapai, was a frum guy in the party of Mapai. He was the Rav from the Istadrut, because it was all left-wing organizations that's wrong. And the Rebbe told him to stay there. And the Rebbe helped him. And he came to the Rebbe. And I think you should listen to the article, the relationship these people have with the Rebbe. He was a mother-in-law, was a frum guy. He was a Mapainik. But the love these people have for the Rebbe, it's just, the Rebbe just not just advised them. The Rebbe came down lemato, is in Teire and Einweg, in personal relationships to people, to all kind of people. People from all kind of people. Where the Rebbe came down and the Rebbe was, this is. And what happened, like Rebbe said, Nismala Bais Eiro, the Rebbe was born in Nismala Bais Eiro, that worked from Rebbe. The Rebbe said, in which Bais was Moshe born? In Bais from Amram, Tzadik Ador. It was a lot of air in Amram's house. But when Moshe came, like felt was no air there, in Erech Moshe's oil. And there's the story from the Rebbe in the regime of Farbrengen Rebbe with the Chizoy and Lailo, but the Rebbe, they paid the Rebbe Rashab, so the Rebbe, the fake Rebbe, being a little bit verdeiget. They told him, what's the verdeiget? But there in Stub is lichtig. He walked into the other room and saw the Rebbe there. It's the unbelievable regime from the Rebbe. Is the Zog the Rebbe, the Yin from Aleph Nissan, there, these Galus Lemato, Ema se Godel Shbeira Lekeino Tolemato, Alazach came on this given. The Rebbe style, the Farbrengen mit Chassidim, the Siches, noch Hanan, ständig giving and giving and giving. There was never that. This is the smaller by zero. And I want to finish with a story happened tonight, 44 years ago. I told the story before, but I don't have too many stories. I told the story again. Happened tonight, Tuesday night, Earl Dalf Nissen, Tov Shalom et Zayin. The same kvias. I came home in the evening from running around giving out matzah. It's my first few weeks in Hartford. My wife told me a man came into the house and he tells her that I want to see the rabbi. She said, the rabbi's not here. Come tonight at a time yeshir, 8 o'clock. Come to, okay. But they said, tell the rabbi, I'm the first Chabadnik in Hartford. Okay. Come tonight, sweetheart. The guy kid, the class, maybe the tiny class, 2 people in the class. He comes in. It guckt es nicht gesehen, ganze Sachen. Gushim like Chevroman. And start talking and ask him, what is your story? You told my wife you're a Lubavitcher. He tells my wife like this. I grew up in Hartford. My father disappeared when I was a young kid. I don't remember, they never knew my father. Was in the 40s, was very, very hard. My mother could not afford to feed me. I was hungry. We were very poor. Is one of my mother's friends told her, I have the same problem. And I sent my kids to a place in New York called Chabad Lubavitch in Bedford and Dean. It's a very good school. It's a clean place. It's warm in the winter. There's good food and there's good classes. It could be one problem, could be your son will become a frumarid. She said, I don't care. She came down took the train and traveled to New York. And they met Rabbi Tenema met him, and they met, he accepted him, and gave them a room. Who was his 2 roommates? 2 Russian boys just came from Russia, Avremel and Berl Lipsker. And he tells me, on the weekends, the yeshiva used to close down. They used to go to Crown Heights, stay with families. And the deal was they have to go Shabbos morning to mikveh and to daven in 770. That was the deal. That was the arrangements. He was going to mikveh in Mitzvah. Next to him walks a young man, beautiful young man, very special. And he says, Good Shabbos. The man says, Good Shabbos to him. What's your name? Where are you from? Where? And start talking. My name is Alexander. And the man asked him, who was the first Alexander? A small talk. 1 week, a second week, became like a habit. I don't know who the guy was. I never knew him. Then realized this is the Rebbe. That's what their story tells me. Then, unfortunately, he left the yeshiva, and he told me, I went to Sheol Tachtis. Lately, I'm back a little bit. I'm married to a Jewish woman, I have a child. I belong to Orthodox synagogue. I'm in charge of the Hebrew school. I'm back. As I told them, tomorrow night tonight is the Aleph. It was Tuesday night. Tomorrow night is a Farbrengen. And Tishnas Hashvi'i and Vechom, 75 years. You must come. You must come. You're a Lubavitcher, you must come. Rabbi, you're crazy. In those days to travel for 3 hours in the car in those days was, you must come. Of course, it was not Tanya Shir that night. And the Shir was only about going to the Rebbe. But at the end of the night, he tells me, if I can rearrange my meetings, I'm going to go. 9 o'clock, he calls me up, Rabbi. I rearranged everything, I'm going. Okay, and we came the afternoon, we traveled to the Rebbe, we came to 770. He met Avremel and Berl, they remembered him, they put him right up front to the Rebbe. And this guy is quite a Gushim fellow. He put in front of the Rebbe. It's Aleph Nissan Zayin, exactly 44 years ago, tomorrow night. And this guy was crying, seeing the Rebbe looking at him. We traveled home. This fellow was very Sich. After Pesach, we said, I'm write a letter to the Rebbe. It was the Rebbe, the whole story, where he was, he learned, and the visiting, the walking to get to the mikveh, what happened after that, and right now where he is today. Long letter. 10 days later, or even less, I get a letter from the Rebbe. I letter it in English to him. I have a copy from it. The original still. How do I end it by me? And Rabbi Mandel writes to me and tells me, והספית ובבקשה לקרוא על הטלפון להסבירי כיד השם הטוב עליך. And the Rebbe writes to him the letter, a full page letter in English, and at the end, the guy Rebbe writes to him, I'm sorry, I don't have your address. We send it to our mutual friend, Rabbi Gopel. This guy is Rebbe calls him mutual friend. He almost it was a little bit azar, he knows how to create. Anyway, what's in the letter? The Rebbe says, was a pleasure to, after such a long interruption, to see you, to get your letter. And I'm happy to hear that you're back into, you're married and you're involved in education. The Rebbe continues. You write to me that you learned in Shivas Temchet Mimi. You should know, this yeshiva was established by the C.A. Yisrael the Rebbe Rashab and his son, the Farbrengen Rebbe. Ube Mesirus Nefesh. Therefore, in this Moised is invested the Koiches and Mesirus Nefesh from the Sea Yisrael. Is in you is the Koiches Mesirus Nefesh. Rebbe says. And the Rebbe continues. Gedusha loizozo mimkaimo. There is a broche shel the Atzloch in Kima Mitzvahs. When I got this letter, I'm telling you, I thought to myself, the letter is to him or to me. If the Rebbe expects a person like this kind of a letter, this kind of person, so far, David Zoxler, there's a high Rebbe. The letter I felt was really to me the letter. And the letter really shook me up. And I finished, another story happened tonight, Tovshim Memhei, but the Farbrengen from Rebbe. So Tovshim Memhei was the last Farbrengen from Rebbe with Aleph Nissan. Happened to be that we took a lot of people from West Hartford to the Farbrengen. Balabati, Mekurovim, a few vans went. It was a very big Elam. One of them was Abalabos, an old survivor, Big Veer. His son was Armakurov. And he came to the Rebbe, and I took him. And I put him up, if you remember, if you remember, by Aleph Nissan, Mr. Chase used to come every year, and he stayed next to the Rebbe. I like the closer. I put that guy next to him. This guy liked to say L'chaim, and this guy liked to sing. The guy never saw the Rebbe, never wrote to the Rebbe. The next morning, he called me, must talk to me. So look what happened, he says. I never saw the Rebbe. I never even been by the Rebbe. I never wrote to the Rebbe. I said L'chaim to the Rebbe. The Rebbe gave me a look, he was L'chaim. After that was a sikha. We spoke about some describing a situation happened to me. Nobody in the world knows it. How does the Rebbe know it? That's our Rebbe. And we can on the stories. I'll say, I think I'll took too much time here. I'll say L'chaim, and we don't need too much explanation. What is Nefmala Ba'Iseiro, Nesnala Oilomeiro? We know the schus from the David. We have to. That will help us to utilize the day, utilize the orb what the Rebbe is giving us, and giving, and we should utilize it and bring the or lemato. And to Meir's and Mismala Elomeiro, bring the Rebbe's or to the world. But that's definitely going to be the ultimate preparation when it comes of Mashiach. L'chaim, L'chaim.
L'chaim, Rabbi Gopin, Yashakeach, L'chaim. We're now going to hear from Rabbi Menachem Mendel Kaplan, Rabbi Mendel Kaplan of Flamingo, and that'll be followed by Rabbi Shalom Moshe Paltiel, who's not too far from the Holy Tzion. So, Rabbi Kaplan, L'chaim, please continue the Farbrengen. Looks like we're going to hear now from Rabbi Paltiel. Rabbi Kaplan will be back after. L'chaim, L'chaim.
L'chaim, L'chaim. It's a Farbrengen. I'm going to humbly request that people should open their cameras. I mean, because of the matzav that we're in. I'm very close to the El. I'll be there tomorrow. I'm not in a position where I could sit among Chassidim, Farbrengen. So this is my Farbrengen for Aleph Nissan. So let's open cameras. Let's see each other. We're sitting together. This is not requesting those who are comfortable. Let's be together. Let's say L'chaim, L'chaim. So like, I want to share also a story, which I shared before, but it's a Reicha story. There's a young man who lives today in Monsey, New York. Lubavitcher young man. His name is Michal Chazan. Grew up in a place called Gibraltar, a tiny little country called Gibraltar, somewhere in the middle of Europe, in a frum Svardische Mishpacha. That's his background. Comes from a frum Svardische Mishpacha, generations, Rabbonim. And he himself was a scholar to Chabad over the years, through Chabad in London, what have you. And eventually he came to learn in New York, in Morristown. He got interesting kiruvim from the Rebbe. Rab Melech Olav Shalom in Morristown took a liking to him and arranged for him a yechidus, apparently in Tafshin Lamed Zayin, Lamed Ches, when there was no longer a regular yechidus, and apparently he had a yechidus, and the Rebbe spoke to him about his ancestors, the Rabbonim of Gibraltar, Sfardish Rabbonim. But anyway, he had his own kiruvim and many stories. I'm just going to share one nekuda. He was home for Yom Tif once, Pesach, let's say, and then he's after Yom Tif coming back to 770 to New York. He had a minig that before he got onto a flight, he would call Maskidus and get a bracha from the Rebbe. This was his minig. He's going onto a flight, he needs a bracha. So he's about to leave Gibraltar to New York via London stopover. He calls up Maskidus, Rabbi Yamin Klein Avol Shalom answers the phone. He says, this is Michal Chazan from Gibraltar. I'm asking to be Mediyah the Rebbe that I'm taking a flight. I'm asking a bracha for the flight. Very good. He flies to London. He lands in London. And now he needs to make a phone call to get a bracha for the second leg of the trip. He looks for a payphone. And he calls up again and he reaches again Rabbi Klein. And he starts to say, this is Michal Chazan. He wants to get a bracha for the second leg of the trip. Rabbi Yamin says, are you the guy who called a couple of hours ago for a bracha? He says, yeah. He says, I have a message to you from the Rebbe. I went into the Rebbe's room with a pile of tzetlach, and on top was your zettel that you asked a bracha. The Rebbe looked up at me and he said, "Was macht die Schwester?" How is his sister? So Michal says that even though he was a budding chassid, but we all have a Yetzer Hara Nefesh Habamis, as we all well know, and they started to think that there must be a case of mistaken identity, because the Schwester, his sister, is a young married Svardische frum woman in Gibraltar, who never saw the Rebbe, as far as he knows, never wrote to the Rebbe, not really too interested in Lubavitch. So he doesn't know why the Rebbe is asking about it. So he says to Rabbi Klein, I'll try to find out. He's standing in an airport in London. He starts calling home. There's no answer. He calls his sister's home. There's no answer. He tries back and forth. And he forgets about it. He gets onto a plane to New York. It's a long flight from London to New York. Pretty much forgot the whole story. He lands in JFK, takes a taxi straight to 770. He walks into Maskiros. He tells Rabbi Klein, my name is Michal Chazan. Please be Mediyah that I arrived safely. Rabbi Klein says, it's good timing. I'm about to go into the Rebbe with a pile of zettlach. I'm going to write your zettel and put it on the pile. Within 5 minutes, they're running around 770 looking for him. Those who are old enough to remember when Rabbi Klein was looking for you, people would run around and send you to Maskiros. It was a whole thing. So he's summoned to Maskiros. He runs in. Rabbi Klein looks at him like, you did something wrong. He says, I went into the Rebbe's room with the pile. The Rebbe saw the top of the pile where it says Yetzettel. The Rebbe looked up and said, was macht die Schwester? I already asked once, how's his sister? So now Michal got nervous. So he starts calling again, back and forth. He finally reaches his mother. He says, Ima, how is my sister? How's she doing? So his mother says, I didn't want to tell you. You were traveling. I didn't want to burden you. But she's fighting for her life. He says, what do you mean? He says, she was pregnant. And she gave birth early, the 8th month, whatever it was, early. Baruch Hashem, the baby will be okay with the machines and everything else. She needs a nest. So he quickly writes in a zettel and he gets a bracha shortly thereafter. He calls his mother, assures her that the Rebbe gave his bracha. And Sfardish woman with a lot of emunah tzaddikim, she was heartened with the bracha and everything else. And of course, things worked out. A couple of weeks later, his sister is just starting to get better. She's out of ICU. Maybe she's home already. So he calls her up to talk to her. Was macht man? How are you? This is, a conversation, brother and sister. They haven't spoken in a few weeks. Mazel tov for the baby, mazel tov for your life, that you're alive. In passing, he had no idea that the connection, what happened here. She had no idea. In passing, he says to her, I want you to know you have a big zchus, a big zachut. The Rebbe asked about you twice. Suddenly, from the other side of the phone, he hears sobbing. His sister is sobbing uncontrollably. It took her 5 minutes to calm down, and he was very concerned because in her state, she shouldn't get so excited. And he's saying, what's wrong? What's going on? He's trying to calm her down, and she's sobbing uncontrollably. She says, Michal, how did the Rebbe know that I needed a bracha? Do you have any idea? He says, I don't know. I didn't really think about it. She says, let me tell you. She says, I'm being wheeled into the hospital. I'm in and out of consciousness. I'm losing blood. I hear the doctors talking. The doctors are rushing. We're losing her. I knew right then and there, even though I'm not a Chabadnik and I always teased you about your being a Lubavitcher, but I knew right then and there I need a bracha from the Rebbe, and I need it like right around now. So I turned to Ima, who was next to the stretcher, and I wanted to tell her she should call Michal, she should call you to get a bracha from the Rebbe. But the voice doesn't come out. I'm trying to turn to her to get a bracha, but I'm too weak to speak. I'm like, ah. And Ima says, relax. But they keep taking me in. I hear what's going on. I'm not stupid. I hear all the conversations, the doctors, the nurses. We're losing her, code this, code that. It's not a good situation. So again, I turn around to Ima. I need to get a bracha, but nothing comes out. And Ima says, relax. Whatever you want to tell me, you'll tell me tomorrow. Right now, just relax. What am I going to do? So I knew I needed a bracha. I said, I laid down on the stretcher. I closed my eyes. I remembered that one of the times you twisted my arm to learn with me a Perek Tanya. You learn with me Perek Beis and Tanya, where it explains what a Rebbe is. It's not just a tzaddik, not a big tzaddik, a gigantic tzaddik. That is a neshama close. It's your neshama, as Rabbi Shapiro explained before. It's who you are. It's your Rosh. So I closed my eyes. I said, Rebbe, if you're the Rosh, you feel me. Give me a bracha. It's a Reiche Maisa on many levels. It's a Maisa Shahoya Kachoya. I read it in a book. It's a Balshemske Maisa. And a few weeks later, I saw it on Michal at the oil. I ran over to him. It's true. He didn't even know that it was printed in the book. But the Reiche of the Maisa, also for now, one of the pluses and minuses of Zoom, you don't know who you're talking to. That's a minus. And there's a plus. You don't know who you're talking to. It could be Zkanim and the Adim. But many of us who weren't here before Gimel Tammuz, whatever it is, didn't feel they have a kesher before Gimel Tammuz. The reality is, a Rebbe. This girl was sitting in Gibraltar. She never wrote, she never called, she never visited. She didn't show interest. But she was a chelik from this neshama klolus, period. That's all it took. And all it took for her to turn around and say, so for us post Gimel Tammuz, even those who saw, I'm sure feel lonely. Befrat those who didn't. We have to reach out, and there's no question that we're lacking and we're waiting for that moment every second. But to reach out and to call. And you hear a lot of times people say, I don't know how to speak to the Rebbe, I don't know what to say, I don't know how to express myself. The story brings it out beautifully. He didn't know what to say. The voice didn't come out. The Rebbe heard it. The Rebbe knows it. The Rebbe felt it. I want to just echo some of the messages that were mentioned earlier by Ableib and others, that the Rebbe is the Rebbe of Gans Klal Yisrael, but the beauty and the kavanah and the nekuda is to look at the Yochid. And thank you, Ableib, for that word of Yedei Ani is Tachazei Reich. Yedei Ani, Moshe Rabbeinu knows that every Yid is part of the picture. There's no Yid that's excluded. But the nekuda, one of the nekudas that I think are important, not just the godless from Rebbe, but the tirekite of each of us from Rebbe. Each of us should know today's Yom HaBoy, Yud Aleph Nissan, the Rebbe's Yom HaLedes. And the Rebbe is a Rebbe from Gans Klal Yisrael, from the whole world. He's bringing us to the Geulah. To personalize it and realize that each of us as an individual is part and parcel and pivotal and critical to that plan. I'll share with you a story that happened in this room. I was meeting with a bar mitzvah boy. His name is Gabe. And you meet before the bar mitzvah, you meet with the rabbi, the bar mitzvah boy, his mother, his father, you talk about the bar mitzvah, you try to get the boy to make achlota, put on tefillin. We're having a conversation. So we talked about tefillin, and he said, I say Shema every morning and every night, and I'm going to start putting on tefillin. So to engage the boy, I said, do you know that you have to close your eyes when you say Shema Yisrael and cover it with your hand? He said, of course. So I said, do you know why? And I was sure the kid would say no, and I would explain to him, hey, kavana, intention, personality, whatever it is, personalize it. To my surprise, this little gay public school kid says to me, I know. When I say Shema, I close my eyes and I concentrate. And I'll tell you why, he said, Rabbi. I realize and I think that there's nothing more important to me than God, and there's nothing more important to God than me. I got up from this chair and I turned around and gave this kid a hug. This is before the days when you can get sued for doing such a thing. The beauty is that there's nothing more important to us than God. Every religion believes that. That's not the contribution of Judaism. Every religion says God is everything, and don't mess. The contribution of Yiddishkeit is that every Yid's a ben Yachid, every Yid was chosen. As Rabbi Nu spoke earlier, every Yid was chosen to be part of the Kavanah. That's Yiddishkeit. The Bonai Anitzarich. So translate is Tzadikim Deimen Lebeiram. Tzadikim work in the way of their Creator. And every chassid feels he has to be on a Farbrengen tonight. The whole world's talking about the Rebbe. It's so many years later, and it's getting bigger and greater, yard to yard, etc., etc. We want to be part of it. But the point is that each of us should realize there's nothing more precious to us than our Rebbe, and there's nothing more precious to the Rebbe than each of us as an individual. A parent to a parent, each child is an only child. Baal Shem Tov says that every Yid is a ben Yachid, an only child born at old age, which certainly is true by tzaddikim, and the Rebbe writes clearly that a Rebbe Chassidim is Yolde Mamish, not Ki'ilu Yolde, as if, but literally children. But the truth is, every parent knows that their child is to them like an only child. The saying goes, you're only as happy as your least happy child. Each of our children is Negeya, is completely touches the depths of our heart, their happiness and their success, etc., etc. If this is true by us mere mortals, simple people, how much more so a Rebbe? So the conversation of Yud Aleph Nissan, who's leading us, who's carrying us, we see it with our own eyes. We see it with our own eyes. It's not even a matter of emunah anymore. We take people to the oil, and I tell them, forget that I have a black hat, forget that I'm a Lubavitcher. This place is real. You're walking into the throne room. You know what I mean? Just watch what you say, watch what you think. It's a fact. It's a reality. And it's a whole katzei table. Havdol goyim. I mean, we see how the Rebbe feared and how he's taking care of each one. But the point is to personalize it. I want to share with my chaverim, shluchim, shluches, anash, anoshim, noshim, v'taf, whoever may be listening, that let's take Yud Aleph Nissan to realize that as much as the Rebbe is precious to us, we are precious to the Rebbe as an individual. None of us is dispensable. Each of us is a child, and each of us is needed. Our little contribution, our little hachlata that we write in gives nachas ruach, our little bracha that we write in. And like any parent that ever wants to hear from us, he wants to hear our nachas ruach, our duchim. For sure, each of us writes on a monthly basis to the Rebbe, or maybe more often. It's something that I didn't do for many years. And some of my friends by Farbrengen inspired me. And now I try to do it on a monthly basis. Pasha to write everything that goes on, and you're reporting. Some of my balabatim are doing it now, reporting to the general. The Rebbe wants to hear it, Labonai Anitzarich, but also our challenges, our personal challenges. One of the when we go into mail and we go in with trembling, which we should, but to understand also that the Rebbe is there and he knows about us and there's a simcha and he's taking care of us, and to go like a child to a father, like a ben yachid to a father, where I can tell him everything. Moshe Hurst is Farbrengen here on Long Island many years ago with the Shluchim. And it was a tough time for a number of Shluchim then. It was after 2008, financial crisis. And after the formal Farbrengen was over, a few of us sat with him and sharing some of the headaches. And Moshe is stark. He listened, one of the senior Shluchim. He had special kerubim from the Rebbe. And he said, after we all kvetched, he said, go to the oil. He can handle it. This was his line. A lot of us still live with it. He can handle it. So Tayrech Anash, Tayrech friends, he can handle it. Let's share it with the Rebbe like any child, any parent wants. Their child should tell them, if I have a child that Rahman is going through a big challenge or whatever, or a good thing, and they don't share it with me, I'll be hurt. This is unser Tata, and he can handle it to share like a child. I'm not a mashpia, but I'm going to venture to say that there's the chassid, and there's also the child. You know, I have a dear friend. We were sitting at Farbrengen by one of the off-trips of one of my kids. I already made 2 or 3 shidduchim. And this friend of mine had lined up shidduchim and beautiful kids, and nothing was happening. So we sat a whole Shabbos afternoon at the off-trip. We said, L'chaim. And finally said to me, you know, I need a bra. What's going on? It's stuck. Everyone knows what shidduchim, the bottleneck, right? Once it opens. And I know this fellow is a Chassidishe young man, head and shoulders above. And so I said to him, how often do you go to the Rebbe? He's a Chassidishe Yid. How often does he go? He only goes with a proper hachana. He goes with a maimer bal peh. I mean, he goes like Chassidim of old. I said to him, look, I don't hold a candle to you. I don't even know what hachana means. A real hachana, I know to go to the mikveh and I don't eat. I drink my coffee. That's what I know. But I want to just tell you what I do know. And when we have a need, you have to go and cry. So I like the Chassidic stuff and everything else, and I respect you. I mean, this is Bemis, a guy who knows him sheikhim. I mean, he's off the charts. I speak to him totally with respect and with humility, but at the same time, I said, hello, you have a father, Abba Kadisha. Did you go and cry, or you go and get Chassidic? You're going with all that chanas. Go in, and he started arguing with me. It was a whole little fight. P.S. He called me Sunday night. The next day, he said, I went. And wouldn't you know that things started happening? Ain't say that. So, without wissen that the Rebbe is tired by uns, wir sind tired by him. Every single one of us. If you ever doubt it, it's the Yetzer Hara. If I ever doubt it, it's the Yetzer Hara. It's a sheker. It's a lie. Think of the girl in Gibraltar. Think of all the Yidden in our Chabad houses who never saw the Rebbe. And they come running. They come running for important dates. They come running, they feel connected. I have a Yid. I want to share with you something here, but I have a Yid in our community. His name is Arnie Hers. He gerade had a Farbrengen tonight, a Zoom Farbrengen in Port Washington. I was not available. He said, what are we doing? I said, I don't know. I was busy. I said, Arnie, after COVID, we'll make a Farbrengen. Lately, he was in Scotty. We started writing a monthly duch and going to the oil. And the Bemis became Shema Shabbos the last year and a half, 2 years. And these mamish like a chassid. So this guy, we started a group for the Sichos when Project the Sichos came out a year ago, Yud Shvat. So he started reading the Sichos. And first, he didn't know what's going on. He's a smart guy, but all in English. So we got together every week and we would discuss it. And then COVID hit and we went on to Zoom. Long story short, we have a group of come out 20 people, 15 to 20 people who are reading at least one sikh of the week, and we have a share together. It's a pretty high level group. I mean, doctors, attorneys, etc. And he's very involved. So every week after the sikha, some of you may have seen him, he spoke on the siyum of the project because the sikha is the first sefer. So every week after the sikha, he would write a kitzur. He's a lawyer, he's very organized, so he would write like a chazorah of what we learned. So this is a sikha that he wrote. This is from last year, Pekudei. In Pekudei, the Rebbe speaks the sikha Chelik Yud Aleph. That the Rebbe speaks there, that's what? That basically Moshe Rabbeinu is the one who puts up the Mishkan, and all of our Aveda is wonderful, but it's culminated through Moshe Rabbeinu and etc., etc. And there's a very strong language of his kashrus. I remember when we learned the Sikha, I wasn't sure how hard to lay it on. I mean, they read it from the Sikha. It's straight there in the text. And I gave it over, whatever it is. He sent this around to the group the next day, and he wrote the kitzur of the Sikha. And then, in addition to the Sikha, to the kitzur, he writes my thoughts, his own thoughts. This is a Yid who at the time had just become Shemesh Shabbos, I'm going to say 6 months earlier. Here's his thoughts. The essential role of the Rebbe in my life. The Sikha caused the most profound shift in my understanding of the role of the Rebbe in my life. He's much more than a wise teacher and benefactor. Rather, and most significantly, my soul is a piece of his, and our souls and missions are intertwined at the deepest level. We're both essential and indispensable. This is coming from so Madach, Yidden who didn't see the Rebbe and Yidden who are coming from the outside, we're seeing how it's reaching everybody, how much more so each of us. To know that we're part of it, to know nothing changed. I want to share also a vart in this vein of the Rebbe, which is in Likutei Sichos in Ha'ara. The Rebbe says, regarding our matzav now, post Gimel Tammuz, the Rebbe says that the Negeya, it's a Zayin Adar Sikha, I believe, that B'Negeya Haman Arasha says that when Haman decided to make the Gzeira of Purim, he made a Geidel. It came out in Chedesh Adar. So he was Samach Simcha Gedela. He was very happy because Chedesh Adar is the month Shemeis Moshe Rabbeinu, that Moshe Rabbeinu died. So the Gemara says, "V'lo ha'yidea," but he didn't know the other side of the story. What a fool! He was happy that Moshe Rabbeinu died, and he lo ha'yidea. He didn't know. That's the Gemara. Shebezayin b'Shiva b'Adar Meis, B'Shiva b'Adar Neilad. Then the 7th of Adar he died, and the 7th of Adar he was born. That's what it says in the Gemara. He says that Moshe Haman thought he's a big chacham. He only knew half of the story. Moshe Rabbeinu died. He didn't know that he died and he was born. So the Rebbe asks there. The Rebbe asked there a few questions. First of all, why would he not know? No one accuses Haman of not being smart. He was smart. He was a kishev macher. He knew all kind of stuff, magic. He was knowledgeable. He knew the death. Why wouldn't he know the birthday? What's the cheshbon? That's number one. Number two is, why does the Gemara repeat that he didn't know that he died on that day and he was born? He knew that he died on that day. Samach Simcha Gedela. He knew that Moshe Rabbeinu passed away on that day. How come the Gemara has to repeat? But Haman didn't know that on 7th of Adar he passed, and the 7th of Adar he was born. The fact that he passed on 7th of Adar, he did know. Why does the Gemara repeat it? And then the Rebbe says, why in that order? You're born before you die. It should have said that Haman didn't know that he was born and he passed on that day. The whole thing is strange. A, why didn't he know the day of birth? B, why does it mention that he didn't know the day of passing when he did know it? Why is the Gemara repeating that piece when it's trying to say only one point, that he didn't know the day of the birth? And out of order. Where it could have simply said that Haman didn't know that he was also born on that day. And what in fact it says, he didn't know that he passed on that day and he was born on that day. Says the Rebbe, this is a mugadik ha'ara in the Likutei Sichos. Says the Rebbe, it doesn't mean that Haman didn't necessarily know the date. He probably did. He was knowledgeable. The same way he knew the birthday, he knew also the yahrzeit. Or vice versa. The vart is, the Rebbe explains there that about the nitzchis of a nasi. That a nasi's life is nitzchi, it's forever, it's in the chsidim, and etc., all the explanations. And this he didn't know. So the Rebbe reads the Gemara. Haman was a big chacham. He said, oh, he was Samach Simcha Gedela. He was so happy that Moshe Rabbeinu mace on Zayin Adar. The lo ha'yidea, he didn't get it. He didn't know that B'Shiva b'Adar mace, B'Shiva b'Adar neilad. That on Gimel Tammuz is a histalkus, and then subsequently is a Hilada. That on Gimel Tammuz is histalkus, and subsequently is Chayim Nitzchi, and leapt because of Hu B'Chayim and everything else that the Rebbe explains that the Rebbe leapt. And a shluchim have the vantage point that you see it, Pasha, Yidden, I don't want to say Fremde Yidden, there's no Fremde Yidden, there never was, it certainly isn't now. But you see it more, you touch a Yid with the Rebbe. You know, my friend Rabbi Kaplan, who's going to speak in a minute, has many stories. The people he brought, you bring them and they touch the oil, they walk in, they don't need you. They have a direct connection. Tonight, as we speak, there was a Farbrengen in my town for Aleph, Nissan, which I was not involved in. They had their own Zoom. Rabbi, if you're not available, no problem. We're celebrating the Rebbe's birthday. So the Zach left, the Rebbe left, there's mittuns, and he's taking care of each of us. We see it in our Mukurabim, we see it in our children. We see it in our children. In our home tonight, we did a little l'chaim, and each of the kids had to say why they're thankful for Yud Aleph Nissan. And each one said what are they thankful as Rebbe. And by the time I listened to everybody, my thanks was as Chabar Rebbe was meine Kinder haben Rebbe. And this is Huba Chaim. This is the Rebbe's keches. This is not normal. This is not something that we ever imagined. But this is a fact and a reality. People ask, how do you have Chassidishe kids? You have to say Kapitel Tilim. That's number one. And I want to just give a practical suggestion that we do in our home Friday night by the Shabbos table. You ready for this? You're sitting down. We sing camp songs. We sing camp songs. Besides the other songs, we sing the songs that they make in camp in English. Mama Loshen about the Rebbe. The kids understand it. They have sheets. We even have a songbook in our family. It's called the Paltia Family Songbook. We update it from time to time to get into that songbook. It has to be a song that really jerks the heart, that makes mommy cry. And then, with the Kapitel Tilim, the Kinder Wesen ze haben a Rebbe. And I want to just conclude with this. It was said earlier by Shapiro, Rabbi Shenu echoed it, that we talk about the Haskalah. I don't know if we're such maskilim, but the idea that what is the message of a neshama klal is that there's only one neshama in the generation, we're all part of it. So I'm going to share a thought which I think is useful and something that I heard some years back, and I think about it every single day. That it's known that when Rabbi Yitzchak Groner al Vechom from Melbourne, Australia, who I knew well, I spent 2 years there. So he had numerous stories from the Rebbe from the early years before the Messias, when the Rebbe was still the Ramash. And numerous stories where the Rebbe would come down from upstairs for the Frierdiker Rebbe, and the Bachrim were standing in the vestibule, and the Rebbe would give messages. The Bachrim, I guess, knew he was coming from the Frierdiker Rebbe, and they would hang around, and they would often get treated to beautiful things. Famously, the Rebbe once came down from upstairs. The Bachrim was standing in the vestibule. And our Rebbe said to the Bachrim, as the Rebbe will, as do and do and do and do, so Pashat Ken and learning, that you should know how to learn. You should be lumdim, whatever it is. Apparently, various stories. I have Rabbi Groner's Adam on here, and Rabbi Groner's son, my dear cousin Hashvi'i. So if I'm wrong, you will correct me. I don't know how you're going to correct me because they're not going to mute you, or maybe you're speaking next. But anyway, the story I wanted to point out, I see also this Einiklach here. The story I wanted to point out is that one time the Rebbe came, the Rebbe, the Ramash, the Rebbe came down from upstairs, and Rabbi Yitzchak David Groner al Vechom was in the lobby there by the elevator with a few other guys, and the Rebbe came down and said, "Jeder Tomim darf trachten wegen Rebbe, jeden in the free noch birchas hashachar." Every chassid, every Tomim should think about the Rebbe every morning after the morning blessings. And then the Rebbe apparently paused. And he said, the Farbrengen Shachar, or before the morning blessings, and he started to cry. That's the story. So I heard this story. It's a very geschmacka story, but I questioned it. What does it mean before Birchas HaShachar? Before Birchas HaShachar, what do? You say, Meidani Lefanecha. So what do you mean? Before Birchas HaShachar, you're thinking about the Rebbe. Like, how does that work? How does that work in the hierarchy? How does that work in the system? Before Birchas HaShachar, he didn't even say, thank God that I'm alive. Wie kommt da rein, the Sidereno? How are you going to fit it in? So by Chassidishe Farbrengen, one of the Chassidishe Yidden brought this up, and he said this. He said exactly what Rabbi Shapiro said earlier, that in Chassidism, we say that there's a neshama klal. It's not just, if it's a big neshama, and then we're a bunch of little neshamas. There's only one neshama in every day. It's a mind-boggling thought. If you think about it. Not pshat a grace Rebbe and we're linked. There's only one neshama. And every neshama that's zecher to be in the day is part of that neshama. And the healthiest form of that, of every neshama, is to realize that all he is a prat of that neshama clothes. So the Chassid said by his Farbrengen, this was after many hours of Farbrengen, he said, you wake up in the morning, Farbrengen Hashecha, and you say, thank you, Eibishter, you gave me back my neshama. It's supposed to make me happy. We all know what's my neshama. It's not such a high neshama. It's not such a great neshama to celebrate. It's not a party. But when you chapsach that, what is my neshama? And what is your neshama? What is the neshama of every one of us? It's the neshama of our Rebbe. It's a different, it's a reason to celebrate. It's a reason to get out of bed. And I heard this vart on every single day since. I'm not going to say every single day, but for days, very often. You wake up in the morning, it's a different day, it's a different neshama. We're not chassidim of the Rebbe. All there is our Rebbe, as the Rebbe said by Heitevis, when the alle Iberik is and zugebunden. Each of us is part and parcel, though, and critical and loved and known by name and indispensable, as Gabe said wisely. There's nothing more precious to him than each of us and our chlotis and our simple behaviors. Rabbi Shapiro said we have to not leave it in hergish, we have to bring it down in practical. But the Rebbe didn't expect us to climb to the heavens. It's simple. We have to be from, we have to daven like a chassid, Pirish HaMilas, we have to learn Rambam, Sefer HaMitzvos, whatever it is, Miftzayim, we have to do the Rebbe's program. It's not earth-shattering. It's relatively simple. And to do it, b'simcha over tuv levav, and then our neshama is connected to this neshama from dead and dem Eden, which is a tremendous cause for joy. L'chaim, mazel tov, and afreidach and Aleph Nissan. L'chaim.
L'chaim, thank you very much, Rabbi Paltil. L'chaim. The next speaker, the next one who will continue the Farbrengen, will be Rabbi Avtzin. I wanted to just mention an interesting piece of a story, because the story may be too lengthy for right now, but the Rebbe once expressed to a certain chassid in appreciation for something that he did. He chose to go against his own will and do something, follow a request that the Rebbe made of him, and it was a very deep personal request, not to go to Eretz Yisrael and to stay somewhere else. The Rebbe said, he thanked him, and he said, you know, really, I would have liked to have been in the time of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. And, but I'm here now, which just has so much to show us that the Rebbe chose to be our Rebbe, the Rebbe in this time, and to join us. And this is the day of Yud Aleph Nissan. So we have a lot to Farbrengen. I'd like to ask Rabbi Mordechai Avtzin, Shliach in Asia and in Hong Kong, to share with us and continue the Farbrengen. Unmute, please.
I see that my request to put the cameras on worked in the reverse.
L'chaim, l'chaim.
Chaim v'bracha.
I just want to follow up with what Rabbi Paltil was saying. Just to expand that thought a little bit. Moida Ani, when people say Moida Ani, it's common for people to mistranslate the words of Moida Ani. They say, Shechazarta binishmasi bechemla rabba emunasecha. The meaning of Moida Ani is actually Shechazarta binishmasi bechemla rabba emunasecha, that your faith and your trust in me, Ribono Shel Olam, is very great. Was haste that you gave me another day. That's when you speak specifically for that day. But when you speak about specifically that you put me in the Doir Hashvi'i, and as the Rebbe himself shared with us in the Maimer of Basi Legani Tafshin Yud Aleph, that Doir Hashvi'i is not toloi in the particular uftu that the individual did, but the mere fact that he's Shvi makes him Shvi. And that the Rebbe was mezaka that Shvi status to everyone that is mekusher to him. And that the Rebbe said that everyone should do their own thing. The Rebbe will help us wherever he can. And as we see in those of us who were zoicha to see this with our own eyes, and even those who are seeing it only through video clips, and sometimes have a greater hiskashrus than even those who did see it with their own eyes, which is also part of the miracle of the Hashvi'i, is that the Rebbe would often, people would say, I'll try my best. And the Rebbe says, no, don't try your best. I'm perhaps paraphrasing. Don't try your best. Try the best of the Eibishter's Asagas. In the Eibishter's Asagas, everything is possible. There's no such thing of something that's not possible. If you just set yourself to doing it, that you are merely an extension, you are merely a limb of the Rebbe. Imagine if the Rebbe was doing this himself. Would it get done? There's absolutely no question it would get done. So the fact that you were zoicha to be the one, the shliach, the individual who is just executing this, is makes it doable as well. So I wanted to share with you a story that I recently experienced that drove this message very, very much home. So like many shluchim, one of my regular drills, unfortunately, is dealing with people in prison. Many people come to Hong Kong. Now Hong Kong's borders are closed, but when borders were open, and they thought, these are third world country people, we can pull wool over their eyes, and they do all kinds of shenanigans, and they land up in a very, very draconian jail custodial situation. It's not because Hong Kong has dangerous jails like other places where other shluchim have to deal with. It's actually one of the safest places if you chas v'shalom end up in jail. But it's draconian in the sense that there's very, very little rehabilitation there. There's very little to keep your mind occupied with anything meaningful, and you can go insane, and the sentences can be very long, very harsh, and so on. So even though they were built on the English system, when it comes to sentencing, they have their own kind of system. Anyway, recently, there was a man there that just left a few days ago. Lemisporum, it was March 17. And March 17 happened to be also his 80th birthday, Shnas HaShmoinim, the completion of his Shnas HaShmoinim. He became 80 years old. Why was this person in jail? What in the world is an 80-year-old man doing in jail? So truth be said, that in many jurisdictions, he would be not qualified to be jailed because his crime was kind of white collar. There was absolutely no violence. Nobody got hurt. I'm not even sure if they ever proved this crime. His primary crime was that he jumped bail when he was originally arrested in Hong Kong, and then foolishly found himself on a connecting flight through Hong Kong, and the authorities waited for him, and as soon as the plane landed in Hong Kong, even though it was only for a half hour or an hour layover, he was arrested and he was put in jail. Very, very unhealthy man. All kinds of health problems, a tracheotomy, lung problems, past history with pneumonia. He spent most of his jail sentence in the hospital at huge expense to the Hong Kong government. It made absolutely no sense on anybody's level. So immediately we took up this case and we challenged Hong Kong that they should allow him to carry out his sentence in his homeland, which happens to be Eretz Yisrael. So even though there isn't a formal agreement for transfer of prisoners between Hong Kong and Eretz Yisrael, in this particular case, we basically got all the formalities done. But along came our dear friend, Mr. COVID, and everything went to pot. Everything, nobody had time for this. This immediately dropped down on the bottom of the totem pole. Nobody had time for this. If we get him out on his release date, we'll be lucky. So I asked, when is his release date? March 17. We're in touch with his children in Eretz Yisrael. They said, Abba, March 17, 17 למרץ. זה יום הולדת ה-80 שלו. This is his 80th birthday. No, mazel tov. Okay, so at least we hope that we would get him out for that time. About 6 weeks ago, or 7 weeks ago, after 1 year of not flying to Eretz Yisrael, Cathay Pacific announced that they have a flight, but it will be subject to confirmation as we get closer to the date. Help the Rebbe that March 17th was a Wednesday. The Friday beforehand, he fell ill again and he was taken to intensive care in the hospital. All this time, I was unable to visit him because they didn't allow any visits to the hospital because of the virus. But diplomats were allowed to go under very, very special circumstances and with special invitations and with special diplomatic immunity and so on and so forth. So we work and cooperated very much with the Israeli consulate. And my dear friend Gadi from the Israeli consulate calls me on Friday and he says, Tishkach mizeh, forget it, this guy is not going home. I said, what happened? He says, you don't know? He said, he's in the hospital, he's in intensive care. I said, no, how can I know? They don't call me. He's in the hospital every Sheni v'Chamishi, unfortunately. He says, no. This time it's very serious. This time he's in the hospital, he's in intensive care. And the doctor says he doesn't know, it could be a while until he travels. No, anyway, to not bore you with the details, that becomes a very, very, very complicated situation in Hong Kong, because according to Hong Kong, the jail cannot hold him 1 minute after his release day. So he goes into a different facility called a detention center from the immigration department, which is on the one hand newer, but on the other hand could even be more devastating because he's absolutely in total isolation there. And sometimes there could be few people there, sometimes there could be no people there. So it's a horrible experience. Anyway, all right. Bekitzer, Monday, it's already 2 days beforehand, I get a call. He's been released from intensive care. And El Al also has a flight. The flight of Cathay Pacific is not sure because they don't know if they have enough people traveling. El Al is flying as well. This is their first flight in about a year to Eretz Yisrael on this day. I said, we must get him onto a plane. So I'm speaking to the people of El Al and I'm explaining the situation, and the people of El Al are all very, very sympathetic that indeed he must get on this plane. But of course, he needs a doctor to issue him a travel-worthy certificate that he can go onto the plane. Okay? So meanwhile, I figured the doctor may very well require him to have a paramedic. Can't send the paramedic from Hong Kong to Eretz Yisrael because that paramedic, when he comes back to Hong Kong, will have to quarantine for 3 weeks. No one's going to do that. What we can do is we could bring a paramedic from Eretz Yisrael on the plane. El Al should register him as part of their tzevet, part of their staff, and he would stay with the staff either on the plane or in a hotel right at the airport for a few hours, and then turn around and be the paramedic to release him. Anyway, we explained the whole situation to El Al. But for some reason, by the time it got to this person and to that person and to another person, the answer came that they will only allow him to be with a paramedic. But by that time, the flight had left Tel Aviv, and it was too late to get a paramedic on. So the answer was then, sorry, we cannot take the passenger. It's too risky. Anyway, we tried to turn the world upside down. We called every minister that we know in the Israeli government. We called... Who didn't we call? And the answer was very clear that he cannot go. I'm thinking to myself, what would the Rebbe say about this? The Rebbe would just say, get it done. You just do what you need to do and just get it done. So determined to get him onto the plane, tried every single thing. Finally, a friend of mine says, did you call so-and-so who used to be here in El Al in Hong Kong? I said, he's still with El Al? I know that they let off 50, 60% of their staff, if not more. He says, what are you talking about? He's very, very senior in El Al. So I call him, he's in Eretz Yisrael by now. And I said, listen, my dear friend, I need you to help. You must help out the situation. And here is what we saw, the Hashgacha Elyoina. And here is, at least I'm speaking about, I can only speak for myself. Here is where I saw what it means, the schus to be the Rebbe's shliach. You know, the Rebbe, we know, sees things and always saw things in a way that the average human being is incapable of seeing. And because of the way he saw things, he saw that everything was, as we say in Chinglish, there's a language called English, there's a language called Chinese. There's a language that's called Chinglish. It's the way some of the Chinese speak English. And that is can do. You know, everything you can do. Everything is possible. Everything can do la, as the Chinese like to say. Can do la. So can do. So by the Rebbe, everything was doable. It's just a matter if you're willing to make the effort. But once you're willing to make the effort, everything can do. But here we have everything locked. He hears the situation. He says, listen, I understand that the doctor is a very, very nice person, but the doctor is just concerned that, God forbid, the person will have a medical emergency. Where's the plane going to land? In between, it flies very close to all kinds of unfriendly countries, unfriendly skies, and therefore he just can't let it in. I said, listen, can you do something? He says, listen, I'll try to speak to the doctor. Calls me back a half hour later, and he says to me, Mordechai, I spoke to the doctor. He's not changing his position, but he's willing to talk to you. And if there is somebody on the plane who's like a paramedic, then he's willing to consider it. I said, great. He said, as soon as I send you his number, you call him. I'm waiting there with a bated breath, waiting there to make this call to the doctor. I'm holding the phone in my hand because literally there's hours left of the flight and there's still a ton of all kinds of logistics and all kinds of procedural stuff for the immigration department to take the guy out and to process the papers and do everything and so on and so forth. Suddenly I get a ping on my phone and I look at the doctor's name and I literally almost fall off my seat. I said, this cannot be. This must be a different doctor. The name of the doctor is a doctor that I was introduced to by a person who became a kurv to Yiddishkeit and became eventually a Lubavitcher, Nebuchadnezzar, auf jener Welt. But but he introduced me to this doctor by the last name. I said, no, this is too good to be true. This is too good to be true. But I figured I'm going to try. So I called this doctor. Let's just call him Dr. Cohen. And I called this doctor. I said, Dr. Cohen, your name rings a bell. Were you close to my dear friend and your dear friend, Naftali, alav hashalom? He says, of course I was. He said, and he introduced me to you as well once. So I thought to myself, this is incredible. So I said to him, listen, what are we going to do about this situation? He says, let me speak to somebody on the plane who's going there, who knows first aid, we'll work it out. And I thought to myself, here I was, banging my head against the wall and saying that it's impossible. There's nothing that we can do. No one is going to go against his doctor. The doctor's name is not going to be given to me by anybody. Why in the world would he expose himself to somebody sitting in Hong Kong and so on? But the Rebbe already planned this that through our schus of being shluchim, the Rebbe actually bound every Jew in this generation in a way that Jews have never been bound before. Why? Because the Rebbe shared with us a collective mission of bringing heaven down to earth. And since every Jew has a key to one of the pieces of the puzzle, therefore every Jew is intrinsically connected with every other Jew. So even the Jew who's telling you that your desire cannot be met, even as noble as it is, there's no such thing. Once these people are revealed that they are part of the overall plan of Avos Yisrael, which is the Rebbe's, of course, one of the 10 Mitzvahim, but Avos Yisrael, not in theoretical Avos Yisrael, not in espousing Avos Yisrael, but in actually carrying this out. So from the Rebbe's perspective, this is nothing. This is a challenge. This is what you're worried about. This is what you're losing sleep over. And the Rebbe kind of opened up his door and he said to me, look here, Mordechai, look how simple this issue is. You just put the pieces together and the puzzle clicks and you don't need any more. And to me, this drove a very, very important lesson home. Whenever we take on a challenge that seems to be well beyond us, just imagine the Rebbe dealing with this issue. But in this particular case, the Rebbe is saying, I need you to be the messenger boy. I need you to deliver this to this person and this to that person. And everything is a kesher nitzchi. Every pula toiva is a toiva nitzchis. And it stays registered. The fact that you forgot about it, that happens to be your weakness. That's tzur yelot chateshi, vatishkach kel mechelelecha. But it's there. It's there. There's no such thing as impossible. In the Rebbe's world, the word impossible simply didn't exist. In fact, the word difficult didn't exist as well. So any difficulty is merely a figment of our imagination. I remember many, many years ago, as a Bach in Yeshiva, I went on Merkashlichus with another Bach in Yeshiva who eventually became my brother-in-law, Leizer Shem Tov from Uruguay. And we went to the southern coast of Spain, known as Costa del Sol. And we had an activity there for a particular age group. We went into some kind of stationery store just to look for little notepads or whatever. And there was nothing that we could buy. It was just like a kind of frustrating kind of, for young Bachram, it was a frustrating kind of experience. Spoiled Americans who just go into Costco or go into Walgreens and get whatever they want to get. And here you couldn't even get a pad of paper or something like that. So my dear Shvager, later became my Shvager, threw up his hands. He said, what kind of place is this? Overhearing us was a Spanish goy. And he comes over to us and he says, are you Jewish? So we said, yes, we are. He says, let me tell you something. You're surprised that this place is so backwards? Nothing to be surprised about at all. This is backwards because ever since they drove the Jews out of here, this country became a basket case, and it will remain, in his opinion, a basket case af ewig, forever. And then he told us a line which literally blew us away. I'll say it first in Spanish, and then I'll try to translate it in English. He said, estamos como estamos, porque somos lo que somos. In other words, we are what we are because we are who we are. You know, we often, like the chief rabbi, Rabbi Sachs, said that he would try to explain to the Rebbe why he was not doing things when he came to interview the Rebbe. And the Rebbe kind of turned the tables on him, and he interviewed him, and he asked him, what is he doing for Jewish students in Cambridge? And he said, like, the English construct sentences like nobody else that actually say nothing. And he was trying to construct a sentence and say, well, I find myself in these particular circumstances. And the Rebbe very gently, politely cut him off and said, no. Nobody finds themselves in any circumstances. People put themselves in circumstances. Well, Baruch Hashem, our circumstances are that we are shluchim of the Rebbe. And the gift of being shluchim of the Rebbe is that nothing is difficult and everything is doable. And if it's not, the problem is not with the challenge that we're facing. The problem is our eyes and the way they're looking at that challenge. Once we realize that we are shluchim of the Rebbe, that we have a connection, then everything, as they say, can do. L'chaim.
L'chaim Livrocha, thank you very much, Rabbi Afton. We have a few people here. I see joined us. L'chaim, L'chaim. I see now we're hitting all the continents here. I see Rabbi Greenberg just joined. Mazel tov to Rabbi Greenberg for the recent chasna. I see Rabbi Groner, who was mentioned earlier. He's back with us, and I think by him it may already be Yud Beis Nissan, or maybe it's already Yud Gimel Nissan. And I understand we have a few other shluchim who are going to join us too. I understand Rabbi Yisrael Darren is here, although I don't see him on the. I don't see him here. So if Rabbi Groner, if you share with us just a few words, and then you'll come back on, because here it's by us it's still Leil Yud Aleph Nissan.
By us it's Yud Aleph Nissan still also.
Oh really? Oh wow! Chap that eye.
It's 4:00 in the afternoon.
Uh-huh.
Shki is
Okay.
in about 3.5 hours.
Share with us a word, and then we'll continue with the do the people in Australia call us the people up over?
Passover.
That's what we're coming up to. L'chaim, l'chaim.
L'chaim, l'chaim. In this very special day, and the koiches from the day of Yud Aleph Nissan, the Mazali gave it from Rebbe and from alle Yidden, as was mentioned already. So it's a talk from Tfilis and Bakoshes and Broches. So the Broche was the Rebbe allein. The Rebbe was the Rebbe's Nusach, and the erste Maime von Basile Gani Tafshin and Aleph, and this gesehen sich mit dem Rebbe. We see that the Rebbe is with us every step of the way. V'chulu, aber es darf sein, wir soll Melech b'yeif yeitechazen einecha. So, wenn dies gesehen sich mit dem Rebbe da lamata na guf und lamata masarat tvachim, v'hu yigaleinu miyad mama shnei l'chaim l'chaim. Just share one word. Was mentioned before by my dear cousin, Shalom Moshe Paltiel, wegen Schreiben dem Rebbe. And my dear Chave, Rabbi Afton, just spoke about the from Avos Yisrael. So I came across a letter a few months ago. It was actually after Tishrei. But I gave a very unusual expression of the Rebbe. And the story behind it was that it was after Tishrei, and I had something that gewollt fragen beim Rebbe, so ich geschrieben a brief. And I felt that Edom and Bet Epis for Rebbe, we have to give the Rebbe some sort of status. So I wrote Bekitzer about the Pu'ulas here in Melbourne, particularly over Tishrei, which we had a very strong lockdown. And Kam we were able to make a shtickle mini for Yom Kippur. Whenever, anyway, with the Pulis, but Baruch Hashem, the Shluchim did amazing Pulis, as was shown in the Kinnis HaShluchim. There was a special session where it was shared with all the Shluchim. Anyway, and so I wrote Bekitzer wegen the Pulis, and gebeten was gebeten. And then I saw a letter in the Igles, which is Mamish Mavel al Arayin, which is a very rare expression. I don't know how many people are familiar with it. It's in Chelik Yud Daled, page Reish Pei. It's a letter from Tafshin Yud Zayin. It's to Rebbe Levi Yitzchak Halperin in Yerushalayim. So the Rebbe writes over here, La'achrei hefsek hachi oruch, niskabel michtovoi, boi kesev roshei prokim, mehishtatfusei bepu'ulois, yom haboyer yutes kislev, geulaseinu updus nafshenu. Okay, so the Rebbe is acknowledging the letter that he received from him. That is the status in the pullus for yutes kislev. V'yihi rotzein, sheti yezeh haschola teva lepu'ulois murchovois, hein bekamus v'hein be'echus. Ubemele, and the Rebbe is saying that not only this will be a haschola teva for expanding the pu'ulas bekamus be'echus, ubemele yisrabe gam kein horotzein lichtoiv. So this will also increase your rotzen to write. Now here is where the Rebbe expresses himself. I think it's very, very rare. Shahayidiyes elu mesamchim umangim es hanefesh umekaimim biksiva hamitzvah devahavta l'reacha kamoicha. Which I think is a very rare expression. First of all, the Rebbe is acknowledging. The Rebbe is saying that these ideas, which we write to the Rebbe, are mesamchim umangim es hanefesh. And the Rebbe says we're mekayim with writing the mitzvah of ahavta l'reacha kamoicha. If anybody can share somewhere else where the Rebbe expresses himself like this, I think it would be very good. V'hi rotzein shlo yistapik b'zeh ela yashpia al kol ela sheyad hashpa'osei magas shegam heim yisnahagu ka'anal. U'kairo asimei chaneke dazlinen minayu shemeisev v'helech miyom liyom b'neir v'oyer habo mishem and toim v'shetishka kacham v'chula v'al pesach beitzu b'chutz. So Meilas, I was mentioned before about schreiben dem Rebbe and schreiben wie Kind zu Tate and zu beten von Rebbe. So together with this, I want to tell Rabbi Fella, how much time do I have? Hello?
Nicht bis den Ski dort, because you said it's yeah, plenty of time. Stammen darf noch reingappen, die alle in Jonim, then doch
No, but you said I should start and then make a half soccer, you said.
So you continue a little bit. Continue.
Okay.
The other guys are Weiler sagen L'chaim, Beine. So sicher continue.
Okay. So I'll share a story which I like to share, which I heard from my father Shalom many times. This story took place in that period of time when my father was living in New York before coming to Australia. My father first went on Shlichus in Tovshin Hey. He was a bocher still. He went to Providence, Rhode Island. And then after that, he got married. My parents met there. The Friedrich Rebbe made the Shidduch. Then they went to Buffalo. And Bepoil, after they left Buffalo, and for a few years they were in New York. My father worked for the Rashag in Lubavitcher Yeshiva. And then he went to Australia in Tovshin Yutes. In the same week of Yutes Kislev, as the same week as of Geshem Mendel Gerelik, Zichreinu Livrocha, as was mentioned by Rebbetzin Gerelik in right after the Levaya in Yerushalayim. The video went all around the world about what the Rebbe said, Mashiach would come another free in Melbourne, not the free in Milan to her. Anyway, so my father was living in Crown Heights and working for the Lubavitcher Yeshiva. But he also had a shul in East New York. He was a rav in a shul. We went to Shabbos and Yom Tov. It was Achron Shel Pesach by the Chassidishe Mashiach Farbrengen from Rebbe that the Rebbe said that die alle was seine gegangen auf Taluche reden in the shul, sollen zukommen and they gave a matzah. Everybody who went to the shuls to speak should come to get matzah. So my father went special to his shul the night of Achron Shel Pesach, Motzei Shvi Shel Pesach, and he went there and he spoke in his own shul. It was I believe it was an extra effort. He didn't usually go there that night from Crown Heights to East New York, and he went up with everybody else to the Rebbe to get matzah. When he came to the Rebbe, so the Rebbe looked at him and smiled and he said, "Ich krieg doch Geld für die Drosche." He was the Rav in the shul, so he's on the side, he gets paid. So he says, you're getting paid for the drasha. My father said that the only time he ever answered back to the Rebbe was here because the Rebbe was not giving him matzah. So he said to the Rebbe, Amol is the drasha wert mehr for the geld was me kriegt for. So the Rebbe laughed, the Rebbe smiled, and the Rebbe said, "Das darf man fragen about the Balabatim." So, and that was it. The Rebbe didn't give him matzah. Father was, of course, very disappointed. And okay, the Rebbe didn't give him. Many people know, those who were here in Australia, which meant that my father's Yom Haledes is Chavdalad Nissan.
רציתי לדעת, אתה תוכל להיות המתנדב, להיות co-host, ולשדר את זה מהאינטרנט שלך.
Yeah. So my father's Yom Haledes is Chav Daled Nissan, and he went into Yechidus. I don't know exactly when he went, but it was not long after Pesach. He went to cover his Yom Haledes. If it was Mamish, Nishnagay went shortly after Pesach. He went into Yechidus for his Yom Haledes, and in the Yechidus, the Rebbe opened up his drawer and took out a white cloth napkin, and the Rebbe said that something like Mhod Bamir Yatsi, Yirat Metzia, Yirat Bamir Gebeten Matze. And the Rebbe opened up this white cloth napkin and took out a piece of matzah, and he said, "Das is von mein Shiurei Kaira." And he gave him the matzah. So, of course, my father was mamish. So, B'simcha Gedola. But what he said was, as medav beten von Rebbe, you gotta persist. Like when the Rebbe said, he just didn't take the weiter medav beten von Rebbe, and as me bet, Rebbe geht allemal. Just derech agav, es ist derech agav, weil bekocht sich jetzt. Die ganze Mifze Yom Haledes von Rebbe. Sorry,
Rabbi Groner,
Hello?
Now we hear you. Continue, please. You're talking about the Mifzi and Haledes from the Rebbe. Rabbi Groner. I don't see, I think he may have lost the connection there. Those wires go a long way to down under, the sand. But the Chatzikader, or Elyon, the Chatzikader Atachten, which are connected here. In the interim, till Rabbi Groner reconnects, I guess, we said there would be a shtickle hefsek. I see that we had some other speakers, but I see that they were Nelim Le'isata. They'll probably come back on shortly.
I just got disconnected for a moment.
Rabbi Groner is back. Okay,
I just want to say,
we got the connection.
Red wegen Yom Haledes, Yud Aleph Nissan doch die Yom Haledes von alle Jiden. Der Rebbe gemacht Mifzi Yom Haledes Chof Hei Oder Tavshim Mem Ches, and then the big push was Ba'achron Shel Pesach. So Motzei Pesach is already here Yisru Chag by Tog. So we heard about it. So my father said that the next night, so he announced, so they get Machana Farbrengen, Le'oir Heiras, dem Rebbe from Bam Farbrengen. So he made a Farbrengen. It was just the beginning of this whole Indian for Machana Farbrengen. He made a Farbrengen, and then at night, when it was morning already in New York, then it was the morning of Yisru Chag. So he called up his brother Label, Zechrena Levracha, was Dem Shabbos is an Yortzeit. So he said, "Gib mir dem Rebbe, as mekaim gewen und gemacht Farbrengen." And he got an answer. Trask di kedusha, umimenu yiru v'chein yasu rabim. That was the beginning of Machen Farbrengen for the COVID Yom Ledes. I want to also share an answer that my father got once, which is a Moedidige answer, which is very, very much mechazik. And even though that it was Negea Australia, but it's not only Negea Australia, it's Negea alle Yidden and alle Shluchim über die ganze Welt. It was in the year Tovshin Chavov, I believe. I heard it from my father Balpeh many times, but after he passed away and we went through his things, we found the Lashon of the answer, which is very, very powerful. My father wrote, Bein Advorim, he wrote to the Rebbe and had gebeten as the Rebbe soll halten a spezielle Oig auf Australia. Simus Ayim Yuchoda. So the Rebbe's response to that was, Ha'umnom nidreshes, Ha'umnom ledaitom nidreshes bakosha al zeh. Question mark, exclamation mark. Das ist beim Rebbe mit das a dover apostel. Was heißt du das? You think that you have to ask me for a simasayim you halt nas mitzel. Und das ist sicher alle Chassidim, alle Shluchim, alle Yidden über die ganze Welt. And also a very powerful answer that my father once got. Beweisen doch als Rebbe kocht sich in der Linie von Tracht gut wird sein gut, that everybody knows. But my father also had also a unique expression which is not found many times. So Rebbe always spoke about Tracht gut wird sein gut, and das ist a hero von Rabbi Sein in Sienu. Das ist Pisgam Rabbi Sein in Sienu. So one time here, this was in Tov Shinun, there were things here in the community which were happening not so good. My father actually was in New York and he wrote to the Rebbe and the response was, Be'im yachlit shekvar bo'o hazman de milui tzivui Rabbi Sein in Sienu as tracht gut wird sein gut. It wasn't Heiroas or the Pisgam, but the relation was tzivui Rabbi Sein in Sienu as tracht gut wird sein gut. Ja, se kein bepeil mamish. The Rebbe ruft us on a tzivui as tracht gut wird sein gut. Ja, se kein bepeil mamish. I want to tell a story. This is a story which it's an amazing story. It happened quite some years ago, maybe around 15 years ago, between 10 and 15 years ago, which is noch Gimel Tammuz the Maisa, which happened with a Yid here in Melbourne. The Yid he was an elder Yid when it happened, and now it's Shenafan El Mohemes. He told this story to Rabbi Motel Gutnick from here in Australia, in his father's shul. He took over his father's shul at the time, Rabbi Chaim Gutnick, Zechrena Levracha. And this year he used to come to shul a few times a year. He came, it was Yom Kippur, and after Musaf, he called over Rabbi Gutnick and a few other guys, and he said, I want to tell you a story which happened just recently. There were a few other Yungelite, Lubavitch Yungelites. He wanted the Lubavitch Yungelite to hear the story. And not just one of them, but they should all hear, so they should know to authenticate the story. The story was that he has a daughter who lives in Eretz Yisrael, and a few weeks before, like in Elul time, he went to Eretz Yisrael to a chasna for an Einekel. On the day of the chasna, the family lives outside of Yerushalayim, but they came to Yerushalayim, so they kotel v'imuruftis, and they went there, from Tag for chasna to daven dort, and of course the Chabadnikim over there called him over and to put on film. So he went over, and they asked him, you want to put on film? He said, Avada. And he called over other members of the family. They should all put on film. Good, they put on film. They went back. In the evening was the chasna. It was the middle of the chasna, and in the chagiga, he suffered a stroke, Rachmana litzlan. They rushed him to the hospital, and they hook him up to all the tubes and he starts to go paralyzed. half of his body, Rahman al-Islam, and they give him all medications, and they put him to sleep. He says he's sleeping and he has a dream. Somebody comes to visit him in the hospital. His dream is that he's in the hospital, somebody comes to visit him. Who is it? The Lubavitcher Rebbe. Now he had never seen the Rebbe, he had seen pictures. Says the Rebbe comes to him in the hospital and he says to him, and the Rebbe asks him, "Hast du heint gelegt film?" And the guy says to the Rebbe, with a big smile, "Yeah, Avada." And he says in his dream, so he picks up his hand to show the Rebbe that he had film marks on his hand. As he says in the dream, to show the Rebbe that he had to put on film that day. So the Rebbe said to him, Heidi said to him, "Weste sein gesund or seid gesund," something like that. And then the Rebbe left the room. He woke up the next morning in the hospital, mamish, as if nothing had happened the night before, without any stroke symptoms, garnished. He was completely healthy. He says, the Rebbe gekommen, and the Rebbe gesagt, "West sein gesund, sie seid gesund," and it was koloi hoye, the ganze stroke is vayhila pella. Just another story here, which happened here also. This year on Yud Aleph Shvat was Sunday, so I went to a bar mitzvah, a very special simcha bar mitzvah. What's the story of this bar mitzvah boy? So the story has been told, there'll be time to tell the story again. Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so the story is that there was a couple here in Melbourne. The husband was originally from Eretz. He married an Australian Jewish girl here, and they were married for a number of years, and unfortunately, they were not gebenched with kinderlach, and they went to doctors, and the doctors said that there is a problem. The woman has a problem, and it's not possible for her to have a child. 1 in a billion chance. I was like, doctor, like the chances are like 1 in a billion chance. Anyway, to make a long story short, at Gehet from the Rebbe, through a brother of his who was visiting here, and he went to the Chabad house with Israeli backpackers, and at Gehet, da Jungemann Ashliach du leader, and was mefarsim as the da Rebbe of the Welt, and the Rebbe git broches and Yeshuas v'kulu. So his brother told him to go, so he went, geschrieben dem Rebbe, and gemacht the hachlote. He took on the hachlote because at gesehen and Ikris Kodesh the Rebbe redt wegen der Linien von Pnimius Abba. And he gesagt, will werden an Abba. Was ist Pnimius Abba? Will werden an Abba. He gesagt, Pnimius Abba is Chochmah in Chassidus Yisrael. Okay, he's making hachlote gate learn Chassidus, is coming to learn Tanya. Anyway, making a long story short, Bepoel had angenommen a hachlote, Takifa, he says he's coming every Thursday night to learn Tanya. And sure enough, Mamish, less than 10 months later, they were gebenched mit a Ben Zocher. And this Mamish Pili Ploim. A few years after that, they had twins, a boy and a girl. This past, the older child was born Yud Aleph Shvat. So this year, Yud Aleph Shvat, was the bar mitzvah of this boy, of this Demrem Sakin, this Mamish. And so he told over the story. We had that now Mesibe on the day of the bar mitzvah, and at the Tzelt Maisa again, as the doctor said that there's no hope. Gesagt, Demrem's Broche, haben sie Baruch Hashem 3 Kinder. I want to just finish off with a story, which also I've told over because my father mentioned it a number of times. Once says Azach, once says Negei, I find this was in the Chofs. He came from Australia to Zayin Bam Rebbe.
Not
I
talking
think it
now.
was.
Call me back
I
tomorrow.
think it
Okay?
was around Yud Beis Tammuz time. Those days used to come that time of the year. Anyway, and he was going into Yechidus. The Yechidus Nacht, he was going into Yechidus. It was already 6 o'clock in the morning, and the Yechidus hadn't finished yet. And he said there were two Chassidim who were still waiting. So when the elder Chassid, the Rebbe Yehuda Chitrik, the Chrein Levracha, who was waiting, and he was waiting. 6 o'clock in the morning. It was just the last two, so there was no maskir standing at the door anymore. There were only two more people, and it was obvious that the elder Chassid is going to go in first, and my father would be the last one. Anyway, Bepoil, 6 o'clock, they're waiting again, and all of a sudden the door opens, and the Rebbe walks out wearing his coat, and she's going home. And he looks and he sees stehen dort zwei Chassidim warten auf Yechidus. So the Rebbe turns to them and he said, "Ihr wart auf mir?" And of course, they didn't say anything. The Rebbe asked again, "Ihr wart auf mir?" They didn't say anything. But the Rebbe had verstanden. So the Rebbe went back into his room, sat down, and at Mamshech Gewen Yechidus. So first went in the Rebbe Yehuda Chitrik. He was there for quite a while, between half hour and 45 minutes. And then my father went in. Father says he went in, almost 7 o'clock in the morning. That's already almost late. He says he could have thought that he was the first one in Yechidus. The Rebbe was sitting there, mamish, so fresh. You could think that he could have thought that he is mamish the first one in Yechidus. But the word is, the Rebbe had gefragt, "Ihr wart auf mir." The Rebbe fragt, "Ihr wart auf mir." Sicher, wir warten auf den Rebbe. Mit der Weisen dem Rebbe, als wir warten auf den Rebbe. Wir warten auf den Rebbe. The Rebbe hat einmal geredet bei Farbrengen, those who have the tinus, and we want Mashiach now, and where did we see in previous days, we want Mashiach now, all so many different sichas, but again, the Inyanim for Mashiach Agula. But this time the Rebbe said, the Rebbe gesagt, Shchinta begalusa, Mashiach begalusa, was fragt men kashes? The Shchin is in Galus, and Mashiach is in Galus, was fragt men kashes? So da Hashvi'i da, and I'm sure he won't mind that I mention his name. I was saying Reb Mendel knew. Zeichi hat Kinder Shluchim, meine Yedidim, and this was in Tafshin and Aleph. He had a special relationship with the Rebbe, and he came by dollars and had got a list and the gebeten brachas for dos and for ayens and the given I made it asking. He was my father's right hand man. He was eingesucht stark. Und nach Alzer Eisik in Askonas Ziburis. And fragt, bet beim Rebbe, a brach auf dem, and the Rebbe with the Schmech, he said, was bet ihn nicht von Mashiach? So he lost me. Ja, mir zu Hashem. Hat der Rebbe gesagt, mir zu Hashem, der ewigste will, jeden darf will. Sicher jeden will, und wir dürfen schreien, also it's in Neinu Liris, it's Malkeinu, Melech B'Yefi Techazena Inecha, and there is a video clip. I think I'm not sure if it's Yud Aleph Nissan, could be it's Purim, could be it's even from before the years when Yud Aleph Nissan geworden, that started Toshin Lamed Gimel, nein, Lamed Beis, Lamed Gimel, Lamed Aleph, meine ich, angefangen. I don't know, I think it's either, it could be it's a Purim Farbrengen, or maybe it's Yud Aleph Nissan Farbrengen, Rav Yalis, Olav Shalom, standing there, he goes over to the Rebbe, and he usually he used to come. I think that this is he used to come always Chalamoyed. He used to come to the Rebbe Chalamoyed. He said that he's not going to be able to come, and he's apologizing, and had gesagt, he says to the Rebbe, und wir sollen sicher sein, als bis damals sollen wir senden Rebbe bekesser Malchusoi. And the Rebbe had geschmeichelt, you can see it on the video. I think he repeated it twice. As bis damals sollen wir sicher sein, zu senden Rebbe bekesser Malchus, Der Rebbe gesagt, zu schwefelt, soll man das Tag sicher sein, als Heinz wissen, hey, Schnass, Plois, Arenu, soll sein, die Meizeis, mit Reim, Arenu, nicht Plois, nun Plois, Arenu, und wir sollen ausgelesen werden, und soll sein, Miad, Mama, schnell, Lechaim.
Chaim, thank you very much, Rabbi Groner. We're now going to go to the other kitty corner, to Rabbi Greenberg in Alaska, going to continue the Farbrengen, and he will also, I'm sure, call up Rabbi Levitno, who I see joined us, and others. Rabbi Greenberg, please continue the Farbrengen. Chaim.
Chaim L'chaim, I see our elder Chassid Reb Mullah Gurevich from Australia. If the Mullah Gurevich would like to share with us a few Wörter, would really appreciate it. From Aleph Nissan, do you remember? Bechlal from Daimam Rebbe. Please share with us a few words. L'chaim.
First of all, you were invited to speak.
No.
No, he's the MC. Rabbi Gurevich, please continue.
No. You asked for Rabbi Greenberg from Alaska or somewhere.
He became
Don't
the
worry.
MC.
Don't worry. I will talk. I promise I will talk. Please, then I'll talk. Don't worry.
Talk, no. Had it Kaifes Brosh. I don't have to be.
Sag up some. Erzählt das Wort. Nichidis, das Wort. Ich will gerne ein paar Minuten trachten. Sag L'chaim derweil. Wir haben hier Rabbi Shalom Ber Leviten. Die Achoshi von alle 6 states. In the Northwest here, Rabbi Leviten, please share with us a few words from the Aleph Nissan, from the Remember Bam Rebbe, Hashvi'i, Hashmenim. Go ahead, Rabbi Shalom Ber L'chaim. Baam sich an a bisschen. Go ahead. Gurevich, we don't give up on you. We just give you time to think.
I didn't go. I'm here.
Okay.
Rabbi Levitian is supposed to be speaking.
Yeah, he is going to speak. Shalom Ber Psa.
Rabbi Greve, sagt ein Wort.
Was soll ich sagen? Ihr seid dort gewähnt beim Reben die ganze Zeit, alle Jahren. Wir sind da in Australien, und kommen etliche, nicht gewähnt sehr viel. Ihr habt mehr was zu sagen wie ich.
Lauf Davke. Und meist die Sachen von dem, was Aid wie gehört und gefühlt alle Jahre in Australien gesehen Sachen, ich glaube, Davke ist das Wenige, was ich habe gesehen als Woche mit zu den Jahren, das ist, was ihr gefühlt.
Yeah, ich kann nur erzählen, he wants me to speak Yiddish, I can speak in English.
English.
I've met, that means my first encounter with the Rebbe was in Tov Shin Zayin. That is when the Rebbe came to Paris to take his mother, to bring his mother back to New York. So the Rebbe was Farbrengen in several places. Lubavitcher Chassidim then were in three or four Rikuzim. They used to call it, what did we call it then? I don't remember the name, but we were in one, we were about 30 or 35 families. A hotel, a disused hotel that the joint gave us when we arrived in Tovshin Zayin. And we were there about 35 families. And it was called Hotel Prima. We had a cheder there, and we had shul. And the Rebbe came. The first of all came Rashag. Rashag came before the Rebbe. Rashag came, he was with us on Shavuos, Tovshin Zayin on Shavuos. He actually stayed in a room next to our room. And my mother made blintzes or cheesecake, I don't remember exactly, some milchdige stuff. And she sent me in with a cup of tea to Rashag. Okay, then there's a separate story with Rashag that's not relevant now. And the Rebbe came probably a week or 2 weeks after that, he came to Farbrengen.
I think maybe Rashag was there in Topshin Ches.
No,
No?
no. Topshin Zayin. I had I had a whole encounter with him. If you wanted, this is a little bit of a gleichwertel. If you want to, I was when we came to Paris. I was 11 years old, not quite 11, and I came from Moscow. There is a difference between the ones who were in Kharkov or in Tashkent or in Samarkand, and this is given in Moscow. In Moscow is given dort wo mir gelebt. There was no cheder. And there was we were a little bit out in an outer suburb. And my father was a soldier. As soon as the war broke out, they took him to the army. So anyway, so I was a little bit more modern, perhaps. I had a little tube, had a little fringe. And the English, the boys of me gegeben Tzoras, bimiyuchad Avram Shem Tov. He's a little bit younger than me, a few months, but he was together with me in the cheder. And had been gegangen the Jorn, mit ordentlich stronken Schuh. Okay, the Weile ist gekommen, der Schag, schwur ist bei Nacht in Schul, und hat a Schub. Hab ich gesagt, Avremel, hat a Schub. So, sagt Avremel Shem Tov, geh frag bei ihm. Go and ask if you're allowed to wear a Schub. So I was very naive, a little boy, 11 years old. I go up to him in shul in front of everybody, and I said, Reb Shmaryo, me make trogen a Schub. So he says, a kleine Megman. So I tell him, aber ihr hat doch a Grayson. So my father gave me a patch. My father never hurt me, never raised a hand on me, but this time he gave me a patch because a week before, given Rashag was in Poking. You know, in Poking is given a great serikus from the Rebbe until it was in one of the DP camps. And Rebbe Nevler, you heard of Rebbe Nevler. Rebbe Nevler was given a scharfer Chassid. Und hat etwas vercheppet, dem Rashag. Etwas hat ihm gesagt, dass vercheppet. Und that particular Shabbos, his wife, Israel Nevler's wife, got burned with hot cholent or hot tea or hot water, and she had to be taken to the hospital. So everybody said it's akpede. The Rebbe said, made him, it's akpede. So that's why my father gave me a patch, because he was afraid that I was chutzpahdik to Rashag, and he was afraid for akpede. Anyway, so the next morning, that was Shavuos at night. The next morning, my mother made this. I mentioned before. She made a cheesecake with a cup of tea, and ich trage rein, and I give him the cup of tea, and I said, the Tate hat mir gesagt, ich soll bei euch betten Mechile. Sagte, where is dein Tate? So I told him, Nachum Zalman Gorevich. He sagte, he doesn't know my father. We were in Moscow, and we not in Leningrad. So anyway, so he didn't know. Sagte, where dein Seide? Hab ich gesagt, mein Seide ist Berl Kabelaker. Berl Kabelaker, das ihr kennt die Levertovs. Kennt ihr die Levertovs? Moshe and Shalom Levertov, Shalom, Shneim Aleim Shalom. They're my uncles, they're my mother's brothers. So the Zaydis was their father, Berl Kabelaker. That was the way he was called, because he lived in Kabelak, a Ukrainian town. And he was also a very sharp Chassid. He was one of the first Talmidim in Teichot Mimi when the Rebbe Rashab established Teichot Mimi in Lubavitch. Anyway, so the Rashag says, yes, weiß ich, von wann der Chutzpah kommt. Von my Chutzpah kommt, because I'm Einikel from Belkabelak. Anyway, that was just by the way. The Rebbe came a few weeks later. We, the boys in the cheder, all went out to the front gate, to the front door. The Rebbe came with a taxi, and we all lined up. And each one of us went up to the Rebbe and gave Shalom Aleichem. And it was a different thing completely. It was not like, it was completely a different thing than the Rashag, completely as different. I didn't understand. It was a Farbrengen, and there is a photograph already in the albums where I'm sitting on my father's lap. The Rebbe is Farbrengen. I didn't understand one word. I was 11 years old, but what can I understand? The Rebbe gemacht Gematries, and the Rebbe mamash moifsim by the Farbrengen. But that's only later on that I found out. Finished. That was the end, and the Rebbe left, and we came to Australia in Tovshin Tes, and my bar mitzvah was on the ship coming here in Port Said, and we made a yeshiva here, and I learned here for a while, and then at the age of 16 or 17, I wanted to go to I wanted to learn either in 770 or in Lud, but because I didn't have any chavrusa, I didn't have anybody my age. I learned with Vechom who were older than me, and learning was okay with them, but I couldn't, I didn't have any chaverim. It was very, very difficult for me. So I wanted to go, so I wrote to the Rebbe a letter, and the Rebbe did not answer me. I wrote another letter, and again he didn't answer me. So in Tovshin Tes Vov, Rebbe Pliskin, who was my mashpia, he wrote a letter for me to the Rebbe that I wanted to go, yeah. And he got an answer straight away, a very long answer, which is published now already in the Igros. And it's also, if you want to find it, in Lakut Sichos Chov Gimel, in the end, there are Hesofes. Towards the end, there is a Hesofes, which is called Zchus. The heading is Zchus. So among all these letters there's a letter to the Rebbe about me. Bekitzer, the Rebbe schreibt that was he said, I want to go away somewhere else. If it's a yeshiva in Melbourne, why do I want to go somewhere else? And in somewhere else, the Rebbe writes, Musupkani, Yehovah suffix, whether it's good even for him. For the yeshiva, it is definitely not good if I go away. But even for me, what is better, the Rebbe writes? Whether to become Boki and V'nigle v'chsidus yeser me'asher hu ato, oder bleiben in Australia und lernen in Australia and tonen afotzes mayones. And the Rebbe schreibt, as the alte Rebbe sagt in Teure Eir, Tzedakot träumim goy, der was tut Tzedakah in Gashmeis, of Kolschkein, Tzedakah beruchnis, is nasim moiche v'libi zakim elafomim kocha. Bemele is dem Blatt Gemora, or the show was lernt in Australia, zusammen mit seiner Arbeit von Afotzes Mayones, it is Aleph, it is Punkt with 1000, the alte Rebbe nicht kein Balguzme, Punkt with 1000 Blatt, or 1000 shows, for overseas. Anyway, so the Rebbe didn't let me, and I didn't go. But in Tovshin Tes Zayin, I wrote to the Rebbe, I want to come for Tishrei, just for Tishrei. That I got an answer straight away, yes, just for Tishrei. But mine kavona is given, I'll come for Tishrei and I'll stay. Because I heard that there is a Yisrael, the Vechom are coming for a year and they stay later on forever. And that's what I was thinking. Anyway, so we went 3 Vechom together, myself and Ardel Serebransky, Olav Sholem, and Shrage Herzog, who is now in London. And we flew together. I want to tell you that at that time, to fly around the world or a ticket there and back had to cost £600. 600 pounds was 1 year's salary, because the average salary was £12 a week. So 12 pounds a week, 600 is 50 weeks. I didn't have the money. I only had saved up a little bit, 130 pounds. Moshe Feiglin, Olav Sholem, he heard that I want to go to the Rebbe, so he gave me 50 pounds. And the rest I borrowed. I borrowed the rest, and we went. And I come in the first Chassidus, we had a big Atakola on the way. We had a crash landing in Fiji, and the plane broke down. It was a Tuesday of Slichas, the week of Slichas. Rosh Hashanah was Shabbos of Shintezayin. So that was Tuesday, and at that time there was only one flight a week, Pan American, one flight a week to New York. And the plane is broken. The plane is broken, so all the passengers were in the airport. The airport at that time did not have any air conditioning. It was like a tin shed, very hot, and we've got no idea how long we have to wait. So anyway, we waited there for 18 hours. And as soon as the plane broke and we crash landed, we wrote a telegram to the Rebbe, opinion, and we want to come for Rosh Hashanah, otherwise we are stuck here in an island. We even went to a farm to see if we can get a goat and get a shofar, otherwise, you know. So in the end, after 18 hours, we were put back on the plane and we flew and we continued. We came to San Francisco, and from San Francisco to Chicago, and from Chicago to New York, and we arrived on Thursday. And as soon as we arrived, the same evening, there was a Chiddush for the Orchim. So I went in, and I had a zettel, and in the zettel, I wrote that I want to stay. Ich will bleiben. So the Rebbe smiled, and he said, "Du bist gerst gekommen. Du darf von vorn zurück wegen dem reden." That's one thing. And then the Rebbe said, when you go out, you'll tell Rav Chadakov, soll dir geben 10% the cost from the Nissan. 10%. Good. I was happy. After we went out, I got $120 because 600 pounds, 10% was 60 pounds, which is $120 at that time. The Rebbe told me that I should stay, in the week before Rosh Hashanah in Kippur, ich soll reingehen in Seder von der Yeshiva, und Rav Mentlik wird mir geben a Chavrusa in Nigle and Chassidus. I even remember who my Chavrusa was. And yeah, I was there for a week. And then in Kippur, of course, the yeshiva, no yeshiva, and Chalamoid Sukkos came out at Zettel to Chadakov. Now, the Rebbe doesn't usually write on Chalamoid, but this time he did. And the Zettel said, Chadakov called me in, and he showed me that the Rebbe is writing half in Yiddish and half in Hebrew. Hat nicht was zu trachten. Take wachere Shabbos Breishes muss vorn zurück. That was an answer to my question, ich will bleiben. So the Rebbe hat nicht was zu trachten. Noch Yontev, noch Shabbos Breishes, Motze Shabbos Breishes, nicht Motze Shabbos, Sonntag bei Nacht meine ich. Sonntag bei Nacht ist gewesen ein Chiddush. Und der Rebbe hat gesagt, als die australische Bochum soll rang in die erste. So we made a goyrel between us three, and I came out the first. So I came in at 8:30. And I had a zettel again. I had the names of my parents. Anyway, there was a very geschmacke Chiddush, quite a long one. At that time for a bocher, 20 minutes. It was regarded as a very long one. And the Rebbe said that they have to go back. Still noch ein Benacht. And I look at the Rebbe and I says, I don't have a flight tonight. There is no flight tonight. So the Rebbe sagt, das vorn mit dem Bahn. Go by train. So I didn't know how to react, because how do I go by train to Australia? So the Rebbe understood that I'm surprised, so he smiled again, and he said that to Montreal, you can go by train, and you should be there 3 days. Und dort Farbrengen übergeben die Nekudas was von Tishrei. 1 second. Yeah. And later on soll es fahren in London und so sein dort 3 Tage. Und später soll es fahren in Paris und so sein dort 3 Tage. Und dann der Rebbe stoppt und says, in Paris hast du Chabobbe, kennst du seine Woche. Also kommt sort of Bobbe, no, Kibadav. Und später soll sie fahren in Rome. Und in Rome soll sie sein etliche Show. Und dort ist voran ein Kosher-Restaurant. Fisch und Kompott könnt ihr essen. That's what the Rebbe said. And the Rebbe asked me in the end, du hast bekommen die 10% von der Rav Chadakov? Habe ich gesagt, ja. So habe ich gefragt, how much was it? Wie viel das gewesen? Habe ich gesagt, $120. Und der Rebbe sagt, die Nesio, die kostet $1200? Very surprised. So I said, yeah. So the Rebbe made with his hands like that at the board, also ich gebe mir Tracht und gesagt, when you will go out, sagt Rav Chadakov, soll dich Maschlim sein zu 25%. Yeah, ich bin clear. I got another $180. I say gefahren in Montreal. Yeah, anyway, in the Chidas also, there habe ich gesagt, I shall establish Tzirei Agudas Chabad und Shei Chabad und Bnois Chabad. So a little bit of I was a bit surprised because I was a bocher of 19 years old, was machen Bnois Chabad. But the Rebbe said, you don't argue. And I have to take you back a few years. When Tovshin Yud Beis, there was a sikha from the Rebbe with regard to Rabbeinu Tam's film. And the Rebbe said that the minhag is he start Rabbeinu Tam's film noch die Chasane. 1 second. Hello. I'm at home, but I'm tied up at the moment for about a half an hour or something. No, who is it? Who is speaking? No, it's all sold out. Not even one pen, nothing. Okay, sag ich dann bye. Und ich zeige Tzirei Agudas Chabad und Shei Chabad und Bnois Chabad, so es übergeben a Geris. Wait a minute, I was telling you about Rabbi Dam's film. So I was then 17 or 16 years old, and I asked Rebbe, no, Lamaisa, this was a Sikha from the Rebbe, but Lamaisa, what do we do? So the Rebbe said, Rebbe said, a Sikha is a Sikha, over Lamaisa is also Farbrengen Rebbe. So I wrote a letter, and I got an answer. The answer was, Ledati soll opwarten, boze. I shall wait. Aral Serebransky, all of a sudden, he didn't ask questions, and he got a Rabbeinu Tam's film, and he started putting on Rabbeinu Tam's film. So now that I was in the Chidas, the Rebbe said that the dein Arbeit in a Fotzel Samayonis was to have Masach Schar. Und bei den Geel ist Schar Alasar, sollst du ohnehin legen Rabbeinu Tam's film. Aber der Rebbe said, sollst warten, bis wann du wirst kommen nach Hause, und du hast auch nicht geregnet Film. In the sea is a bit. Anyway, I was young and stupid, and I started arguing with the Rebbe. I said that Serebransky fought mit zusammen, and then hat Rabbeinu Tam's film. So the Rebbe said, no, that's it. If that's the way you want it. Anyway, so we went. And we were in Montreal 3 days, and we were in London 3 days. We were 1 week in Paris. We come to Rome. We're supposed to be a few hours. So we go up to the counter of British Airways. And what time does the connection, what time does it leave for Australia from Melbourne? At that time, there was no computers. and they take the telephone, they dial, and they come and tell us that you don't have any seats. We don't have any seats for you. Now, we were very inexperienced, and we didn't know that on the ticket was written Rome to Melbourne. So we thought we have a ticket, but in order to be confirmed, they had to be written OK next to it. And it wasn't written OK, but it was written RQ. RQ means request. And we didn't know, we didn't request, so we didn't have a seat. So I asked him, when is the next flight that I can have a seat? He says, he rang up on the telephone and he says, 4 weeks. Now, Australia, Melbourne, is a lot of Italian migrants, and it was November, December. This is where holidays. That's the summer holidays in Australia. So many people travel there and back. So it's full. Was soll ich da einen ganzen Chiddush in Rome? Was ich kenne ich kein Nefesh dort was. So I told Arl Serbransky, ich fahre zurück in Paris. I had some money with me. I had $180 from Khadakov. I'm going back to Paris. I've got an uncle. I've got a Bobby. I'll be there. I'll stay there. So Arl was more chassid than I am. And he said, the Rebbe dir gesagt, at du sein in Rome etliche Show. Mele is etliche Show, don't worry, we'll get seats. So let's go and look for the restaurant. We left the luggage in the office there, and we went to look for the restaurant. We found the restaurant. We bestellt fish and compote, the way that the Rebbe said. And we met there some students, some Italian Yiddish students. They came to eat there. They was with Yarmulkes. We couldn't speak Italian. We couldn't speak English, and they didn't speak Yiddish. So we communicated a little bit in Hebrew. We didn't know Hebrew well, Lashon Kodesh. And the Chassidishe Bochrim, they know Ivrit. Many of them know in Europe, they know Ivrit. Anyway, somehow, Arl hat sie übergegeben, die Teuchen von der Maimer, wo der Rebbe hat gesagt, Rosh Hashanah Tovshin Tezayin, Lehovin Inyan der Rosh Hashanah. And I, instead of a Maimer, I told them the Nigan, Darkecha. Darkecha, this is what Darkecha was that year. The Rebbe introduced Darkecha. So anyway, with that Farbrengen, we come back to the office of the British Airways, and they say, you don't have any seats. We want to go to the airport in any case. So we went with the bus to the airport. Everybody goes up on the plane. They go on the step ladder, and we're standing with our suitcases. They don't have seats for us. And the plane already, and they made latzonos from us because we couldn't speak English. And the plane already works. The propellers are already drehen sich. And somebody runs up, one of the people there who worked, and he said, we've got 2 seats. One to first class to Sydney, and one economy class to Singapore. And from Singapore is already easier to get there are more flights closer. So mir machlich gewesen that Arl will go first class to Sydney, and he'll add on some money, because Singapore then had a law that anyone who hasn't got citizenship, British citizenship, cannot stay more than 12 hours. So he didn't have any British citizenship, and I did. So I went in the same plane. So I went in economy class, and I gave Arl the money. I lent him the money, $150, and he went first class. And interesting that in this Chiddush, the Rebbe asked, what's the route of your ticket? So I said, we have to, after Rome, before we come to Singapore, we are stopping in Cairo. Now that was 1955, very tense Israel and Egypt was very, very tense, and ich war ein bisschen mehr gehad. So I asked the Rebbe, we're going through Cairo, if it's okay to go through Cairo. So the Rebbe asked me, what's your passport hast du? I said, I have a British passport. At that time, Australia didn't have its own, it was British, like a British passport. So the Rebbe asked, what's for a passport of Srebranski? So I said, he's got no passport. He's got travel documents, but not a passport. He got no citizenship. So the Rebbe asked, which airline are you flying with? I said, British Airways. So the Rebbe getracht auf eine Minute. And he said, no, ihr seid doch meine Schluchim. Schluche der Rabbanan einem nizoke. You can't fahren through Cairo. So we went to Cairo and we stopped in Cairo. We had to get out of the plane and the Egyptians were looking at us with such, and I was frightened, stiff frightened. The Adel wasn't frightened. The Rebbe said, we can go. So anyway, and then we came to Singapore and he continued and I stayed in Singapore and I didn't have Rebbe Tam's film because he took the film. He took the film with him. I looked, I was very upset because I didn't listen to the Rebbe. The Rebbe said I should not start before Indonesia. So I rang up, I looked in the telephone book, I found a Rabbi Sababo, a Chassidishe rabbi, a Rav. Anyway, I rang him up and I said if he's got Rebbe Tam's film. So he said no. The Shoichet has Rebbe Tam's film, but he is not in town. He's shechting in the islands. He's going in different islands. Sagt mir, what are you worried about? Eines Rachmone Patre. Aber ich habe gesagt, nicht kein eines, es ist Abschir. Ich bin nicht kein eines. Anyway, I didn't have Rabbi Natan's film Wednesday and Thursday. Thursday night, I got a flight, came to Sydney, mamash 20 minutes before Shabbos, and I had to walk from the airport for hours. And then, of course, Sunday morning, I went to Melbourne, back home, and Rabbi Abramson gave me Rabbi Natam's film to lie on Sunday before I left, and we came home, and we made straight away Sirei Gurus Chabad. We made Mesibe Shabbos and Purim party and Lag Boimer. At that time, there was no such thing as parades. It didn't start yet, so Lag Boimer was like a picnic. You go to the forest. We managed to get 8 buses. That's 400 kids. You know, Melbourne, Sachakol then had about 35,000 Jews, and most of them were not from. And many Holocaust survivors. Many, probably the majority are Holocaust survivors. And some of them were Brüggis with Mirabena Shalom. We can das verstehen. But we still managed to get 400 kids, boys, girls. And we had a Weimer parade. And then we started planning camp. And we had a camp in Shepparton. And Baruch Hashem, this Moised from Sirei Agudus Chabad is probably the strongest youth movement, which is here in Australia. Used to be Bnei Akiva. Bnei Akiva was very, very strong, which is better than the others. So there was Bitar and Habonim, all the Schwarzior. We only started. So Baruch Hashem, it developed very, very good. With the girls, I had to make a meeting with the girls in order to plan activities, and it was very, very awkward for me. I said, I didn't go myself. I took Rebbe Srebranski with me. And I sat one side of the table, the girls sat on the other side of the table, and we were planning activities, camp, and at that time also the girls didn't drive. Girls didn't have a license, and I had license, and we had to go drive. We had to go to have a look at the camp and this and that. Anyway, it was very awkward. That's what the Rebbe wanted. He must have trusted me. He must have tried. Otherwise, the Rebbe knew I'm only 19 years old. And Baruch Hashem. The next time that I was at the Rebbe was already when I was Menahel and Besrivka. Yeah, that was a Tovshin Lamed Beis, that Tovshin Lamed Aleph, that Tovshin Lamed Beis. And then I went just about every year or every year and a half. It was very difficult because for Tishrei, it was impossible for me to go because I can't leave the school. Tishrei, there was school, and I couldn't leave the school. Everything was depending on me. So I would come to Farasora B'Tevis. I would come in January, December, January. That's when school is off. That's when that was my Chiddushon and my being at the Rebbe was usually in this month's winter months. Winter bei euch, Sommer bei uns. What shall I tell you? The Moisdes Baruch Hashem. Moisdes are I've been all over the world, and you can't compare. I mean, it was Melbourne with such a small community. Chabad community has grown, which is Yetzem in Aklal, hunderter junge Leute. Hunderter. Many kapotes. I don't know, hunderter kapotes. And Baruch Hashem, Kinder, ich habe in Besrivke gehad 700 Mädels. 750 Mädels. Probably, I would say, 50% or 40% or 50% was from Chabad families. And the other 60% were all kinds of Yiddish homes. Some from, some not from, some Russians. But even 40% is a sach. We started with nothing. Started mamash with nothing. Baruch Hashem. So I gave you a report.
That's really amazing. I want to tell you, Rabbi Gurevich, I want to tell you, I was 2 years ago in Montreal for a chasana, and I went into the hotel. Within 2 seconds, I saw 3 Jewish families, big families, they were there. It was like in summer. And they said, "Oh, you Chabad, we are from Australia." And they all spoke about Rabbi Groner with such love and such affection. And
yeah, Rabbi Groner left a very good impression here.
Just amazing to see them. One of them was the secretary, but just amazing.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Gurevich. I want to mention to the people who are here, there's a book called Mr. G that you could read about some of Chelek Cotton is only in that book. Thank you so much for sharing. And one of the impressions that I got reading it, and I was already well into my 40s when I read that book, and I see how the Rebbe clearly gave you the task of not only Neshei Chabad, but also a girls' camp. And you were running a girls' overnight camp as a bocher. And you wrote clearly how you were in a different bunk, in a different place, and the buses and a fire, and the whole business. And there are many moedendik lessons there. And I suggest to anyone here, if you want to really see something, you also see the Mesiras Nefesh of children which Rabbi Gurevich didn't speak about now. As now we're coming up to Pesach, he has there a Maisa that as a Gekum Pesach, and they gehungert when they were on the run from all of our enemies. And there's a story over there about his mother, etc., and about how she prepared something that was really made from chametz, etc., etc. A lot of Musar Haskell for our generation now, even though now the Rebbe teaches us that we have a different type of Mesiras Nefesh, the Mesiras Nefesh Marchova, etc. But Rabbi Gurevich spans both of these worlds, and we wish you arichas yomim v'shonim toivos. There's also a story there, Meifes from the Rebbe, when Rabbi Gurevich was in Eretz Yisrael, because when he eventually did get married, he was somehow in the army somehow, and
I was in the 6-day war, no?
Right, and you listened to the Rebbe, and you were saved. You know, most of the stories we hear about that aren't firsthand and aren't necessarily, they are figments sometimes of people's imaginations or something that dripped out of someone's finger.
His story.
Right. But with Rabbi Gurevich, it's a true story, and it's also in the book, Mr. G. It's required reading, and there's some humorous incidents there too, but I won't ruin it. So again,
let me just ask you again. You're Eisenbach.
I'm Feller from Minnesota.
No,
you're
Eisenbach.
fellow. So who called me Eisenbach?
He's a young
Nah,
man.
he's a different guy.
He's one of the organizers. He's sitting here on the Zoom, but he's one of the organizers.
Because my nephew is Eisenbach. Yossi
He's a-
Eisenbach. Yoski Gopin's
Yeah, they're all related.
Adim sie ist meine Schwester. Joska Gopin's
Yeah.
wife is meine Schwester.
They're all Jerusalemites. They're all related.
Ja, ich
Don't worry.
weiß, man hat gesagt einmal in Jerusalem, man warf das Stein, you either get an Eisenbach or a Katz in Jerusalem. Okay,
My fellow, just to say that if there are Bachim sitting on the Zoom, not to get Pshute, whatever the Rebbe told
Those are Hirots only for Yachid. For the Yachid Shebechabura.
That Indian is not only that. There was also a story with Rabbi Kamensen in when he was in Prague. Dort hat gemacht das School von Mädlach. There was a Zman Cherum and a special Zman.
Not only as Zman, but I want to point out that it was for a special person. Und zu spezielle Shluchim. That was my point.
Exactly. So that's not the pshat as wir lernen von dem.
Nee.
Der Peil, das fahren der Serie, der wird eingestellt, die Meisdes und die Camps, v'chulu, so we have to know. So das fahren die Reus Jochen und der als nicht so posch die Inyanim.
Da ist gewesen ein Rav, da ist voran eine Kehille, eine ungarische Kehille. Sie sind eine Mixture, Satmer und Bells und Visionitz, eine ganze... Is gehabt ein Rav, was geheißen Ashkenazi. Ein größer Talmud Chochem, ist gewesen ein Talmud in Chachmad Lublin. Chachmad Lublin hat genommen noch gute Talmud, ein größer Talmud Chochem. Aber gewesen ein ungarischer, als Satmer, klingt mir an und bet, ich soll reinkommen zu ihm. Bet mir Rav, jeder Rav bet mir, komme ich zu ihm. Es fragt bei mir, wie kommt das, ein Chassidische in German, soll teach Beugrissen. Mädlach, wie kommt das Chassidische in German, wie mein Job? Aber ich habe gesagt, in Beis Yaakov, der Menahel in Beis Yaakov ist gewähnt Pinja Levin, das ist gewähnt der Beis Israels, der Gerer Rebbens Schwager. And he was in sagt bei uns ist das nicht so. Wer ist bei uns? In der Karte ist voran Benois Jerusalem. Sie haben mich und was sei da kein Freu. Ob ich was soll ich ihm sagen, von gesagt herzlich ein. Der Rebbe hat mir geschickt. Und Ben Amro, wie steht dort gehen
Emmanuel Ben Abram.
Ja.
Emmanuel Ben.
Gewinnt ein Pikeach und sich nicht, ich gehört, der Rebbe hat geschickt, hat mir nicht, hat mir aufgelassen. Yeah, anyway.
A greater shakach, it's really very it's a free stop to hear first hand from a chosik gesehen im Rebbe of Shinzayin, and then throughout the years, and I'm personally chidus with the heroes and everything, so it's really a free stop, and it's a mamish a greater shakach that you're doing it, and you should continue doing it. Leir Chamishan and Tevis, Farbrengen is sehr wichtige Sache beim Rebbe, sehr greater Sache beim Rebbe, so a greater shakach. Especially Aleph Nissan. Ja,
Ik was een vrijwillige Pesach.
Amen. L'chaim. Gamater.
Chaim livracha. I'm not staying. Ich blijf niet, weil bei uns ist das Erev Pesach. Es ist 5, wie viel, zeker jetzt, Viertel noch 5. Und man darf kaschern the sink, und man darf kaschern the kitchen. You will have to excuse me.
We do. No problem.
Because we already had Farbrengen last night. Bei uns ist schon bald Yud Beis, Yud Aleph endet sich schon.
We understand. Yeah. It Aleph is allemaal gewähnt a Messias Neveshdike Farbrengen. It's allemaal gewähnt as man for Pesach, man leeft, man kommt, man leeft. But yeah, we understand it, we appreciate any moment.
Okay, seid gesund und stark.
Yeah, culture.
Bye.
So I think Rabbi Levitin is still with us, and I see Rabbi Gronner is back with us. So Rabbi Levitin Efsher datzen la tzavot von Aleph Nissan. Shashivim, if you remember.
Ja, meiste was wir gewinnt vom Schnaß nach der Shishim. Wir haben doch verbracht nach der Shishim, der Maime, ein Jahr später, Das ist gewesen Chof Beis, das ist Chof Gimel. Jeder wird da reingehen zum Rebbe von Yom auf Yudalef Nissan. Der Chof Gimel noch der Schnat Shishim, wenn Schnas ein Jahr später der Lehrer gebeten bei Rebbe, sagen am Maime. Der sagen am Maime. It's Vanelum. Der Rebbe hat auch getan, ein sehr scharfes Wort. Loschen von Rebbe gewinnt, ihr Mund bei mir, ich. Schaut auf der Sagen am Maime, darf dein Katz zu bechagen. Also das habe ich gesagt, zum Segen. Ich denke, die der Ausgegangen gewinnt, sehr Mowuvel, sehr zu tragen von dem Wort. Ist allein, das ist auch das Sach. Vechom.
Vechom schon, aber Vechom.
Chof Gimel, Chof Beis, ich bin gestanden dabei, Chof Beis, sie gewinnen Yud Gimel Nissen, 2 Tage noch hier Aleph Nissen, Schnat Shishim. Wir haben da gefunden von Neil. Jeder vielleicht gefragt, da haben vernommen, von dem Chassidische. Voor een vrediger Rebbe. Een klein Elam said the Rebbe's free come from Neil when free. It was earlier than usual. We met, ik ben een minje met Zumsum in school. Nog minge, de Rebbe onging zu, ik ben op stad, maar gedaan minge. De Rebbe onging geen zum Zeden met de leden gestaan en de leden gaan gelacht in Rebbe. Und der Rebbe, die geben ihm der ganze Päckl mit Dolaren und hat gesagt, mit der Loschen, mit dem Mittel, der verbringen ein ganzes Jahr. Und ich habe allein auch gezählt, als ich I counted $61. Was der Rebbe gegeben, jene Yud Nissen, und gesagt, mit der Schmeichel zu sein, als mit dem Mittel, der verbringen ein ganzes Jahr. Das ist ein Schnat Shishim, hieß es, 2 Tage später. I still have somewhere $4 or $5.
Das ist Yud Gimel Nissen, ist das?
Yud Gimel Nissen, Schnat Shishim. Then there, I mean, Schmeichel, mit der Schmeichel. Mit dem Mittel zu verbringen ein ganzes Jahr.
Was gemeint zu verkaufen das? Vermaschke, zu vergeben Vermaschke, was ist das gemeint?
Okay, Vermaschke, ja. Ich starte mit das. Der wird auch oft geben, in jenen Jahren. Aber dort, ich bin auch gezählt, ich bin $61. I counted it. Ich weiß nicht, so das kann er doch wie du, das mir ausgegangen wird, Josk. I don't know, maybe you stole it. Yeah, maybe you stole it. I lost a lot of stuff from people like you.
I didn't get there yet.
Not yet.
I'll come for a visit soon.
Yeah.
I need to give you the chura, so when I come to bring you the chura, I might check it out. So schon beim Befassen gewesen, das sicher für Rebbe von Tovshin Mem und Tovshin Mem Aleph. Hast du gesehen, das sicher?
Noch nicht gesehen, das.
Von Chof Cheshven. Was geht wegen der 120? Mamisch mit der Mine, was der Rebbe sagt, der Rebbe hat alles bewohnt. Das ist gesehen ein Wort. Der Rebbe gerät Chof Cheshven, Tovshin Mem, als sie geworden 120 Jahre von der Jemelides von Rebbe nicht mehr sehen. Also der Schnaß am Meer Wessem. Und auch Tovshin Mem Aleph habe ich gerät, wegen dass sie geworden das Sie und Bechesem von der Meer Wessem. Dort und da am mehrere Wort von Rebbe, was sie Mamisch mit der Baschgoche Potes verheint. Der Rebbe sagt dem Wort, als da ein Wort, als der Seher sagt auf dem Postok, Beshegam hu Bosser, wo Yom Wessem Shona, das steht im Bereshis. Sagt der Seher, als Beshegam ist Begematrie Kimei Meshe. Ad der Ine von O Yom Wessem Shona, wo steht bei Odom Rishon, Als Moshe Rabbeinu hat gelebt 120 Jahre, und wie bald er sagt, wie bald ist von Ilona de Chaye, bei Mele, Moshe Rabbeinu ist der, was geht, Chaim, Azar Riches Yom von 120 Jahren, wann kommt es von Moshe Rabbeinu? Und der Rebbe sagt, dass wir forschen von sehr sagen, als wie bald bei Moshe steht, Moshe lei Meis, Mala Hallam, Ma kann mit Meshamish, Aflan mit Meshamish, bei Mele von kommt, die Ihnen von Chaim, Ruchim, Begashmis und Chaim Beruchnis, Schaße dort die Ihnen von Oyom schon, als da Ihnen von Nebesem, ist der Rebbe sagt, dass der Rebbe nicht muss sehen, Bechlal, dort Ihnen die Scheile von Mesh Bagger, Bekever Zenit, aber dort der Biru von Friedrich Rebbe, die geht zu Mesh Maseiden, als bei Chizoin, als gesagt, dass da, der eine sein Jemeledes, Shmeini war Bashan, und dat man das voran, als Bechlal sagt der Rebbe, als der Ihnen von einem Nossi, der verbunden mit dem Dor, ist Bechlal ist Nigea sein Jemeledes Anschader. Aber viele Benegea zum Nossi allein, wie steht der Milo, ist bei ihm Eche, der Ihnen von Mehr Shana, ist der Rebbe sagt, der Ihnen von Mehr Shana meint, als der Nossi geht, an neue Schlemes, an neuem Chaim Gashmim, Chaim Ruchmim, was kommt von dem Nossi, von der Lona der Chai. Es ist nicht Nigea zu Heint, als sie seht durch die Jahr von der terrible year of the Magefe. Und sieht sich ist der Ron, der Schnass am Meer, wer von Rebbe, sagt der Rebbe in Tovshim Mem, und Tovshim Mem, wenn sie wissen, als sie kommt zum Meer, wer gibt sich ein neuer Chaim, und ein neuer Leben, mit einem neuer Chaim Ruchming, mit Chaim Gashmi, mit Arichsim, mit Starkheit in Chaim, wo schon mehr dicke Wörter von Rebbe, dass sie nicht geht zu Heint. So Lachaim, Shalom Ber Lachaim, das ist sicher sein, als die Jahr, das sein End, das alle Unionen, und das
am meisten von dem Shabbos. Der Rebbe des Strauts Rebbes, das ist, da weißt du, von dem Bifster noch ist Tfilin, die Woche in der letzten Shabbos, Sonntag, was ist Heint, ist in der, was ist der Dienstag. Wir haben gemacht 4 Deals wegen Tfilin mit Jiden. Kannst du noch nicht legen, noch einmal mit jedem Film, was ich gewinne einfach von den Sachen, was der Sache, was das Leben mit der Film, ausgehen legen, mit der Rad legen, Film, mit der Social Distance in der Fahrt nach Stadt wie Seattle. Hat noch, man schon genommen die Vaccinations an, dann man kann schon legen Film mit jedem. Ich Shabbos, bei ein Kiddisch, ein bisschen Heimdelen, ist da he's Bruce. Schon 30, ich kenne ihn stammen, kommt 40 Jahre. Und blank zu der Schule. Und allemal, noch nicht ein ganz geschimmerter mit, wir haben mit ihm an Eggs, wie viel kann ich ihm stuppen? Ich habe mehr, aufhören können mit Schule. Das ist meine Schwachkeit. Ich sage, er hat doch eine Schwachkeit. They like we didn't feel is with that man, whatever the reason. That an attorney with mice is afraid with the Freud, at least he comes to shul and comes out of the Chassidishe shul for years. If I come nicht durch, weil ich mit vielen der anderen, aber nicht, nicht grundsätzlich von Shabbos, ich habe ein bisschen Maske und hat mir gedacht, I retired, Rabbi, this week I retired. Cool. Guck ich mal nach der rein. Bitte wir machen ein Deal. Darf machen ein Deal mit der Rebbe. Was ist der Deal? Now you're retired, hast du gesagt, want to make a deal at least once a week you should start putting on film. You just say film, say Krishma once a week. You have to have it once a month. Once a month. So no. I want once a week. Why not? Once a week. Is that there? It doesn't make decisions so fast. And I weiß doch, ich halte dich stark mit dem Deal. Ich lasse dich nicht. I don't make a psode, einmal in 2 Wochen, weißt du, man hätte machen psodes. Weißt du, dein Schwertag schon ein psodes. Weißt du, der Bell hat da Wort, Bell umschaut, so ich bei dir, ich einmal Bell, bei dir haben wir doch morgen Zeit, ich umschaut. Das mit mir, wir haben die Wort, Also, wir sollen bei uns schauen. So, ich habe bei dir, I'm not them say good morning, ich schon abschauen. So, as so, ich habe sich stark, sagte, okay. Sagte, I said, I shake your hands. No, you gotta shake my hand. We shook hands. Good, Shabbos. Sonntag, und ich habe Zoom Pilpul, weißt du, der Zoom Pilpul, du bekommst doch die alle Mann am Chemis, Joske. Weißt du, tust doch an den Mann am Chemis. Und ist auf die Schier, ist im Sof Schier für die ganze Elam. Ich habe gesagt, mal 30, 40 Jiden kommen, Kolomin, whatever. Whoever gets on a Zoom. Sagt der Rabbi, I did it today. Sonntag. I did it today. Das ist meine Schwachheit gewesen. Ich weiß doch, du weißt doch, Joske, wir haben doch mit die alle chassidische Sachen, mit alle Lachaim, mit die alle, weißt doch. Aber man hat doch, weißt doch, es ist, you know, sometimes, weißt doch, you know, weißt doch, haben dem das. So sind aber gemacht, ein Halbfall, ich konnte für Judah auf Nissan. Dem Deal, nachten gehen noch ein Deal, über Lunch mit einer, Zroldicke, einmal eine Woche. Noch gewen a Chulukas Matze in der Reform-Tempel, die gegangen nach Heverman. Mit dem habe ich gemacht, einmal ein Chedische Try. Heinz zu Lunch ist gewen noch eine Dr. Election yet Film von der Komaid. Wir verlegst es zweimal eine Woche. Sagt I want another time. The Rebbe's holy birthday tonight. I want another time a week. The Rebbe's holy birthday tonight. I want another time. Sagt, no, I want another. Okay, I'll give it a Rabbi. Give it a. I don't want to promise. I said, yeah, but I don't want you to forget about it because I want to be on top of you. Don't not come to lunch again because the maid haben dich gefragt the Scheile. Das ist $104 Nissan. So der ist wie andere gehen mich. Wir machen Deal mit Legen Film. Da gehen mich für. Aber wir da wissen, was der Schnat, was der ihm von der Aleph Nissan, der Schnat ist, der ist wie, wir da machen Deals und der Rebbe ist mit Säuben. Und wir doch wirklich nicht sein, also, you know, one after another. Weil jetzt gerade mit like jene Yid, 35 years, this Yid bei mir, this Yid, was ich kenne ihm gut. For whatever reason, mit dem habe ich mir got gain, papa. Das ist mein Gesorgen. Gemacht der Deal und gleich gelegt das und gleich gelegt der erste Tag zu filmen, Sonntag. Und geht, dein Wort ist gut. You can take it to the bank. Und man darf haben dem Festzeit.
You remember the story that you did in Alaska with the Chassidishe, with the Eden?
With the 85-year-old.
With Fisher.
Yeah, with Fisher, yeah. Yeah, with the deal.
Das ist gewesen ein Eisrotzen. After that, he wanted to put on film again. And I asked Rotzen Mamish.
At Galeg, and he didn't argue with me. You know, he didn't argue.
He asked you for it.
Yeah, he saw me putting on someone else's film.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But again, a judge. What was he about? A judge?
He was everything. He signed the Constitution of Alaska. He was the head of the university department. He was a legislator. Alles was du willst. A unique person. Sein Seide gewesen, sein Seide ist ein Signer of the Gurus of the Chabad Elamis in America. Gurus of the Bris. In Tov Reish. Sie gewesen der erste Mal P-Base, 80 Pirat. Man hat mich gehasst mit der erste.
Er gewesen ein Kommunist. Er gefahren in Moskau, ne? Er gewesen ein Kommunist.
Das ist der Tate seiner. Gewesen ein Schreiber.
Ja, er gewesen ein Kommunist gewesen. Er gefahren, ja, Kommunist, ja. Ja, gedenken. You know, I called
sein Seide hat gemacht das Sefer in Jiddisch, was heißt, die Gdelim von unserer Zeit.
Also.
Dem Sefer schreibt 2 Chapters wegen Rebbe Marash und Rebbe Nishmasin und zum Sof schreibt wegen Friedrich Rebbe, als wer wird geglebt, der schemmendicke junge Mann, was gedenkt, wenn vielleicht kommen, gewinnt ein Rovil in Liboi, was ist ein Vacation Stadt in Riga, in Latvia, leben Riga. Vielleicht alle Gdeil Israel kommen dort, und der Rabbi von Recht kommen dort. Er erzählt dort eine Sache, wegen bis Salante mit dem Rebbe Marash, Alles Sachen, was hat allein gesehen. Was dort erzählt als ending dem Chapter, wir gehen nicht mal sehen, als die gelebt hat, der schemediker junge Mann, der Friedrich Rebbe, geworden der größer Lion, der Leader von ganz Sowjet-Russia, und sieht seine Briefen mit dem Messias Nefesh und kann nicht glauben. It's just an amazing book. Und einer von den Signers of the Sein Seide.
I followed up with him. I called him once or twice.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Very interesting Jew. He's in his 90s, and he's still one of the top liberals you ever seen in your life.
And noch da?
Yeah, lebt noch.
Yeah. Ja, du kommst doch Lachaim, Joske.
Lachaim. Ein der Farbrengen, ich habe gesehen, Rabbi Telsner da, ich weiß nicht, was noch da, Rabbi Telsner. Wir sagen Lachaim, wir sagen ein paar Wörter, vor ich darf wissen. Wer ist Rabbi Telsner? Wir haben von Australien da ein. Rabbi Telsner, sagen Lachaim, auf Telsner. But tells that you disappeared, or you coming back with Lachaim? Oh, is that? Oh, Lachaim Rabbi Telsner, Lachaim Shalom Bel. Sagst du Lachaim?
Lachaim, yeah.
Lachaim. Da finde ich in der Maschke für Pesach. Lachaim.
I just want to mention, I don't know if Chaim Tzvi actually corrected Rabbi Paltiel had gesagt, when the Rebbe came down from the Friedrich Rebbe and he said, you have trachten wegen dem Rebbe Farbrengen Atere and Nachbrengen Atere. Thus again, he's mixing up like a few mices. The Rebbe used to come down many times and say what he heard from the Friedrich Rebbe, the famous story about Favos Badir in Shul Retma, the Rebbe Rashab, Yekumen zum Rebbe. That was 20 years after the Stalkus, maybe even more. And the Gezok Favos Badir in Shul Retma beim Davenen. And this, the Friedrich Rebbe told the Rebbe, and the Rebbe came down and told the Bochum. And for a few weeks, no one opened their mouths. They were so scared. But the Etzem Zach, it's an unbelievable story. So that Indian, when we went, so later, it was either Yud Aleph or Yud Beis, he went into the Rebbe, and the Rebbe said to him, jeder junge Mann, was hat gesehen, dem schwer, oder Farbrengen Atere, oder Nachbrengen Atere, so mit Saye sein zu Juroi. It was after the Stalkus. That's and then the Rebbe said, my Shver said he was shivering his pants when he heard it. You know, the Rebbe said it in such an emotional eifena, but that was after the Nesias Nishtvarde. And there, another mention, I think Rabbi V.A.'s, Rabbi Feller Jr., or the man, the Meise with a certain Rav. The Rav given by Herschel Schechter, who was the head of one of the Stadus Rabbonim. And he once went into the Rebbe. I don't know why. I think he's mixing up two stories. But one of the stories was that the Rebbe, when he went into the Kiddush, hanging ganz oft, and the Rebbe said to him, "Would you like to have been born in the door of the Rambam?" So he listens to the Rebbe, and he says, "Avada, the Rambam. Who wouldn't want to have seen the Rambam?" And the Rebbe continued, "Would you like to have been born in the days of the Baal Shem Tov?" And I cooked off on Rebbe, and he doesn't understand what does the Rebbe want. Then he says to him, "Was du gewollt sein in dem Dorf von dem alten Rebbe?" And the Rebbe is asking him, and he ain't got a clue what the Rebbe wants. And then the Rebbe stops for a moment, and he says, "Ich wollte nicht gewollt sein, nicht beim Rambam und nicht beim alten Rebbe. Der Rebbe ist mir beschreiben, soll sein in dem Dorf bin ich 100% zufrieden, als ich bin doch." An unbelievable story. L'chaim. I remember the first time by Mulek, when we talk about Australia, the Rebbe said Australia is minor. It's a very bechlal. The Rebbe's chvivas to Australia was unbelievable. In Tovshin Beis, there was a group of Hungarian Jews who came, and they started a Beis Medrash called Beis Ephraim. And they got a letter from the Friedrich Rebbe. This was Tovshin Beis. am darf trachten wegen Chinuch auf Tinekeshel bis Rabban. This is Tovshin Beis in Australia. Gib a kukbar tutzach. And garnished. And then it's a bislach Australia slowly but surely. Then the Rebbe sent my shver to come here. And he came here before he left. He was here Rosh Hashanah, so he must have left Shavuos. After Shavuos, he left at Chasne Gehat Elul Tait. Vav Elul. Then he came here. No, what am I talking about? Chasne Gehat Elul, and 6 months later, at the Rebbe geheißen as a foreign in Australia. Das heißt, gelost the Freud, the color, as a wege from Australia by himself. And then he came and it was unbelievably successful. And Yom Tov Rosh Hashanah they gedavened by the Hungarians. And at that time there was no mikveh. And he got up before Tkiyas and he gave a drosha, Kiyad Hashem Ateva Olov. And the Rav of the Shul was a Grace Chosik when Abel Zachos Spetter is given in Montreal. His name was Rabbi Naiman. And the man was after the drosha. The man's hands were shaking. He couldn't pick up the shofar. And right after that, they went and they built the mikveh. But that's what the Rebbe took in Australia. The Psalm Serebransky and all, and the Altoises and the Klubgans, everything. Oyen Venera, it's nicht zu glauben. Was it's zugetan da mamish. Without any, it's not to be believed. Nazak Kleine Medina and Aziv Veit, don't forget we are so far from everybody. Okay. L'chaim, they shall help them, sollen Seder werden, Tanemes, l'chaim.
L'chaim. Asher Koyach. Thank you very much.
I'm finished yet. No.
Go on. I thought you were running away. Go ahead.
I came, what happened was, in the summer in New York, everybody's been in summer in New York knows that it's hot like mamash schwitz and alle Seiten. So my parents, jede Jahr geschickt in a camp. And one year was the summer of Tavshin Chof. My mother meets a certain lady and she says, "Oh, what are you doing with you?" 1 second, I got a telephone. Hello. Can you call me back in about 20 minutes? Oh, come on. So he tells my mother that there's a very nice camp. It's called Camp Gan Yisrael. It was $360 for 9 weeks. So I had, at that time, I don't believe I heard the word Lubavitch. I was living in Manhattan, west side of Manhattan. There was one Lubavitch in Chanovich. There was nobody else I know that had any shaykhs with Lubavitch. Nothing. This was Manhattan. Manhattan going to Brooklyn was like going from Australia to New York. So I don't even know how I got. My father Vechom took us. So I when we registered, had no idea what Camp Gan Yisrael was about. In the shul that my father was Rebbe, there was a lot of Radomski Chassidim, Polish Chassidim, but that was it. There was nothing. I hadn't heard. I don't remember. And then we arrived in front of 770, and I was 11 years old at the time. And what was interesting, I had never seen so many beards in my life. I remember I saw Beryl Futterfass and I thought he has the biggest beard in the world. And I saw Kahos Weiss. I mean, it was to me, it was a culture shock. Should be culture. So then we get into the buses, and then the Rebbe came out. If I'm not mistaken, the Rebbe came out to see us off, and then we went to camp. And then 3 weeks later, Tizvov Tammuz, the Rebbe came, and then was mamish. It's on. You can see it on one of the videos. And it was unbelievable. We went to sleep. The next morning we wake up and we see the chevra cleaning the place. You could eat off the floor. So you give mamish, unbelievable what went on. And the big signs, Baruch Habo. And I remember the Rebbe coming. It was but it was cloudy. There wasn't, and the place was packed. And Beit Zayton, the kids sat in the middle of the shul, and there were people on the right and people on the left. And the Rebbe, they took movies with lights. There was mamish, and the Rebbe didn't like lights. And I think Meir Halleck was holding the microphone. Unbelievable, the whole scene. When the stories that I heard in those years, etc. And there were a lot of misnagdim and the Polish. It was a very, very exciting summer. When the Rebbe came up, it was unbelievable. Went into every single room, and everybody got a green yarmulke, and they put up a picture of the Rebbe in each room. And the Rebbe walked into every single room. It was moiridik. Then he went and he went to the waiters, and he saw a big sign. There was a big sign that said that, in America they give tips to the waiters. So it said, money is the root of all evil. Leave your evil with your waiter. So the Rebbe looked at the sign and read it and said, Lav Dafke. And then the Rebbe said they should, asked, where's the basketball court? And nobody knew. So they said, on my basketball court. And then afterwards, the Rebbe said, where's the handball court? So Avremo was walking next to Avremo the Shem Tov was walking with him, and then there was Weinbaum and Chadakovim. Weinbaum was his name. And then they said tennis. Some of them said the word tennis, and the Rebbe medafnished. That was, and then the Rebbe went from there. He went to Beis Yankiv, to Camp Amuna, and you have the picture of Rabbi Kazanovsky and J.J. Hecht. And then when we came back, of course, we davened Mincha Ma'ariv. Then I went back a year later, and a year later, and then Meir Ranes used to call me up after every Farbrengen, and he used to chagiv a bit with the Chazorah. And the rest, as you know, just that's what happened. Baruch Hashem, Rono Lechveide, was zeicher to see the Rebbe. And the Yechidus that I had, I remember one time I went to, then I was going to go there to Sol, when I went to Kfar Chabad. So I had Yechidus, it was Yitches Menachem Ov. And the Rebbe said to me, the first of
Shin
Chavov. This was 1966. Shin Chavov was Yudches Menachem Ov was Yechidus, and Shabbos was Farbrengen was Chavov. And I left that Sunday. I went to Yisrael, and the Rebbe said, "Mir vortach an Platz, was is mehr heilig. Darf man allein aufheben, werden ein bisschen heiliger." So it's onheben. He asked me if I put on Rabbeinu Tam yet. I said no. So it's onheben legen Rabbeinu Tam. Nicht der erste Tag, aber es Mesada sein soll es tun, wie viel du kennst. And then I went to Kfar Chabad and stayed there for 2 years. Then we came back. And I remember going to Yechidus. My father used to go in. My father worked for the Jewish agency. So he used to go in with a guy called Shlomo Zalman Shragai. Shlomo Zalman Shragai was the head of it was in the Jewish agency, and I think it's Shoes beim Rebbe. Shoes, the man has unbelievable letters. So one time he took my father with him, and they introduced everybody that's there. This is Rabbi this, and this is Rabbi that. And then it came to my father. So they said, "Das ist Rav Telsner." So the Rebbe says, "Ich kenne mich lein sein Artikel in the Morgenjournal." So my father said to me, "Why does he waste his time?" Wasn't learning that thing. But the Rebbe saw it. My father told me as he walked in, he saw the Rambam. The Moshe Rav Kook has the first print of the Rambam in a white cover, and the Rebbe had it. Mommy, right behind me, could see it very clearly. But my father couldn't understand why on the floor there was Sforim. There used to be a piece of paper, and on top of it was Sforim. You think to yourself, "Ha, Rebbe's al Hom Sforim av der." No one could actually think about it. But I remember once I wrote to the Rebbe. My father asked to have a cataract operation. Then they were living in Eretz Yisrael. And then my Imaledes is Chav Beis Kislev. So I used to go in the night after this Kislev. And as I remember that year when my father had the operation, I walked in. And as I'm walking in, the Rebbe looks up, "Was macht the Taten's egg?" I had forgotten to write that operation. But months later, at the Rebbe so gedenken, I mentioned geschrieben, also you have to have a cataract operation. Was macht the Taten's egg? No, der Rebbe soll helfen, man soll mekushe sein mit Anemes und von dem Rebbe's Peules in alle Unionen. And should not, die was am Sege gewen. I tell them when I teach sometimes, I say, how do you have Meseire? A Meseire was mit allein gesehen, man gibt es über die Kinder, and the Kinder geben es eine Klach. So I said, for example, I remember it was a Simchas Teda. Simchas Teda was, as everybody knows, one of the most Waldike things that happened. Even Pesach, to be by the Seder upstairs, I was zeicher to be up for 3 times. And I remember when they sang the Nigim Prozes Teshuv Yerushalayim, and the whole table started moving. And then you saw the godless of Rashag. Rashag hit the floor. They pushed his chair, and he was on the floor. Do you know what it means? And they picked him up. He did not say a word, didn't open his mouth. When the other guys were another guys were screaming. Rashag kept quiet, didn't say a word. But to be by the Seder, there was some Zeiche given. We went in, it was across the street. I'll tell you one small story about Pesach. So given a week before Pesach, So I was sitting there, we were sitting there, who was it? With Wolowski and a few other Bachrim. And the Rebbe comes in 749. Why can't we have a red carpet? A melech, I've given a red carpet, to give a red carpet treatment. So everybody says, Shtushim, Chitzenius. And we went was some gesagt. So we found out that it cost $40. Now this is Tov Shin Chav Tes. Now today you talk about $40. You had the stinker, the 5-year-old walks around with more than $40 in his pocket. But in those days, we took $1 from each bocher. You took $1 from each bocher. And we got the red carpet. Now the problem was, as the Rebbe nicht gleichen, we were nämlich angehakt. We were very worried at the end of the day. Then they put up a few lights. And we had to stay. We couldn't see the Rebbe again on the carpet because we, the bocher, were eating inside in the 749. We had to stay by the place. The Rebbe came in and gave a bracha and walked out. So we stood inside, and hundreds of Bochum went after the Rebbe. And the Rebbe, when he got to the carpet, took his right foot and banged it on the carpet and walked straight in. He had the brute. It was unbelievable. Then he went a bracha. Then we finished the Seder, to the younger door. We finished the Seder, maybe it took us 20 minutes. With all cases, and we ran and we got upstairs. Before the Rebbe had gone upstairs to the Seder, and we must have been maybe 20 bocher. I don't think there was more than 20 bocher. Now, the Gwen Gereisach Shidim or some gedacht zenden Rebbe, ponim beponim. I zag chutzpah nicht gehabt, so I stood behind the Rebbe, but you saw everything how he set up the kaira and everything. And as time went on, so more people came. At the time the Rebbe, but the Rebbe finished, the Rebbe couldn't get out. The place was so packed, solid, that you had to wait 5-10 minutes till the Bochum moved down. The Rebbe's waiting, then holding the Siddur with his kaira. And then the second night you had the Farbrengen, which was unbelievable. So you went mamish la'ela. At 1:30 in the morning he came down. There was nothing to eat, nothing to drink. But then the Rebbe Farbrengen till 5. Gorgish, my Rebbe sat with his eyes closed. Every sikha was with eyes closed. But in the Gunim, he had his eyes open, but the Sikha, his eyes were closed. So someone asked, why have your eyes closed? He said, the dimension was Shlot 9. I don't want to disturb them. So he had his eyes closed. But the Farbrengen was unbelievable. And then Rebbe Yael Zazayin Gesund Chazid from about 5 till about 7:30, I remember. I remember going to sleep like 7:30. I don't know how he did it. The Pashat Begashmi, and 10 o'clock, so it was like unbelievable. It was like the Lamaila, Mimedida Vahagbola. No, Zachaim Lachaim, Zal Nemer von dem Tog. I was once in Berlin. I went raising money for some place. And there was a guy there, an alter Bocher. So he says to me, Du weißt, habe ich als der Rebbe gefahren von Berlin in Frankreich, bin ich gewesen by the airport. So I thought myself, this guy on our board, So I say to him, what did you have a shaykhis in Berlin? This is 1932, 31, 33. So he said, mit gewusst, das ist ein etwas special. 1931. So that's why he went to the airport. No, L'chaim. Der Rebbe soll dem Rebbe soll das Galle werden, nehmen uns in Yerushalayim. Wenn ich komme nach Wochen mit Absochim, und so sehen mit dem Rebbe was schneller. L'chaim.
Amen, Chaim. Very good, Mark. Thank you. That's the Gerät. Chaim. What he mentioned, what Rabbi Telsner just mentioned about Shengivus Yemov, and you look in the Yeshivas in the Rebbe Tzechane, she talks about the Rebbe, that's the Mama Alein, and she says how in 3 places how she describes, she said about the Bar Mitzvah, and she says about the Gei Mecheder, that even he had other children, they also had Bar Mitzvahs, but everything that was connected to the Rebbe, there was something so special. She even said, as a gata begeistert Ponim, a darinker a begeistert Ponim, and he said, she writes, the Rebbe writes, as even though the Rebbe was very, very shemediker, and he was trying to make it to nothing, but so a raisgerufen at derech heret zu him. that even when as a little kid, she said how people stopped in the street, and she would go with them in the street as a little kid. People stopped to look at him. I remember Norman Lamb was by me visiting like 25 years ago, when he was nach a ganze Macher with the President University, and he came with his wife and her sister. And the first thing he told me when he came that he went on the Goyische cruise, not on the Yiddish cruise. And on the Goyische cruise, and he walked into the kitchen and he told the Goyische chef what exactly he should do for him, and he ate the whole 2 weeks from the kitchen of the Goyische chef. That's the event, Norman Lamb, the tzaddik. But anyway, so we had
I'm
I'm just describing modern Orthodox and the president.
I want you to know that what's his name, Shalem Cohen, heard from the Rebbe's Nechane, he kennt Megleben as a Kodesh Mirechem. Das gewinnt her Loschen. Das beget von Shalem Cohen.
I think the Rebbe's Nechane also writes it that Loschen in her.
Could be.
So anyway, so Norman Lamb, so Norman Lamb's wife and her sister, they lived in Crown Heights. So they both told my children, they were sitting together Shabbos, that they remember as young girls, that when the Rebbe used to walk in the streets of Crown Heights, people would walk out of their houses to look at him. The way she remembers the Rebbe is like a prince walking. So that Indian, that's the word the Rebbe says, when he gets a Moshe Rabbeinu, a Mishnela, this Mala Abayis Eiro. So in the Sikha, the Rebbe pointed out, as Nismala Abayis Eiro, welche Stube das gewesen? Die Stube von Amram.
Coach Amram gewesen.
Der Nossi Adeh. Als Gabe dem Nossi Adeh von jener Zeit, ist der Stube gewesen Cheshech, Gabe dem Eir von Moshe. Der Ihnen von Rebbe ist Hecher von aller Rabbeim, als Gabe dem Eir von Moshe, das gewesen Amram ist gewesen Cheshech. Das ist der Ihnen, was mir sagt, sei Aleph Nissan, als der Tag, and that's what, I don't know if you, Shalomber, I don't know if I told you about the Tshuva that we had for the wedding. Taka, the Rabbi tells the son, I think is one of the, is it that your son Levi tells that?
Yeah, it's my son, yeah.
He's the one who typed it up. So in that Tshuva, I found by Shgoche Protis, a Zach was gelegen 70 Jahre, gelegen Aboidem von Aiden in Eretz Yisrael. I read
it. It's very beautiful.
Yeah. So what took me mostly is as those Zetmen, I read wegen Shabbos Mevorchim oder Beis Tovshin Aleph und Purim Tovshin Aleph. Das sind mamisch 2 Wochen für die Kabbalah Senesias. Und mir seht, als der Rebbe within days, at the ganze Elam is poshet, sie gewähnt der Rebbe hat genommen dem Elam in such a way, as nicht der Pshat, am read sein description, wie der Elam hat geführt, Shabbos und Wochim oder Beis Tovshin Aleph, is exactly like what geführt in Tovshin Mem und in Tovshin Chof und in Tovshin Nun.
Yeah.
Now the Pshat, it took wie es doch Jahren, bis sie gewohnt. Mamish, the way he describes the Rebbe, the way he says how when he walked over to the Rebbe Purim Tovshin Aleph, as geklappt der Herzen vom Pachad, und gewinnt ein modern Orthodox Jew.
Yeah.
Der Ihnen als dem Rebbe's Ehr, als nicht ein Pshat, als der Rebbe hat uns genommen. Der Leib Keraskin, ob ich es sehe, der Rebbe hat reingescheint in uns. Der Rebbe hat easily in uns. Es ist nicht ein Pshat, that we understood that the Rebbe is. Das ist der Gewinn als da was hat übergenommen allem und alles gewohnt, and that's what the Rebbe is. Das ist eine Kude, was die Aleph Nissan is all about. Chaim Shalom Bella, Chaim.
Tzvi, Chaim Tzvi.
Chaim Abrach. Chaim. You know, there's the in Folakan Shmuz V'Sipurim, he says about the Friedrich Rebbe once, by the Shiva, so Rav Zev Gold, because when Agreset Nistische Knacke came to Menachem Ovel, so as he walked out, he says to the Rebbe, Chab Meire, ich will werden Eira Chosid. So the Rebbe said, what after this time from Meire, can't this time from Ave? I'm married the Gewart, but you see there, it's the Milo. Chaim. Nice, the Pesach door. What's the Chomed's door?
That's really what happened to every Chassid. I remember the first time I saw the Rebbe. you know, everyone, the first time they saw the Rebbe, they were like, literally like, I would say hypnotized by the Rebbe. Mamish, the Rebbe took you over, totally. The Rebbe, or the ganzen, the Shtarove begufe the Malka, the Rebbe like sucked us in. The Rebbe's keach, the Rebbe's air, what we saw. We didn't understand what we see, but we saw as a Zach was the Hecher von Alts. And that's what the Dalfnissen is. I remember the Dalfnissen as a Shmenim. Shalbe, you remember as a Shishim. So you have to tell first about as a Shivim, Shishim, and the Nacht, the Redem as a Shmenim. No?
Dog Yoske. Dog Chaim Yoske.
Chaim.
Noch hier, noch iedereen. Chaim.
Who is here? I don't see anyone because they don't open their cameras. So you know, it's all Lando. Who is there? Weißt du, le Schema Eisen, am Durchmann, ich meine, Durchmann schreibt doch ein interessantes Wort. Le Schema Eisen, doch ich werde Mama Schmugge beim Rebben. Sei hat geschrieben, alle Meister zum Rebben, Vater mit Briefen. Sei noch dem Rebbe zum Geist zu machen, nach Sefer, hat collected alle Sachen. Es voran a Goes, der Rebbe mit Gigi, mit Sachen von der Sachen, sehr geschrieben. Ist eine von der Sachen, dort schreibt er, aber wusste er Wort, aber man sieht, wie allein schreibt er, als ich Farbrengen für viele Rebben. Und der Rebbe gestanden mit dem Bruder, Solar Yeleb. Und der Friedrich wird gesagt, sie sei, sie werden Tobisch Pevov. Oder Pezain, bei uns steht das in Pezain. Und der Friedrich hat gesagt, sag, Mones Afach, die gesehen, im Rebbe Rashab. Was ist durch ein Brief von Friedrich zum Rebbe, dem selben Teichen. In der Igris, von dem neuen Igris, was von Friedrich Rebbe Arus, der Briefen, als Mones nicht gesehen, im Rebbe Rashab. Als Alman Durchmann schreibt, du gedenkst mit Stamm schon bei ein Sefer. Schreibt er dort, als Tag übergetracht, wie kommt das? Als Rebbe Levi hat nicht genommen, zum Rebbe nicht mehr sehen. Und der Chagas voran ich der Meister von Schwul Grossmann. Das hat echt erzählt, als hat gewinnt in England. Und hat erzählt, als gewinnt als Bocher, als morgen gefahren zu Rebbe nicht mehr sehen, auf dem Weg hat er gestellt sich bei Rebbe Levi in die Stube. Und verbracht der ganze Schabbat mit der Rebbe ist auch vor uns zum Rebbe nicht mehr sehen. Und dann noch, mit der Schabbat hat er gesagt, du kommst mit mir, hat der Rebbe geschwiegen, und der Rebbe zu Chane gesagt, reißt sich vorn, aber der Tate lässt nicht. Das ist die meiste, was Grossmann erzählt. Ich sage mal durch, man schreibt in seinem Sefer, hat getracht, wie kommt das Tag, als der Rebbe Leibitz nicht genommen dem Rebbe. Dann hat er der Mond auf die meiste Baal Shem Tov, den alten Rebbe. Mir hat getracht, dass das selbe Pshat. Das Punkt mit Mama, Shem Tov hat nicht gelost zum Kommen, glaube ich, Sachen vom Rebbe. Wenn wir sehen, der Minion, als Tage, der Rebbe rettet in Bosse, die gar nicht auf Shinid Aleph, als der Rischen, der alte Rebbe, als der Baal Shem, als der Vom Avinu, der Hashvi'i, das der Dorf vom Rebbe, als der Mesher Rabbeinu. Wir sehen Tage, als Saiba Vom Avinu, Saiba Mesher Rabbeinu, das ist eine selbe Sache, mit der Rebbe und Rebbe. Als Avrom Avinu doch geboren geworden zu Tata wieder so Terach. Und hat allein, der Eibischter allein ist Gal geworden zu ihm. Hat allein gesucht im Eibischten, bis der Loschen auf den Baal Abir und ist Gal geworden zu ihm. Dann noch später hat er sich Wus wegen Shem und Ever und hat sich verbunden mit sie. Aber Schaß, allein hat angegeben von sich allein. Und der ist der Mesher Rabbeinu. Wo ist Mesher Rabbeinu noch gewesen? Nicht bei Amram. Er hat sich geordnet bei Paar in der Stube. Wurde gesehen, dem Eibischten, von sich allein. Es ist nicht der Bescheid, dass er gehabt hat, Chinuch von der Reben, von sich allein. Der Baal Shem Tov wurde gegangen, sein Chinuch von der Kirche Shaleni. Nicht von der Gdei, die Go-Gräse, also am Reben, der Rebbe hat angegeben, als der alte Rebbe, hat nicht gewusst, von Baal Shem Tov. Er gehabt, es war eine Sicher für die Rebbe, der alte Rebbe gehabt Taremes auf sein Melamed, bis auch Arbeit, hat mich erzählt von Baal Shem Tov. Er gar nicht gewusst von sie, aber sie existiert, der Baal Shem Tov existiert. Ich gewusst von Chassidishe. Sie beschaß gekommen zum Magel, das ist schon gewesen, nach Godel, Betere, Benigle, Benister, in alle Unionen. Und wenn der Friedrich sagt, als Nishmas Odom Talamdena, den Nisham hat allein gelernt. Das heißt, er gab dem Gidele Kurs direkt. Noch später, die kommen zum Magel. beim Rebbe ist gewesen einfach dieselbe Sache, als independent, hat allein gehabt, der hat doch gesagt, im Loschen, Tavshim im Ches, bei der Siche Pesach, also von sich, also nicht gehabt von, wegen Mashiach, nicht gehabt von Taten, nicht gehabt von Schwer, von sich allein nicht gehabt, bis kommt in Amerika. Das ist gewesen der Linie von Gilul Kurs von sich allein. Und dann noch später, das ist der Linie von Rebbe, als eine Sache, was im ganzen Eche von Alt, und das ist, was Heint Monzach, man darf da Herren, die darf wissen, dem Schuss, was wir haben, als der Rebbe basically uns sein, es waren sehr viele Lieden in der Welt, es waren sehr viele fromme Lieden. Und zwischen sie allen, mit dem Isiklim Neshomes, wo sie sind verbunden mit dem Rebbe. Das der Emerser, eint ist darf wissen, ist eben der Rebbe, nicht mal sehen, so wie das Kisle, was er heißt am Schien in Tanlonen, ist mir, der Hashvi'i kann sicher sagen, dass darf wissen, ist heißt am Schien in Tanlonen. Alle Rebbe, nicht da kein nicht da kein Heiß, gar nicht da, die, was der gesehen im Rebbe, die, was sehen im Rebbe durch die Videos. Weiß ich schon, ich habe erst letztes gesehen, einen Brief von Rebbe, käme nicht, oder ich habe es nicht gesehen, oder ich käme nicht, der Rebbe dort nicht steht. Der Rebbe schreibt einen Brief zu Kfar Chabad. Als Mistame weiß dir, als wie sie fühlt sich da, als man macht Taklitim, Recording von den Farbrengens. Bei Mail sollte ich machen Recording von den Farbrengens mit der Skisse, der größte Farbrengens in Kfar Chabad. Und der Time of them is, am Ismal kann man das hören, man kann sich abfrischen. Und man kann abfrischen sich von derselbe Iseros, die gewinnt mal Farbrengen mit Schaas Meister. Das heißt, der Rebbe allein so klar, an der Batore von einem Video zu einem Recording, aber man soll kein Abfrischen des Sichrenes und dem Regesh und des Iseros von Gerd beim Farbrengen, das ist der Motor von dem Recording. Das heißt, der Rebbe sagt, dass der Recording aus dem Keach, und ich gewinne später in Aleph, dass ich gewinne eine von den letzten Rallies, hat der Rebbe gesagt bei der Rallye zu den Kindern, also wie es voran Kinder in der ganzen Welt, was sie kennen, sein da beim Rallye, Beschas ihr Ton, die Psukim, in alle Unionen mit der Größe Starke, mit der Größe Slavos, wenn andere Kinder sehen, die lebendige Pictures, die Video, wenn sie dasselbe Seos. Ich hatte der Rebbe der Ruiz und der Rallye gegessen, wenn da hat sich Itchem Shalom gefahren in Russland, der gesagt, er soll nehmen mit sich den Video von dem Rallye. Dennoch, in jenem Chedes bringe ich auch ein Video von Chaim Boruch, von dem Rallye mit der Porra des Sichers. Und was er immer gesagt hat, wenn er Roi vor ihm, schicken zu Schluchem. Dem Rallye. Das ist eine von der Rebbe gemacht sehr stark mit der End, der größte Starkheit in einem Rallye. Sie werden Summer und Aleph. Eine von der letzten Rallyes zu gewinnen. Der Rebbe allein gibt der Keach in den Videos. Als jeder Chossi beschast, sieht er wieder vor Rebbe, das ist ein Auffrischen. Also der Rebbe gibt dem Keach Auffrischen sich. Und das, was ich darf wissen, ist, dass jeder Chossi darf sehen, machen sicher, mit dem Rebbe Farbrengen, und kann sich auffrischen. Chaim schon, Chaim.
Chaim. Tell them I said wegen a video. Das ist kein Video, wenn ich them on the cable TV. The cable, ich weiß nicht, welche Jahr angeben Cable. 79, 80, ich denke nicht, welche Jahr angeben, 81. Da, wenn ich von Meister, ich should get the background, aber dem, ich habe get jemals beschast the cable. Als ik bij Rebbe zei, het was wegen der Dag, ik ben niet met zelt, maar we hebben masken gewinnen van kabel. Of als een menselijk man. Maar hier geht voorbij Jordan. En dan Seattle, ben matzev. En met een Christ. En een matzev. Had hij mij gevraagd, are you a student of Rabbi Schneerson? Ik ben a senior mensch in the government, in federal government, in the ganze Ezor, regional, in a very senior position when I met him. He said to me, are you a student of Rabbi Schneerson? This must have been Mem Zion. Memches. Frage ich him, how do you know Rabbi Schneerson? Says, I see the Rebbe on cable. I look forward to seeing him on cable. The doctor, he's a very spiritual and wise man. They doctor me about their lotion. Ich bin eine ganze Sache getan Geise Tevis. Jahren später, Jahren, we're talking about in the last 5 years, da haben wir gesetzen zusammen. Ich habe mit dem Akesha. Bis Mama ist der letzte Woche Doshim. He's retired now from the government. Now they given Devos hat mir gesagt, he's in security. Given the senior mentions the national security in the whole Azer. Hat mir gesagt, bis mit der getroffen, nach 9/11, hat mir gesagt, we're going to get hit. At least gesagt 9/11, we're going to get hit. Then everybody will wake up. This is with them in office, on a lane, ongoing. He says to me, you know, Rabbi, my single biggest regret in life, my single biggest regret in life is that I didn't travel to New York to see Rabbi Schneerson. Heißt, Joske, du tust doch in die Sachen. Das ist so eine Kaladei, trachtendig, machschovendig, mishmuas. My single biggest regret was that I didn't travel to New York to see Rabbi Schneerson. Also, got Yusuf Dik, like a last mensch, Hulu, he gets weekly emails from the Rebbe from Jem, Alentos, Vechulu. The ganze Hecke, was mir Rebbe, am verstehen, wenn wir reden von anderen vor, die Sache, die Welt, das ist eine andere so Sache, Bechlau, der Sache, was der Shemitz Benuneach, die Welt, das ist eine andere so Sache, ganz, der Pshat ist mir Rebbe, ich denke, der Rebbe einmal, ich bin bei Farbrengen, ich denke nicht, aber I remember the scene. Der Rebbe gerät, wegen der Rebbeim, wegen der vierde Gedeures. Und noch hat gerät wegen Schliches. Der muss, ich sage nicht der Loschen, wegen Schliches. Und gesagt, hat der Vater gesagt, der war trag getan. Jetzt fragen, bis auf schlimme Label gespielt, ich habe gedacht, gut neu, aber abteil der Wort, wenn es gewinnt. Der war trag getan, Vater gesagt, der nächste Sache, trag getan. Haben wir nicht bei der Farbrengen. Und gesagt, als Schliches, was er angegeben, das schwer. Er war trag getan. Und wenn Vater, aber der gesagt, das stark, aber mit der Pause, Schliches, ich meine, man weiß doch, man redet doch wegen der Hashvi'i, in der Minion, der bedeutet, dass es angegeben mit der schwer. Ich habe mich gewöhnt, früher war ein Anwender vor dem Neuch. Ich weiß nicht, was ich gewöhnt. Und dann gibt es alle Sachen. Dann anders so eine Sache. Und da verstehen der Hecke, das Mann und mit den Social Media, man darf benennen das Mann, mit alles ist da von früher, alles ist da, was der Rebbe redet wegen dem, das sich ist stark. Denn der Achrei ist, bringen dem Rebbe zu go die ganze Welt. Wir kennen nicht, und wir wissen nicht, wir können viel nicht abschätzen, was für Hashvi'i das hat, and how it affects Klal, Prat. So when a congressman, given sehr liberaler Congressman von uns, ist so da, Chassidishe mit Gebäude Schul, he was a very known liberal. But when them get ever coming to the dedication to the Chalukat Habayis, als the congressman from the Mesa, you coming? I didn't prepare him at all what to say. Then I get back to Shul. Ich habe weggestellt, gerät wegen Rebbe. Und er hat gesagt, er hat gelehnt wegen Rebbe. I didn't talk to him, I didn't prep him, nothing whatsoever. I can't reden wegen das, can't reden wegen das, can't reden wegen das. Was hat gerät wegen Rabbi Schneerson? Für die ganze Elam. Und der Spor, der eine Yehudi, der liberale Congressman hat gehabt von Elam. Wenn früher ab Barmalam, man guckt auf das, und er stellt über Pastors. Und er hat Sachen von Rebbe. Was hat gelehnt wegen Rebbe, gesagt wegen Rebbe, wegen Rebbe. Das ist mit was hat geredet wegen Rebbe? Und nicht geredet wegen Scholem Belevitten, nicht geredet wegen Rebbe Levitin, nicht geredet wegen die Schulen, nicht geredet wegen was. Geredet wegen Rebbe Schneerson. So, am redt wegen dem Zman, mit dem Do, wegen Rebbe, darf man nehmen der Sache, der Rebbe ist, der bringt dem Rebbe. Das wird Jemme tutuf. Und wird noch auftun, noch mehr. Vergane von dem ist, das ist der Tool, durch Social Media zu bringen dem Rebbe zu hunderte Millionen, Billionen Menschen. Und wir können bringen, verkaufen Toothpaste für Billionen Menschen mit Social Media. Und Amazon mit jenen mit sich reißen. Und wir fragen das in dem Jahr von der Pandemie, was wir kennen auf Social Media, das ist aufgehalten in der ganzen Welt, mit Essen, mit Meises, mit Sachen, das ist Social Media, das ist gebracht Essen zu Menschen über die ganze Welt. They were busy non-stop. The Social Media, die weißt doch, der Internet, der Amazon, mit die ganze Jungen, dem untergehalten, ökonomisch um die untergehaltene Welt. Ist mehr haben ein Achreis, aus Schluchen von Rebbe, zu benennen, wie man bringt der Rebbe zu der Welt. And not to be, Dr. Say, mit Zumzam, trachten breit, mit Afanem, und wir haben die Cheme, was Jem hat und stellt zu, man darf das bringen zu der Welt. Man darf trachten wegen der Welt. Man kann gut nicht abschätzen, was es kann haben, ein Spur, legabe Israel, legabe Dachen. Eine ist der Rebbe. Eine ist der Rebbe. Was ist der Rebbe? L'chaim, Yosko, L'chaim. Rabbi tells L'chaim.
I know that there's a lot of shluchim are doing now proclamations for Aleph Nissan. Das ist noch ein Weg, wie zu bringen dem Rebbe zu der goyische Welt, zu der Welt. Und mamisch mit hunderte Shluchim, zähnliche hunderte Shluchim, was kriegen proclamations von Mayors, mit Governors, mit Assembly People, mit Assemblies. Und es versteht sich, es geht sein in Kongress. Es gesehen schon, der Tshuve, was in das Passen geworden von Tavshin Memdala, das gesehen von Weingarten, wenn geht zu der Proclamation von Alaska.
Alaska, ja.
Aber wir sehen, wie der Rebbe geschrieben wegen dem, als er sehr angehört dem Rebbe in a personal level.
Yeah, very much.
Als Proclamation wegen dem, es ist nicht gewesen, eine Proclamation, normal, the Proclamation is Education and Sharing Day. Dort hat der Governor gemacht, die Proclamation, Rabbi Schneerson Day. Und da gamma haben sich Messias mit ihm in Merkez. Ja, gesagt, als Chayel, das ist eine gute Sache, weil sie gewinnen Summe in Alaska, was sie nicht die Aleph Nissan, sie nicht darum die Aleph Nissan, sein Chayel, die lernt von der alten Rebbe mit dem Baal Shem Tov. Aber sie gewinnen Shabbos. Und sie geschrieben mit Geben die Tzedake auf Freitag. Und der Rebbe hat das angehört, sehr stark, als 99% of the Sachen, die darfst du nicht mehr Chinuch, ist nicht Shabbos-Dicken. Wir tun das beschämen, ganz Lubavitch, und beschämen, wir sind Chinuch in Israel, Hashem hat Evi Chaper, bebasigen, als er sagt, personal, der Rebbe, und es kommt vom Isi Maslev, was jeder in tut, wie er tracht, und trachten, was tut. Und wir können sehen, dass der Rebbe hat angehört, als der eine von jedem Chinuch, als er sagt, Schives beim Rebbe, und er sagt, Kreach, und er sagt, Tekev, als er sehen, ich gehe darin, und stacke, Baruch Hashem, Alaska, und stacke, mein Sohn Mandy, und stacke da, hat getan, Rabbi Mandy, hat getan, als stacke, der Legislator gemacht, noch einmal eine Proclamation Day. Der Governor geht machen, nicht eine Proclamation Day. So, da ist eine ganze Gruppe von jungen Schluchen, was tun, in dem sehr stark, mit Levi Shem Tov von Washington, mit die ganze das, und das ist ein anderer Step auf dem Sinne von Tag of Shem Tov Neach. Und der Rebbe hat jemals gesagt, bei Asichem, sie werden dachte, wir gewinnen Achashel Pesach, Tov Shem im Gimel, der Rebbe gerät wegen Shem Tov Neach, und der Rebbe gesagt, mit Tonisch sagen, aber eben, mit Tonisch sagen, aber eben wohl getan, in Sinne von Shem Tov Neach, in der Dorf früher, was der Holocaust käme nicht geschehen.
Wen hat Loschen?
Der Loschen für Rebbe Farbrengen.
Ich denke,
Achashel Pesach, das bedeutet Shem im Gimel.
Mem Gimel?
Ja, die dachte mir, sie wird sicher achschel Pesach, dann doch schon im Gimmel. Da habe ich gesagt, eben, ton nicht sagen, aber eben will getan, ich hätte es mir näher. Das ist der Inischen zu näher, auch dem Keach, the potential, Poshet zum Mechaper sein ganz Elam Hase, bringen Achtes zwischen den Nation, Poshet auch nicht zum Mashiachen. Die Inischen zu näher.
Der Rebbe, die haben gesagt, in der Chofs, es kann Chof sein, zu Chof Wov, das hat mit auch gedruckt, der Shaykh Vemuna, das ist mir gehört, dem translated der Shaykh Vemuna der erste Mal auf Englisch. Dann gewinnt Bochrem. Der Rebbe jene Shabbos, nachdem das aber übergesetzt auf Englisch, der Shaykh Vemuna, der Rebbe gesagt, als bei der Farbrengen, als eine von den Sibes von der heintige Farbrengen, ist was mit der übergesetzt die Shaykh Vemuna auf 7 Loschen. Noch der Rebbe gesagt, wenn da Bombe, ich bin da Bombe, der Rebbe sagt, da Wort, und das eine von den Timen, was mit das übergesetzt auf 7 Loschen, Shaykh Vemuna, ist Faduma Seilem. Der Rebbe gesagt, auf der Shaykh Vemuna, als eine von den Timen, was mit das übergesetzt auf Englisch, ist wir werden Faduma Seilem. Ich denke, wenn der Rebbe das gesagt hat, der Ältere, das Schak, wenn das Schak, das Wort, ich denke, Geld war begrenzt, Jahren später, wir sind mit 10 Jahren zurück, 15 Jahre zurück, wir in New York, auf Shabbos feiern, Rosh Hashanah. Ich habe das Deal verbringt. Ich verbringe dort bei der Woche 14, bin ich reingegangen. Das Jail verbringt. Und es stellt der Meister. Treibt sich, haben ein verstandenes Wort. Und Dr. Meister wird der Rebbe Jammel gesagt, wegen der Wort, einer von den Teilen von Shaykh, wo der begeht, von Seilem. Und er sagt, jeder sucht Wörter zum Maße sein, was meint der Rebbe mit dem? Shaykh, was meint das? Aber das ist der Rebbe gesagt, das das von hier, in der Chofs, war ganze Eilem, ganze.
Can I be mafsik you for 1 second? The Rebbe said, Bishas Maise, as Bemes Agoi, like Kamadeis, can have Shutfis, aber der Tachlis HaKavona soll sein Achtes Hawaii, und das wird helfen durch Shaykh Vemuna. That was a hemshich to this whole business.
Du bist gewähnt Bishas Maise, bei der Farbrengen?
Nee. That I can't say. But I remember hearing and learning it with somebody. The Rebbe gesagt, as was darf dann für die Goyim, but das versteht, als make haben Schutfis, ist noch bei die Evet, aber ich hatte dafür haben dieselbe Achtes Hawaii, Punkt wie bei Iden. That's I remember.
You mean Shittuf.
Yeah, Shittuf, man.
Ich denke, das ist schwer, der Rebbe das gesagt, jemand Bishas Maise bei jener Farbrengen, kann sein, I'm not saying, but dort gedenke ich, das Wort gedenke ich, so der Rebbe jemand gesagt, der, was du sagst, I don't remember it right away, then maybe with a different time, gedenke nicht, could be, I don't know.
Okay.
But das der Rebbe gesagt, das der Rebbe gesagt, Shaykh Vemuna, es gewähnt da, an atomic bomb, der Rebbe gemacht hat, da Wort, da steht in Bechlal auf der Shaykh Vemuna. Befragt Heint ist dort, you have to think global. Verstehen, bringen der Rebbens a video, bringen der Rebbens Werte zu der Welt, Bechlal die ganze Sache von der Welt, aber Schass, man wissen, als das, als Ayid, in addition zu eigenen Mischpoches und eigenen Kindern, eigenen Einklach, und da ist Chassidum und Bechlal die jüdische Welt und die geredische Welt, dort wissen noch gedacht, die geredische Welt, was ich habe Thomas in Lakewood, die Gevra, they seien in der Besteller, aber wenn they then der Rebbe vom Video, they then der Rebbe of the Gem, und die dann doch die Sachen beschickt ist, das hat auf der gewaltiger Spur auf der litwische Gevra. They then dem Rebbe in Poshet, aber they that der Rebbe, und that der Rebbe, und they then of the Sichers, in addition to what Dr. Mehetem and they the Torah, senden Rebbe, the Litwaken, hat auf der gewaltiger Spur, whether it's overt or subliminal, mit Dr. English, is a gewaltiger Spur, wenn andere Menschen, whether they get affected more than they even realize. Ich weiß von meiner Sprache, ich weiß von anderen, was ich habe zu tun gesagt, but God said, whatever, I'm not getting into the details. Das hat auf der a Spur, whether they recognize it or not. Und unsere Aufgabe aus der Rebbe Schluchen, zu bringen, Poshet, the Zach to the Welt. Whoever the Mumchim, we got to go global. Wir reden wegen hunderte Millionen. Billionen. Da zijn, als we zijn, ergens voor de Welt, wat we kennen, aber wir kennen sind im Rebbe. The opportunity, we sagt das Hein Zoom, whatever you want to go and do, whatever. And we wissen that the opportunities, Hein, we sagt das opportunities, in America got doch an opportunity there. Also, da wäre an opportunity. Is the opportunities of bringing pushing the Rebbe with the Timbrel is go off another sort. You're talking about different kind of belieg wool of Fierach, the Gevul of bringing them Rebbe. And the other stot, the other place that we then was we can turn mehr in dem Kav. In addition to our, all of that, the Kinder mit der Eneklach, mit der Mischpoche, sitzen zusammen und watschen dem Senden Rebbe, darf trachten wegen der Welt. Das ist, was man weiß von der Rebbe, die Schlichert, darf trachten wegen der Welt. Was ist nur die Welt? Was man kann bringen dem Rebbe zur Welt, hat der Spur, es brecht der Eis, the indifference. Es hat der Spur wegen Jüdischkeit, wegen Sachen. I have a friend, our former rabbi, in Stott, kommt the gem, there isn't a week come out that he doesn't respond to me on the interviews from Gem. He's the first one to respond. Und der Name ist nicht Stana geworden. Nicht Stana geworden, was lehnt und sagt der Rebbe. More than in meinen ganze Teires mit allem, was ich kann ihm geben, mit allen Sachen. Go aufeinander sort von dem, das, was man bringt der Rebbe zu der Welt. Zu der Havdom, die jüdische Welt, die goyische Welt, der Havdom. Und das ist ein Indian Ikri. Bringen die Ture mit den Videos und in the interviews to the Welt. Anybody and everybody, whoever you meet, put them on your list. Put them on your thing. And all of them coming, you should get. That we have to think, und das ist unser Achrayus. L'chaim.
Chaim, Rabbi Levitt, L'chaim. Wir haben da einen Gast, ein Schliach von Rem von der Zoll. Was macht ihr, Rabbi? Noch L'chaim. Wir haben einen Gast, der Schol Willem Echet. Schol, sag L'chaim. L'chaim. Wir kennen den nicht hören, Rabbi. Schluche Kedish, wir kennen den nicht hören. Or maybe someone here at top and up. I'll ask the it's offen schön, it's bei dir offen, sag L'chaim, no? With Shol, das gewinnt auf Willen. Schonberg, you have to remember.
Yes, sag L'chaim, yes. Komm noch ein bisschen L'chaim. Ralf Nissan.
L'chaim.
L'chaim.
Was mir sagen ist die Aleph Nissan, als der Rebbe tun sie kleben. Als mir auch mal scheichen mit dem Rebbe. Nicht nur das Simcha, als wir haben dem Rebbe, nur was wir haben mal scheichen mit dem Rebbe. Wir kennen das nicht erst kleiben. Der Rebbe kleibt uns. Schol, sag L'chaim, bei dir ist er in der Früh. Schon fahren da, noch ein da, sag L'chaim, Schol. Kennen nicht hören. Efter mit darf öffnen das. I don't know, we have Chaim. You know my uncle Itche Chazan from Rome, you know?
Yeah.
Lately he told me a story, which I think the story, it's a personal story, but this story bringt Ruiz, was die Aleph Nissan ist, und wie sie mir dürfen freuen sich in Aleph Nissan. He tells me a story, it's a cute story, it's a true story. He tells me a story that when he was 15 years old, the Herr Schellenberg in Moscow, he was a 15-year-old kid, in a flagene Schkola every day. You know what I mean? A Chassidishe kid from a Chassidishe who is getting Schkola jeden Tag. And every day they was dealing with the Shkotzim, wegen Kosher and wegen this, and wegen Schreiben Shabbos, and all, Zorus Truris. Meidlach und Ninglach, the ganze Parsha. And the Zummer von Tovshi Chavov is given the Zummer for the vacation from school. Und der ganze Summe, sie gewinnen sehr nervös, also darf gehen zurück zur Schule, Pfarrer Shoshana, sie lebt sich weiter Schule. Und die Mama, she couldn't sleep the nights. Is the eine Nacht, der Gata Cholem, und gesehen hat er Tzadik, he didn't know who the Rebbe is, he never saw the Rebbe. Gesehen hat Tzadik, und der Tzadik sagt ihm, why are you so nervous? Don't be nervous, you'll never have to go back to school again. You'll never go to Shkola back again. He woke up, he told his brothers the story. He felt very happy that he had a Cholem, he'll never have to go back to Shkola. A few weeks later, they got the permit from Russia to leave, from the government to leave Russia. And all gefahren to Tzol. He came to Tzol, saw the first time the Rebbe's picture. And he said to his brothers, dass doch gewähnt der Rebbe was that came to me. Danach ist gefahren in New York, gefahren zum Rebbe, und geblieben beim Rebbe. Darf sich auf Fres, dachte ich mir. Sich auf das, nach sich auf Fres, gefahren zum Rebbe, geblieben beim Rebbe. Und danach ist gewähnt der erste Schliach in unserer Mischpoche. Und gab große Schwierigkeiten in Reim. Und gewinnt, Mama, she gave up. Wenn man mal bei Achilles da rein zu Rebbe geschrieben, als will wegfahren, es ist sehr schwer, nicht kein Panosse, nicht kein Menschen, nicht das, nicht kein Mäßig, gar nicht. Und der Rebbe hat aufgegeben die Hände und gesagt, ich höre doch, du bist stark Matzliach, ich höre große Sachen wegen dir. Und der Rebbe didn't let him, versteht sich. Und Heint, Baruch Hashem, it's a ganze Imperium. What I'm trying to say, and he was the first Shliach in our family, and Take, noch him, es gewann andere Shluchim in the family, and all the families became Shluchim through him. Gewann der Postach as a Zinner. But I'm trying to say that the Rebbe hat him a reis genommen from Russland, brought the whole family to Israel, brought him to New York, beim Rebbe, hat him weggeschlichert. The Rebbe chose him. The way Leib Keraskin said, the Rebbe hat reingescheint in uns. We could be Chassidim for Rebbe. Voran 18 Millionen Nieden. Da bin ich sehr gewandt sein Chassidim for Rebbe. Voran 7 Billionen Goyim. Da bin ich sehr gewandt sein Chassidim for Rebbe. Voran wie viel voran Chassidim? Das heißt, die wir sind Chassidim for Rebbe, die darf nissen, das ist der Tag, was wir da verbringen. Because we have the schools of the Rebbe to the not because we are better, nicht because we are kligger, wir haben gesagt, Meimer, also Hashvi'i, nicht mit Bchirose, nicht mit Diose, nicht was ausgehört wird. Also ewig geklimmt. Wir sind zufrieden. Der erste Sache, wir sind Bechal, Chassidim von Rebbe, der Rebbe ist geklimmt. L'chaim, l'chaim.
Yiladam, 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 yiladam. Yiladam, 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 yiladam. Yiladam, 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 Heredayam. Arayanai laradayo yadam. Rayanai laradayama yarayanam. Yama yarayanam. Arayanai laradayo. Ayayinam diraray arayinarayam arayinam dirayoyayayam amamayayam ay larayinam diraray ay larayinam herayinam diraray larayinam diraray larayinam arayayayam diraray. Ik denk eenmaal in onze jaren de Gofs, als we het geduld maar hebben, dan denk als bij die als je denkt met hem in de mens of de Gofs, ze geven s'nachts aan mij van de Samachzedek, tot ze gewolf. Jemel de Rebbe verbracht Shabbos en verbracht Morte Shabbos. Jullie alle vissen hebben Freitag, Shabbos de Godel wenn je beet en je Gimel wenn Sonntag. Jemel gesagt, dat den Ding is een van de Samachzedek's Nagunim. Hij doch zich. Yield ongeheim dem Nigen. Yield Chabig wenn dem Nigen. Und ich gelernt als Kind in Bedford, dem Nigen. Mit der gesungen Mosse Shabbos, dem Nigen. Tell am meisten von jenes man, you heard it from me probably 100 times, Jessica, but it's okay, you hear 101 times.
Love it to hear it again.
Yeah, hear it again. Efter du eine, was noch nicht gehört, aber am meisten von jene Jahr gegeben. Beschaut, der Rebbe direkt wegen der Schnasse mit Gewalt, mit der Schnasse kann von Rebbe, mit Schnasse mit sein von Topfen Chof, Schnasse kann, Chof Gimel. Aber das ist gerichtet auf Topfen Chof Wof, Schnasse Mei wird sein, a Dach wegen Meier. Genau, Woch 2, Fa, Jid Gimel Nissen. Der Rebbe Tage gerät beim Verbringen, aber mit auch geben, gemisst bei Meier. Bei jeder eine von den Mischprochen. Ich habe das gesagt, ich bin nicht stand dabei. Er hat noch domme toen de Jid. Ik ken dan de namen neig. Baskin, Garker Baskin. Waar ik gezien met samen tevens. Ik ben Motzei Shabbat. Daar heb ik gedaan min mij upstairs. Nog te verbrengen. Nog die ene verbrengen. Dat ik ben 2 Wochen durch Sofa mit Gimel. En ik denk ik ben sterben. Der ein zu mij was. Der ein in het Zimmer. Noch gleich gegangen, ist es noch auf Dollar. Mit dem Mol ich stehe auf dem Korridor, mit dem Mol da. Gewinnt von der russischen Gvardie, gewinnt von Ingere. Weißt du, von Ingere Gvardie, von Ingere, Deutsch, weißt du, der Chabure dort, ich bin eine ganze Chabure. Gewinnt von der Ingere, mit dem Mol gewinnt Inge Matschikol, gestanden, gewinnt ein Seucher. Mama ist noch meine wieder da. Mama steht neben mir. Als der Rebbe geht raus vom Zimmer, ist noch mein, noch Abdul, noch halt. Der leinte der Rebbe convert. The first one, right after Shabbos. Der Rebbe geht wegen Milgam gemisst bei mir. Der Rebbe, ich denke, ich denke, Mama sitzt da mit der Rebbe, gibt ihm ein größer Schmeichel. Und sagt ihm, hat Slocha Rabbe. The first one, 5 minutes after Shabbos, at done with an envelope. The next is Shabbos, to go verbringen. Die hebben gedacht, beweer lossen. En wees dat daar met tracht wegen Sachen, Werte von Rebbe. Der Rebbe hat gedacht, gerät wegen hem. Die hebben nicht gedacht, dein Namen. Die hebben gedacht, ich gewinne der. Ich gewinne der Los von Rebbe. Sie gewinne der. Was gewinnt der Pesach. Danach hat der Rebbe gesagt, Belal loschen Joske. Hat gegeben, wie viel man hat ihm geschätzt hat gegeben?
Wow.
Das heißt, der Rebbe schätzt. Shalom Belavitten schätzt, schätzt 2000, schätzt. Jeder eine, der Rebbe gesagt, hat gegeben, wie viel man hat geschätzt, er soll geben. Der Rebbe schätzt. Jeder eine, Lefi, Chusho, seine Cheles, whatever. Das ist ein Wort. Der Rebbe schätzt, jeder eine, Lefi. Jeder eine hat seine Sachen, man versteht, die Cheles kommt ihr da auf Nissan, darf man sich geben nach Hashvi'i, are we delivering Vechom shots? Yes, Joske. Are we delivering Vechom shots? Yeah, Dana. Yechelis. Yeah, Dana hat a unique Yechelis. Yeah, Dana hat a unique whatever. Die wird haben direkt heraus, die wird haben heraus von der Ignis, die wird haben heraus von whatever they get heraus. Ja, sie kommt doch noch heim.
Chaim. Wir haben da Schliach Rabbi Reitzes von der Israel, für Schluche Kedisch. Rabbi Reitzes, are you there? Wir haben da Schliach Rabbi Shaul Willem. Wir haben da Rabbi Reitzes, sag L'chaim, nu?
L'chaim. Good Yom Tov. Mazdov of Grimberg for the Chasne.
Okay, thank you. I have Simchas.
Amen. What do you speak? English, Yiddish, Hebrew? What do you speak? No.
Any language is good.
Okay, anyway, by last night we Farbrengen here in our place in Sodom Ma'ala, small Farbrengen, and we spoke about the fact that this Aleph Nissan is exactly 40 years since I was able to receive a very interesting answer from the Rebbe. Aleph Nissan exactly 40 years ago, Aleph Nissan Tov Shem Aleph, I got an answer from the Rebbe, which people know about already, what the Rebbe wrote about Yisod HaMa'ala's Mokem Kotten Ze'ein and Yagea Klal. This was Aleph Nissan Tov Shem Aleph, exactly 40 years ago. The Rebbe told us then, we were the Shluchim in Eretz Yisrael, and the Rebbe had told us, after 3 years of the Shlichus, the Rebbe had told us to, now came the time, the Rebbe said to spread out all over Eretz Yisrael, and everyone should look for a place where he can contribute, where he can do something, and the Rebbe gave a list of things that we should do. The Rebbe wrote, Din Kedima is to try to go to Rabbonos. That's what the Rebbe wrote to the Shluchim in Eretz Yisrael, in Tovshin Lamed Tes. So the Rebbe wrote a list of things, Batei Chabad, Batei Sefer Chabad, Afil Batei Sefer Loishal Chabad, the Rebbe wrote, Ike Altaras HaKodesh, and Meisdis Chabad, and the Rebbe wrote, Din Kedima L'Kol Anal Ze Rabbonos. So many of us try to go to Rabbonos, and I got a suggestion then from Misrad L'Inyanei Dat about a place called Yesod HaMa'ala, where we are today, till today, Baruch Hashem, 40 years later. And we had very serious doubts about it because it was a very small place. It still is a small place, but then it was probably much smaller than today. And it's also a place where there was no Frum Yidden at all. We were the only Frum Yidden here besides one young couple, age 85. Besides them, we were the only young couple who brought the age down from 85 to something like 28. So I wrote a letter to the Rebbe then, after we found out about this place. It's a Moshava Vatika in Eretz Yisrael, one of the first Moshavot in Eretz Yisrael, which was founded in Tov Reish Mem Gimel by Frum Yidden, by Chassidishe Yidden, who came from Mizrich and from Brisk. But then a couple of generations later, there was no Frum Yidden at all. There was nothing left, only one Frum Yidden at age 85.
You probably remember I told you once, I have a family here in Anchorage that their children come to us to our preschool and our school and everything. And the mother, who is Israeli, she is a little girl. She's Russian. She was Aleph demo 40 years ago. As a little girl, she would go to your house every Friday night. You used to have a party in your house every Friday night, right? Shabbat.
Yeah.
Like 40 years ago.
What's her name?
Her name is, will come back to me in a second, Polly Gadayak. Polly Gadayak. Polly Gadayak. The last name is Gadayak. She used to come to your house every Friday night.
Yisod Mala?
For Shabbat, Yisod Mala for Shabbat party every Friday night.
Okay, it's hard to remember.
No, that you didn't waste your time, and because of that, her children come now to Achabaras.
Yeah.
So you should know just as.
Yeah, you never know. Yeah, Baruch Hashem. But then the place was mamish. We had very serious doubts because it looked like it's nothing to do here, and it was like a little kibbutz. And so anyway, we wrote to the Rebbe a letter then, asking the Rebbe about it. What I wrote was that I have serious doubts about it because, first of all, I wrote Mokim Cotton Moed, a very small place. And then we also wrote that it's a Mokim which is no Fumi Yidden at all. No at all. We're going to be the only Fumi Yidden there, actually. So I sent the letter then, I think it was with Moshe Bashkin, if I'm not mistaken. He was in Eretz Yisrael then. If I'm not mistaken, it was him. I sent the letter with him. We're talking now at the time when to send the letter to the Rebbe, you needed someone who's traveling or the Israeli mail that didn't always Israeli mail didn't always work the way it's supposed to work. Somebody once said that there's a remez in Megillas Esther, and Doar Yisrael has a remez in Megillas Esther. Vatishlach begodim lehalbish es Mordechai v'loi kibel. This is a remez in Israeli mail. So I sent the letter with, I think it was Moshe Bashkin, if I'm not mistaken. And he came to New York then, Tafshin Mem Aleph, and Yud Aleph Nisni came to New York. And that day I called Rabbi Yamin Klein Olav Shalom, and I asked him, did he get the letter? He told me he got the letter, and he told me he gave it in now. But he told me right away that you won't get an answer till after Pesach. He says, today's Yud Aleph Nisan, so Yishtov Reden, and then comes the preparation for Pesach. So he said, expect an answer only after Pesach. A couple of hours later, Rabbi Yamin Olav Shalom called me and said, you just got an answer, he said. This was Yud Aleph Nisan. Right away after the Rebbe got the letter, he said, you just got an answer now? And the Rebbe's answer was about the fact that I wrote that it's a Mokim Cotton, and therefore we have doubts about going there. The Rebbe circled the words Mokim Cotton and wrote, Ze Einei Negea Klal. It's not an issue, it's irrelevant, the fact that it's small. And then the Rebbe also gave us a big bracha, Latzloch Rabbe, B'Avedes HaKodesh Bichlal, U'B'Rabbonos Bifrat. This was after it was all settled already. So this was exactly Yud Aleph Nisan. Somebody once told me that it's interesting that the Rebbe didn't write Mokim Cotton Ze Yigdal, Ze Cotton Godly. The Rebbe didn't write that because it remained a small place. And but the Rebbe said that it's nicht negea, small or big.
The Rebbe had a special chvives, dafke zum Merchakim, and dafke small places.
Yeah.
Simon,
yeah.
When Goldman went to Shliach, the Rebbe Farbrengen said, as a Shliach, as a for die Woche, Shliach in Merchakim.
Who was this?
Goldman from South Africa.
Yeah.
And also when Lipsker went to South Africa, the Rebbe said, as for the Shliach in Merchakim.
Yeah.
So the Rebbe when a starke chvives in Yisod allein as es all is emes Merchakim.
Yeah. It's weit physisch and ruchnius. But Baruch Hashem, we saw the Rebbe's cook, and in this small place, Baruch Hashem, we have Tzendliker Balichuvis Meshach Hashanim, Tzendliker Balichuvis. If all of them would have remained here, we would have had the Chassidishe Hill already. Many of them left. Many of them went to different places.
Today, a place like yours, many people will wish to go there.
Yeah.
Das hat der Rebbe gewollt, dass jeder Schchune und jeder Städtel soll auch mal Schliach.
Ja. So Baruch Hashem, das ist der Rebbe soll helfen, aber wir soll sicher sein, not to ignore small things, small places. But the Rebbe, every small thing is very, very big. I think that's one of the things that I learned from this is that there's no such thing as a small thing. Sometimes we think this is a big thing. This is gonna hit the headlines. No, small things that are not gonna hit the headlines, are not gonna be meforsim, not gonna bring any dust. It's a small thing, but by the Rebbe, every small thing is a very, very big thing. And who are we to imagine what's small and what's big?
Sie dreht sich doch in der WhatsApp now, der Loschen, der Yichidus, they soll rein zum Rebbe, you will give him a check. And the Rebbe said, if you want to give me a gift, it should be for matzah, shmurah, about shmurah for people. They said, no, I want to have a building. A binyan is in Williamsburg. Amir, at Matanet Samir is a shmurah. So you...
Chaim.
Chaim.
Rebbe soll helfen, wir soll wissen die Kavane, wir soll tun die Kavane.
גם טוב שבמחצת, der Rebbe hat gekocht sich stark wegen Schnasse Binyan, aber das ist gewähne, ich zeige mit echt Binyanim, aber nicht sorgen, als das der Iker, das ist nur eine von den Mifzaim. Schnasse Binyan, immer Mifzaim von Buin Binyanim.
By Rebbe Baumgarten, is one of the mice from Rebbe Baumgarten, who came to the Rebbe and told the Rebbe that he feels completely broken because he saw London, he saw big buildings, and he saw Kfar Chabad, big buildings, and he feels that he's a failure. That's what he told the Rebbe. The Rebbe opened up his desk and took out some letters from the Vechom that Bill Baumgarten sent to New York, and the Rebbe said, "Das ist in Neshamis, nicht binyanim. I have nicht in Neshamis that you sent to me here." That's what the Rebbe told him.
L'chaim. Yeah, that's true. Das ist darf nicht. Nur bei deren, Yossi deren. Sag l'chaim und etwas, nur bei deren. Arav Yossi deren Schlita, no? Sag l'chaim. Can you open up your, or someone?
I had the Rebbe's mashke, and I don't know where it went. I have to find it soon, quickly.
So regular mashke is echt good. But Kretschmann darf nicht am etwas. Till you get the Rebbe's mashke, so can regular mashke.
Right, a kurze Wort, aber a meredike Wort. El Lamed Ches. Samen Jaffi gekommen zu fahren für Tishrei. Sie gewinnen eine Zeit, die haben etwas, ich weiß nicht, sie gewinnen, Afshai Yichidus gar. Und Kapanem ist gewinnen beim Rebbe. Und der Rebbe hat etwas gesagt, nicht mit Asas wie es rotzen, mit dem, was Menschen kommen nicht und schreiben nicht da sehr viel Kiposche. Sie gewinnen so Lamed Ches. Also der Elam hat nicht, hat sich nicht angejagt auf zu Ruflegen auf der Rebbe, die Brief mit Kapanem, der Rebbe ist nicht gewesen zufrieden von dem. Samen Jaffi hat gesagt, dass es eine paschte Sache, der Elam will sich hitten mit der Rebbe ist gesund. Der Rebbe hat ihm gesagt, ich meine, der Loschen ist mit Duyuk, aber sie darfen mir. Der
Rebbe sagt zu Jaffi, aber sie darfen mir.
Aber sie darfen mir, das heißt, es hat gebadet der Rebbe sehr viel, nicht als klar redet man als da, der Linien Chloe, als Lea Nehmann, Stein Marise, aber das ist mehr eine persönliche Sache. Aber sie darf mir, das heißt, der Zar von Aiden ist als sehr viel Negea dem Rebbe, nicht als Manig Yisrael, sondern als Tatike Pschute. Sie darf mir haben, was sagst du meistens mit gesund. Mein Gesund hat ein Erich zu dem, was Aid ist ein Zar.
I lately heard from Shamshi Yunik. I never knew about it. Maybe people knew about it. That the Rebbe had in the last year, the Rebbe had a wound on his foot. The top of his foot had a wound, and Dr. Feldman would come twice a day to treat the Rebbe's wound, and Shamshi would come to hold the light. They would pick up his pants, and Shamshi would hold the light. And he said sometimes that the fellow would wait an hour and a half till the Rebbe was available. He would close his place, he'd close his clinic, and would come to the Rebbe and wait. Twice a day he would come and treat the wound. And to think of B'Shas Ma'aseh, the Rebbe had that wound, which we know what that wound means to a person that age, v'chulu, to stand 10 hours and give out tanyas or whatever the Rebbe did in Tafshin and Aleph and the Larim and everything. It's just unbelievable. Nobody in the Zal knew that the Rebbe is standing with a wound on his foot, that a doctor comes to treat it twice a day. The Rebbe steht 10 Stunden and gives out tanyas. I mean, this is like unbelievable. I mean, the Tanya the Rebbe gave it to Skiz and Aleph. Yeah, I'm sure it took the ganze Elam Durgan to Skiz and Aleph. You can imagine the crowd that was there. I was there still at Skiz and Aleph. The Rebbe gave out Tanyas. It's just unbelievable.
You remember Tes Shvat Tavshin und Beis, Mincha, Far Yud Shvat.
I wasn't there already.
It was mamish like in Memvov. And Punkte, all of a sudden, Yud Shvat, it took the Rebbe many minutes to come from the back of the shul to his place. By Mincha, a long time. It was mamish, Nishke can't cook, and it was like so difficult to look. I don't know if the Rebbe didn't lean on any benches or tables, but the Rebbe was walking extremely slow. Then all of a sudden, Yud Shvat, the shul was packed. The Rebbe is angekommen, and the Rebbe kommt da sehr rein. Kiloi Haya. Then was Katsav, was that night.
Yeah, don't again. That's wegen Israeli politics. I'm going with the Shafa Sicher, and then the Rebbe sent Yossel Gutnik that he should. The Rebbe didn't trust Katsav. He sent Yossel Gutnik that he should read Shamir, what the Rebbe said, the Werter the Rebbe said. And after he did it, the Rebbe asked, what was his reaction to that line when the Rebbe said that Besser Zum Elam soll führen das. Then, if that's the case, Besser Elam soll führen das soll. That's the sharpste Wörter the Rebbe ever said about Israeli politics when Yud Shvat und Beis. Und der Präsident, was Bescheid hat gesagt in the paper, that the Rebbe Lubavitch was a great Mensch, aber not always he's right. He's making a mistake in this case. So I had the little chutzpahnik, who was a nobody then. On the pale, you know where he ended up, in jail, v'chulu. So, gar nicht. The Aleph is like a vercheppet.
Yeah.
Well, L'chaim. Where's Rabbi Wilhelm? L'chaim.
Rabbi Reitzes hat der Mond für the Bali Tshuva. So da a Geschmacki da auf Nissan Meister. I remember, ich habe es gehört, wir standen mit 10 Jahren zurück, da auf Nissan gewinnen auf a Freitag. So I was driving back with the oil from the oil with Kuti Feldman. Du mir erzählt, dass mamisch jene Tag hat gehört der Meister von Schallenberg-Gansburg. Als es gewann einmal, was Schallenberg gewann in Zimmer, Shamish Bakedesh, and the Rebbe was working, and there was something on the Rebbe's mind that was very disturbing. Epis was the Rebbe nicht gekannt durchführen, and was talking to Shalom Ber about this inyan in a very frustrated way. Says Kavyochel auf sich. Der Rebbe hat so getan, als ich bin geboren geworden auf a Freitag. This lashon is not exactly meduyik, but the teichen was as halt allemal in ein Jogen und Jogen mejagt sich nicht. Noch Jogen.
Nicht gefartig, something.
Yeah. Kaviyachal, frustrated.
You cannot account.
Yeah. not successful, Kaviyachol.
Yeah.
So Shalom Ber realized, as you know, he can't let such a thing slide. Because you know how it says by the Alter Rebbe, as Rebbe's gesagt, and the Rebbe tells a story. The Rebbe said, gesehen, als sie darf besorgen, als sie soll nicht rausgehen, dvorim Kaviyasen. So she had to say something. Shalom Ber he realized he had to say something to the Rebbe, and he said that, you know, was haste. The Zenlike Tuisenter Bali Tshuva was the Rebbe gemacht über die ganze Welt. And when he said that, he says that the Rebbe, there was a certain nachas ruach or a svias ratzon, a slight smile, a relaxation. He says he was able to take off the Scharfkeit, the Rebbe hat sich ausgedrückt wegen sich, Kaviyachol, and turned it around. Let's say this is Mitzad Bali Tshuva. So we mentioned the Bali Tshuva, der Mand. Das ist die ganze Nekuda. Wir sollen alle sicher sein, bringen zähnliche, hunderte, tausende Bali Tshuva. Stehen für einen Rebbe.
Aber beim Rebbe der Chshiv ist nicht nur Bali Tshuva, nur echt der ganze Ufte von Mifzoim. Der Rebbe hat immer gesagt, Farbrengen jemand Tavshim im Gimel das gewinnt, der Rebbe gerät, Farbrengen hat gesagt, im Rebbe nicht so. Jemand in Binyanei Oma, wegen Mifzoim, der Rebbe gesagt, als Tomer tut nicht L'Shem Shamayim, tut nicht in Mifzoim. Weil als tut Mifzoim, meint dass gibt sich über. Tomer gibt sich nicht über, tut nicht in Mifzoim. Aber der Rebbe gerät, jemand in Mifzoim, als Tom mit Aiden ein Mitzvah. Nicht und so und nichts hier lehren wollen. Nicht nach, absolut nicht mit Karabienen im Ganzen. Der Ärzte ist nicht der Schad, dass eben bei dem Misnagdim, aber eben ist mit Karabienen im Ganzen nicht wert und nicht wert. Am Rem der Ine von der Mitzvah, von Aiden, ist ein Mitzvah, ist nicht und nichts lehren wollen. Es ist nicht gegeben. So es ist nicht bekannt, da bringen wir Rem nur Palatschuvit, da bringen wir Rem Mifzoim. Jeder Mitzvah, was man tut bei ihm. Als ein Mädel kommt rein nach Mesibat Shabbat, bei Reizes in Stub, und das will der Rebbe, das ist der Mifzoim. Darf gemacht von jenem Baal Tshuva. Wir tun ein Mitzvah, der weiß, dass so ein Eberst auf der Welt. Das will der Rebbe. We can't hear you, Rebbe, right?
Said I mentioned Bali Tshuva, but the truth of the matter is, like you say, we have, Baruch Hashem, hundreds of people, Baruch Hashem, who are not Bali Tshuva yet, but Baruch Hashem, some put on film, and some have this thing or that thing, and Yidden who are now, especially in Baruch Hashem on Zoom, Yidden who would never come to Shiurim, who geschämt sich kommen zu Shiurim because they're not from. But now they're participating in Shiurim and Gemara. The Yidden who are fry completely are participating in Shiurim and Gemara and enjoying it immensely. And they probably wouldn't come if it would be have to come, Bepel Mamish not, but on Zoom. Jeder Sache ist doch, we never know, ist doch, was the Chesrein is from the whole Corona, but the Zoom brought about, I know for a fact, a lot of Yidden who are participating in Shurim, in Yiddishkeit, in Gemara, in Chassidus, would never have come otherwise. You never know what the Eibishter Hashvi'i is in.
Absolutely. וזה אפילו בנגיע zu Chassidim, וזה מתאמו מתרפצה בתחסידים von der ganzen Welt, but kämen sich nicht getroffen. Afilo der Eibische Telf mit Kennen Farbrengen zusammen, und es geht da der Direction. Mit der Vaccine, mit Kennen gehen zurück. I was already in New York for the Chassidishe. I was by the air, mit verbracht. I was vaccinated already, so I had no fear, mit verbracht, and alles beseder. I took a test. After that, everything is fine. Everyone is alive, everyone is fine. Aber afilo mit seinen Tage, sicher sein Farbrengen zusammen, aber es Verein weiß doch, nicht jeder Renner geht zu jedem Jom zum Rebbe. Das Kissen, wenn ihr wisst, am Verschlichers, geht mit zweimal oder dreimal, man kann doch nicht gehen jeden Tag. So the Zoom will always be there, a new Kli, a new Efen, aber man kann verbringen alle Chassidim zusammen. It never was before such a thing. Man kann doch nicht, man hört von der Farbrengen von Neil, kann man in einer Zeit stehen 3 Farbrengen, aber man kann doch nicht verbringen. Das, Shol, nu sag L'chaim, Shol, mir warte auf dir, drehst du, kommst, du gehst, what's going on, Shol? I know Tzeref Pesach by everyone. You're not Sabin Yochid. No, sag l'chaim.
It doesn't look like yes.
No, by me it's nice, but l'chaim, no?
L'chaim.
Bei dir Dalaf ist es, ich gerne Dalaf ist bei dir. Was ist bei dir rein?
Bei mir ist es ganz Jahr.
So, eben darf der erst sagen l'chaim.
Weißt du, was man sagt, also hat so gesagt einmal in New York, sagte, ihr Schluchim sind bei euch ist Dalaf ist ein ganz Jahr. Was meint? Sagte, was ist? Geht der einen ab, kommt zu Aiden. Im Mitten, ich weiß, schwarz. Sagt ihm, legt Film. Für was ich lege Film? Sagt ihm, für was ist für was? Heint ist dem Rebbe sind wir Letters. Okay, Rebbe sind wir Letters. Man kennt es nicht dann in New York, sagt er. In Oslo kennt jeder Tag ist alles nicht. Du seht er, weißt du? Chaim, Josker, Chaim.
Chaim. Doch vor die Dalaf ist, schau, ne?
Nicht vor, es ist Baruch Hashem. Ich habe gehört einmal am meisten, gehört einmal wegen die Stuchen, was ich gewinne in Australien. Die zweite Putze, was ich gewinne in Australien, haben gehört, als es da Eid, was ist, so da Eid in Australien, was hat a Chefetz, ich denke nicht, was es ist, aber hat a Chefetz von dem Baal Shem Tov. Und sie haben it labshu alav. Das ist doch, es ist gewöhnt, schluchen dort ein Fardem.
Tfilin.
Ah?
Tfilin von der Baal Shem Tov. Tfilin,
ja, Tfilin, richtig, ja. Is Bukit is gewöhnt eine von, ich habe das gehört von Bukit, der was ist Schliach in California. Is it's a they it's when under was some shit approved reden mit dem so geben die zum Rebbe Vechom a kapon mich doch so reden geht ist doch wie Vechom kennen nur wie Vechom kennen is they drove him nuts und zum Sofort gesagt als wird sie geben die Tfilin aber mit zweit neu. Erstens, sie gehen auf dem Weg zurück. Sie kommen schon zurück zum Rebbe, noch 2 Jahre Schliches. Erstens, als einer darf sein Uf und hitten auf die Tfilin eine ganze Zeit. Kennen Sie eine Beziehung, schleppt sich das, muss alles schlafen. Muss zusagen, als muss sein Uf halten die Tfilin, machen sich mit der ganze Zeit. Erstens. Zweitens, die einzige Weg, was geht, die Tfilin ist, als sie allein dürfen geben dem Rebbe die Tfilin. Nicht kein Maskiris, nicht kein Bobbemeisters, gar nicht. Sie dürfen dem Rebbe geben die Tfilin. Vechom sagt, ja. Die Kitzer gebracht, Tage gebracht, blieben auf, gemacht das Seder. Und es kommt zum Rebbe, ich denke nicht, die Punkt, die Tag, ob es die gewinnen, etliche Tag feiert alles müssen. Hat Nissan zu Benjamin gesagt, gezählt, als ist der Indien. Ich habe zugesagt. Aber ist doch, mit dir sein dem Rebbe, also sie haben das. Hat der Rebbe geschrieben, ich denke nicht die Loschen, ein paar Jahre gehört. Der Rebbe geschrieben, als das Mekabel sein von sie, Jud Aleph Nissan, fahren, wenn der Rebbe rausgehen vom Zimmer zum Öl, sollen sie stehen dort in den Eden nach Tachten, jemals wird der Mekabel sein des Film. Aber der wird gewollt Mekabel sein des Film, Jud Aleph Nissan. The actual Meura, wie es ist gewesen, ich denke nicht, dass erzählt etwas gewesen speziell, aber was genommen ist, hat gebracht, als Tonne zum Rebbe, der wird das Gott nehmen, und auf Nissen, rausgehen, vorhin zum Rebbe, zum Rebbe. Ja?
Ich denke, da auf jeden Fall mit Base. Damit da Posting gewählt. Schon aber das gewählt mit Base, richtig? Mit Peregrine, das gewählt mit meinem Balabos, richtig? Mit unserem Balabos. Ich denke, da wissen noch dem, der wird gerne geben Teiles, wie viel das gewählt schon? 7er Säger, der wird gerne geben?
Ja, nicht, aber 7er Säger habe ich gerne.
Hat mir klar gesagt, als geht sein Krieg auf even in Saal.
40 geendigt, ein Viertel zu 8.
Kreiert er gerne von Zacht? Du bist gewähnt dort? Schau.
Nein, aber Punkt ist ein Bild, was sie gehabt hat, which was right taken upstairs in Saal, gleich noch Krieg, und sie da time of them.
Gewähnt am Machse, because mir nicht gehabt kein Lackers, und mit allem gehabt mit Tanja in Hand. Sie gewähnt der ganze Saal packt mit Vechom, mit Tanjas in Hand, alles gewarten, alles gestanden bei der ganze Chaluk von der Tanja, wir gehen das Tanja. Und der Rebbe und etwas David Raskin nicht gewähnt und Judel nicht gewähnt. Man gedacht, dass öfter Mendelbund darf man lehnen. Aber Kapon Lepel, David Raskin kam, hat ihm gerufen, und der Rebbe geht, sie macht Krieg in der Früh, mit Aleph Nissan in der Früh, das ist schon nicht Beis Nissan. Ich habe geblieben auf, ich wollte sehen, was es sein, mit der Rebbe kommen von dem Stub. Die kommen herum mit Elfa Seger, kommen vom Stub, der Rebbe gefahren von Eil, ich gewinne noch Farbrengen. Dat Nacht, ich gewinne noch Farbrengen. So der Rebbe gewinne, ich dachte, Shabbos gewinne, Shabbos Godel. Der Rebbe gemeint hat alleine Farbrengen. Noch mit so Shabbos, ich gewinne, der Rebbe darauf unten. Normal für der Rebbe daven even Meiriv. Der Rebbe darauf unten, sie gewinne Bime. Und der Eilem getanzt. Ich gedenke wie Tubi Bloy. Ich gedenke, ich kann ein Tubi Bloy gegangen noch Reben getanzt. Ganz sicher noch getanzt. Ich bin da empty.
It's just telling you.
Mir hat gesagt, Shechiano.
We're paying
Der Rebbe hat sich ausgedreht. Bei
12,500 kroner a month.
Shoal, you're not muted, Shoal, mute.
Okay.
the gleich at the
Yeah, I haven't said anything bad yet.
yes, the Rebbe gehoord voor $5 und Bumi gestaan auf der bench, gleich wo wir Maschinen sitzen dort bei der Bankadisch. Wie der Chazen geendigt, der letzten Kalisch hat reingeschossen im Shechiano und der Rebbe geantwortet Amen. Noch mit getanzt die ganze Nacht, das sich gehen nach Schweinin ist unbelievable. Ich gedenk dem Arnil Kim Zayn, aber mir der erste darf nissen, der Town von Arnil Kim Zayn ist just weil ja gelegen mit gele Gitter mit das als Vechom. Ich gedenk sie gewinnen nach Hassene von einer von meinen Kreven, jene Jahr mit Base. Und Vater Hassene, der Rebbe da ist noch mehr. Und gesungen, weißt du, und gesungen bei Chilei. Und der Rebbe gemacht mit der Hand. Vaya Chilei, Chilei. Also der Rebbe rein zu der Kar. Vaya Chilei. Und der Pelische gestanden dort und hat gesehen, die Tnur, getanzt die ganze Nacht mit der Chassene mit der Tnur. A Pelische von Mansi.
Aber jetzt gedrückte Meise mit Bumi, was sie gewähnt für dem.
Darf wissen, was der Meise?
Was gewähnt die größte Meise? In der Herr. Und ich frage, Yossi Shemte, was erzählt.
No, what?
Als Bechlal jemand der Rebbe geheißen, als besonders reinkommen in die Altnissen. Hat hat der ganze Steile zieh jetzt ihn nicht. Er gegangen zum Mittelfutterfass und gefragt, was soll tun? Der haben gesagt, als was du sollst tun, weiß ich nicht. Aber ich weiß, als Tafschen sein in Paris, der Rebbe hat gemeint, dass ich Siddim sollen fahren zum Rebbe. Ihm hat geteinet, als man hat nicht keinen Schuss. Der Rebbe gesagt, ja, man hat zu fahren zum Rebbe, darf nicht suchen einen Schuss. Darf nicht beten, Schuss, man darf noch kommen zu fahren. Wer hat machen gewinnen, als kommt zu fahren? Das gewinnt die ganze Shechiano seine.
Ich gibt ihr Gedenk eine sicher, aber der Rebbe gerät soll nicht kommen. Sie gewinnt mit größter Weitig. Der Efen mit der Rebbe das gerät. Starb mit ab. Wir gesehen die Gewurres, was sie gewinnt mit jener sicher. Sie gewinnt als Tamas sicher. Man gesagt, jemand hat man geschrieben, Weiber geschrieben zum Rebbe, oder andere geschrieben zum Rebbe, als man geht weg von Stub, von Pesach. So, das sind sehr starke Asies. Der Peel, der Rebbe hat gegeben dem Tanja, das ist der Matane, der Rebbe hat geleuchten jene Farbrengen. Und der Rebbe gegeben dem Tanja, auf viele von Video können wir sehen, wie sie gewähnen, unbelievable. Dann hat der ganze Nacht verbracht mit den Shabbos, ich denke, man verbracht in der Latere, die ganze Nacht mit dem Futter, mit dem Marozom, verbracht die ganze Nacht. Danach in kommen die Vierer sagen, in February kommen in 770, in Saal upstairs. Sie given as if the light was half closed. Sie given still. Der gehe rein in wenig, sehe ich wie ich Chazan mit so Wiener, die ganze Floor gewesen voll mit Chazore von der Farbrengen, der Chazore von Maschke. Und sie tanzen an der Schicht in der Chazore, also die beide tanzen. Also ich habe mit so Gewinner. Ich kann das Simche, da laufen nicht auf Schmeilim. You can imagine. Der Rebbe gewinnt bis sie Tag für ihr Gewurrose. Doch Schnatz Schmeilim und der Rebbe gewinnt Mamisch für ihr Gemann. It's unbelievable. Danach gewinnt der Rebbe gefahren nach Heim. Dann kommen wir zurück. 11 Uhr gefahren von Nähe den ganzen Tag. Und danach gewinnt nach Farbrengen. Noch eine ganze Nacht von Tanjes mit Farbrengen. Was? It give me listen. Mamish, it's like unbelievable. The Rebbe gewinnt der größte Nest, der größte Mephis. L'chaim.
Dem Ches, Lel Yud Gimel Nissen gewinnt am Maimer kein Sicher in Stub.
Right. Sie gewinnt gar an andere Atmosphere.
Yeah.
Pesach mit dem Ches hat sich angegeben nur von Simcha. Ob du gedenkst, der Rebbe kommt mit einem neuen Sirtug, Pesach, mit durchzurichten an einem Talis. Der Vater Talis ist gefallen, sie dort die Pictures von ganz Chalameh, der Rebbe gibt es Docke, kommt da rein in die Schule, zu den Kindern, und der Talis ganz gefallen, was sie ein neuer Talis, und so geglitscht nacheinander. Der Seidens.
Ja, mit Pesach gewinnt der Sicherheit, wegen nur jede 1000 Jahre hat man eine Schnastismach zusammen.
Das ist die Nachricht von Pesach. Der Rebbe hat ja mal gesagt, man darf tanzen mit der Saß Simche, wie sie Massim für eine Sache, was trifft einmal in 1000 Jahren. Und der Elam hat ihm singen, der Nigo von solchen eine Geule, und hat gesungen 20 Minuten der Elam. Der erste 10 Minuten sind gesetzt, und der zweite 10 Minuten der Elam aufgestanden, und danach der Rebbe aufgestanden für 10 Minuten. It was like unbelievable. Und danach gewinnt Shmini mit dem Ches, gewinnt der Emesse Giloim. Shmini mit dem Ches, das gewinnt Shabbos nach Pesach, der Rebbe angeben, den Farbrengen, als er Davis ist Pascha Shmini, der gewinnt Shmini, Shmeina, ist das der Wort von, der pedische Wort, der vergebe ich hatte, Shmini, Shmeina.
Shmini mit dem Ches, gewinnt ein gewaltiger Shabbos.
Du gedenkst das mit dem Ches? Shmini?
Oh.
Der Rebbe hat angegeben, der Farbrengen, ich gleich gesehen, als geht ein Giloim. Der Rebbe hat gesagt, als Anine von Shmini ist Ches. Was ist Ches? Ches, da weiß das Chayus und Lebendigkeit. Sie können dann Farbrengen, verschlafene Farbrengen. Oder sie können Farbrengen von Balabatim Chshuvim. Was Chshuvim ist
Nein. Wenn der wird gesagt, es geht ein verschlafene Farbrengen und gesagt gleich, und sie dort die, was schlafen ein bei Mamisch.
Ja. Und dann hat er gesagt, Farbrengen von Balabatim Chshuvim, was echt Ches. Oder es gesagt, ein lebendiger Farbrengen, oder ein lebendiger Schebe-lebendiger. Scheiße kommt zu Shmini, mit zu Ches, da sein ein lebendiger Schebe-lebendiger, und der hat hochgestanden und getanzt. Das ist der gleiche Name. Noch gewähnt, ich denke schon, die ganze Parche mit Cholesterol, mit Chelik Lamabot, denkst die ganze Parche. Sie gewähnt, der Rebbe geht wegen Pirkei Avos. Das ist ein mehr dicker Wort. Mamisch unusual, it's a history. Weil der Rebbe hat doch gerät, gleich noch bei Schwad, das hat Kufa Chadosha. Der Rebbe hat doch gesagt, wie ist Kislev, was nur ist es rein an Kufa Chadosha. Der Rebbe hat gesagt, gleich noch bei Schwad, das ist es Kufa Chadosha. Und der Rebbe hat dann gegeben, Tag Shmini, also die von Kol Yisrael ist Chelik Lamabot. Es fahren in Shas, fahren 3 Leschenes. Es fahren Loschen Chelik Lamabot, fahren Loschen Ben Elamabot, fahren Loschen Mezume Lechai Lamabot. Ich habe gesagt, was ist der Chelik zwischen 3 Leschenes? Stam הזה ist alles Schönes. Da habe ich gesagt, als Chelik Lamabot redet sich Chassidishe, als Chelik ist der Diene von Reva, Diene von Regel Larvi, Diene von Malchus. Aber Shas Aid wird geboren, ist scheicht der niedrigste Tage von Elamabot. Das ist Malchus. Meitzo Matoi, ohne Wede, ungonisch. Jeder redet, Kolis aus Scheinabot. Noch habe ich Shas Aid eben Ton seiner Wede, und wird eine eichere Tage. Jemol hat scheicht zu, wird Ben Elamabot, das ist Ben, אז זה הביא פתחך מבין איזה אבאים, זה נמילה דמידס. ואתה שייך צזות דמידס. זה ספיר. לא אחר פשעסאית גייתן הדאגה החר, ואתה מזומר לכן הבול, ורתין אלה מבינים, ודוס איזה אלה מבוא עליהם. עוד רבי גדול, פרן הדאגה זה החר פון דיאלה דרי. בוס איזה דוס, זה דאגה פון תמידי פון משה רבינו. דיר המדבר. דיר המדבר שתי אלה חלק מהבוא. זה צריך לסיר את זה, נפשע אלה חלק, אז אני החר פון דף יש אלה מבוא. Elam Chelik, darf ich nicht mehr von aber dann hat er von. So der Rebbe gesagt, das der Hemshech, noch
so.
I just most of them.
Show, mute yourself.
pizza
Show,
boxes
mute
that we
yourself.
turned off because we ran out of these. So the only
Show.
one person that particular I
Oh!
want to give him one that says Matzah Shmura, and that's Dr. Kirchner. He's the first one on the list.
Okay.
The rest it doesn't matter.
Are there names on them?
No, it's exactly the same.
Show, mute yourself.
So it should be one of these.
Somebody
One of
help.
these.
Okay.
Upon him, they have. So that. So
You want a
the
rundown of who these people are, or you'll just know?
maybe
Yeah, I'll
you should
tell you
text
what.
them.
Yeah,
Oh, some of them.
I'll tell you this. I know I'm excited a little bit because a little more now, if I can be honest, because I know some of them are not all of them know they're getting this, and that's how I do it every year. Every year I take to push it a little further. You know, it's people who know me.
Is that one of them?
Last year I sent them for the first time.
Okay.
So, but Ingelise Rothschild is the first time.
Yeah.
But if you're like, I'm here, Shaul, sending you a small piece of packet. I know you'll get it in the door. That's it. You get it in the door. That's all I want.
Absolutely no problem at all.
So I'll just show you the address of the 12th one and tell me where it is. I guess when you don't know, this is the.
Where's Yudi? Maybe you could.
Yeah, we have another one very close to it.
Okay, so I'll send you his details.
It's a lady.
No, it's really Sherman.
Oh, it's a Birgitta somewhere.
That's
Birgitta Hammers, that's the address.
Yeah.
Oh, Birgitta Hammers, right? 11. One of them is very close to it. So
okay.
It's not a problem.
Herr Tayid,
That's it? It's done? Upon him anyway.
See my name.
What?
Okay, so I'll send it to you now.
It's crazy. Shold enough.
It's whatever. You know how much I appreciate it, but it's a lot of fun because this is my fun activity that over the years I pushed. Dr. Krishna was the one who kicked me in out of the community like this. And today, he wrote to me last night because I haven't called him. Can you imagine? And now I'm going to write to him. Not only have matzah, you have it home delivered. And they're going to be, most of them don't know who you are. So they're going to be like, who's this? And then they're going to find out that there's a Jew, a Norwegian Jew.
That's it? It's done?
Okay. What was that about? Well, obviously it's closed. All the things are closed.
Yeah, unless you have something from the doctor, so you can do it. And then it's very, very strict. Listen, I don't have a kippah.
I can give you a kippah. I have one upstairs.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And what's the number? I'll give you this guy's number.
To whom?
To really sure. I'm giving you the numbers, whatever, in case.
Yeah.
It's just the Norwegian thing to do. And I want to ask you a question. I posted on Facebook a week and a half ago. Whoever wants to have matzah in Norway, let me know, and I'll send you a personal shmura matzah for Pesach. A guy I have no idea who he is on Facebook. He looks like he's in his 20s. He sends me if I can send him. And I said, of course. And I sent him without
I'm
question.
trying to get someone to do it.
And then last night he sent me a picture. He's in Bergen. He sends me, thank you very much. I don't know any Jews in Bergen. It would be nice if you know someone to go to the Seder. So I said, I wrote to him, instead of guessing, I'll just tell you what I wrote to him. And I can't, I just want to tell you how it happened. So I wrote to him.
A lot of messages.
Yeah, because it's went back and forth. Next year in Jerusalem.
Yeah, trying to get him off the line. Trying to close him down.
You get phone calls?
Unfortunately, I don't have any Jewish family that know after I moved to Bergen. Do you know if there are any family member that I can make say this? So nice. I may be able to ask someone. I may be able to ask. Am I?
All right, I think we are done with him now. L'chaim. You'll say you're still here. L'chaim. Schau mal, du schlafst.
Listening?
Huh?
I'm listening.
Du schlafst schon ein. Going back to Shmini Memches, I don't know, we lost Yossi then. Going back to Shmini Memches, there are some, was gewähnt noch schon bei Shmini Memches? Noch Pesach? Das ist die Gewort von Rebbe Shmini Memches. Was ist der geht zu dem Dor, zu der Tkufa Chadosha von heutigen Dor. Von der Hashvi'i noch Gimel Tammuz. So der Rebbe said dort, als sie gewähnt, after the Rebbe spoke about Elam Cherek Lemabor, but he gets to the middle of Moshe Rabbeinu, so the Rebbe said, as the door of word from the Alter Rebbe. The Alter Rebbe said, as Zutur de Bechum Mechayim Mesim, of seine Talmidim. And B'shas, the Rebbe said it, what nicht gewusst, what the Rebbe gemeint, se faran as Sicher Friedrich Rebbe, as Rebbe Parachas Talmidim, hat gesagt, dass Zutur de Bechum Mechayim Mesim. But we zeigen uns hier eine Sicher, but the Rebbe didn't mean that. When the Rishimis came out, they found as Faran de bewusste Meise mit Shmuel Munkes, mit der Essen Farbrengen, bewusste Meise, dass die gewollt geben der Essen zu den Chassidim, und angeworfen der Essen in der Toilet, und haben gehabt, dass sie gewinnen Treff, bewusste Meise. In der Rishimis Ayman Faran Ayisofe, als man gemassert zum alten Rebben, als Shmuel Munkes beweis Mefsim. Beweis auch Chassidishe. Der alte Rebbe gesagt, Zutur de Bechum Mechayim Mesim. Und der Rebbe übergesagt dem Wort, nicht mit der ganzen Meise, nur dem Wort. Also du, der Wort von der Sidereinu. Als der alte Rebbe gesagt, aber seine Talmidim, seine Chassidim, als Zutur Bechum Mechayim Mesim. Und jemand hat der Rebbe aufgegeben der Hand und hat gewiesen auf den Elam. It's a very unusual. Kimat nicht gewähnt an solche Sachen. Der Rebbe soll aufheben der Hand beweisen auf den Elam. Und der Rebbe said, jeder einer von euch, an Noshim Vetav, ist doch Talmidim von der Sidereinu, ist jeder einer von euch, ist Zutur de Bechum Mechayim Mesim. Weißt du, der Wort kommt doch von den meisten der Gemorre, weißt du, der meisten der Gemorre mit Antoninus, mit Rabbi Danossi, die ganze Parche dort, also der Fleck kommen bei Hester, lernen Tere bei Yudah Nossi, bei Rabbi Nakodesh, es gibt ein Agreement, das Kennen soll nicht sein dort. Man soll nicht wissen, man soll nicht schaffen, also kommt lernen Tere. Was ich gesetzt habe, von der Tanoim dort, ein Talmid von Rabbi Danossi, hat gefragt, was ist das? Trogger, das Kennen soll nicht sein. Hat gesagt, Lav Barnasho, nicht kein Mensch. Das ist als ein Malach. Und Antoninus, der Gatamin, er fleckt mit 2 Avodim, und fleckt Hagen in ein Nevet, wenn er rein, kann er nicht erzählen, und der zweite Nevet, gegangen, wenn er weg. Hat Antoninus gesagt, als er ist nicht kein Mensch, als ein Malach, soll rausgehen in Drüßen, reinrufen dem Evet. Und als Drüßen gesehen, der Evet liegt da gehageter. Hat gedacht, wird an Pleifen, mit einer Busche von Melech, wird kommen zurück, dann Busche wieder Nossi. Also der Hakel Mensch, ist Boy Rachmu, und er hat gebringt der Lebedike. Und er reingebringt zu in die Stube, hat gesagt, hat er gewusst, er sucht der Bechum Mechayim Mesim. Das ist der Wort von der Gemorre. Der Rebbe gesagt, auf Shmuel Munkes, er sucht der Bechum Mechayim Mesim. Sagt der Rebbe auf uns, in Tovshim Memches, die alle Bochen gestanden dort beim Rebbe, in Tovshim Memches, und die alle Kinder und die Weiber. Der Rebbe sagt, als Anoshim, als jeder eine von euch, Anoshim Vetav, kann Mechayim Mesim sein. Und der Rebbe ist Masber. Mechayim Mesim sein, sich allein, Beruchnis, Mechayim Mesim sein an anderen, und der Rebbe ist wie Schleim Arich Begashmis. Und der Rebbe bringt die Meise von Michol der Alter, der Wort von Trachgut wird sein Gott. Also was ist die Meise dort? Na dort gewinnt Tchias Meise in Begashmis. Und die Meise, bewusste Meise, also Michol der Alter hat ein Kind, und er gewinnt sehr nicht gesund, und dann gesagt, sie blieben ein paar Show, sie kommen zwischen Chassidim, und dann gehen weinen, und dann sagen, sie gehen zu Zemachzellen, und dann sagen, dass sie da ein paar Show, was soll zu gehen. Der Peil, einer von den Eltern hat gesagt, dass die Malochim will ihm halten, bis kommst zum Reben. Sie kommen zum Zemachzellen, sie haben gesagt, Trach gut wird sein gut, was klockst du, ist noch tanzen am Däniglach Chassidus. So der Rebbe hat mit Kaschig, wenn die alle Sipurim zusammen, der Rebbe ist nicht die ganze Meise, noch ein Wort. Also der Wort von Tag gewinnt sein, aber dort gewinnen wir geht zu Tchesam ist in Tipshut, also die Kinder gewinnen haben kimat weg auf jene Welt, und der Zertetum geraten begeistert. But the Nekude is, as the Rebbe is saying, a mehr dicker Wort zu unser Dor, als al-Chere mit doch kleine Menschen. Al-Chere mit Wesen durch, wie der Rebbe auch gemeint von Mosilegani, mit Wesen durch Mamode Matzove, Wesen durch, wo wir halten in der Welt. Al-Chere, Miani, Humani, Vechom. Sagt der Rebbe, als jeder einer da wissen, dass viele berot am Matze von einem Mess. Was ist da eine von einem Mess? Chaim meint, hat man Vechom. Weil Kechem, als wir wurden mit dem Rebbe. Kein Treffen am Matze, was einer ist gefallen, oder nicht dort den Ganzen, und hat Chlisches, ein Show, ein Tag, eine Woche. Darf man wissen sein, als der Rebbe geht, als Keach, der Talmud von Moshe Rabbeinu, der Talmud von Rebbe, muss Keach zu Mechai Mesim. Am Poshet, am kennen sich in ganzen Beiten. Poshet bringt ein neues Leben. Das ist Aleph Nissan. Aleph Nissan meint, dass no matter was es gewesen Jud Nissan. Aber als kommt die Aleph Nissan, kann man sich in ganzen Beiten, und wer mit dem reinbringen neuen Chaim, mit der Rebbe sagt, wenn geht zu mehr wie Essen, als kommt von Moshe Rabbeinu, Adine von Lei Meis, als geht dann rein, scheint da rein, ein neues Chayes, Chaim Ruchnim, Chaim Gashmim. Und nun nicht nur das, mit dem Kirch gehen in der Stadt, ein kleiner Ringel, was hat noch gesehen, ein Video von Rebbe, kann gehen in der Stadt und überkehren eine ganze Stadt und machen Chaim Meisen sein und bringen jeden zum Rebbe. Und danach, viele Kipschute, das heißt, als der Rebbe sagt, dass viele Beschäftigten jetzt hat eine Matze von einer Gefe, was wir haben mit allen Sachen, kennen Chassidim, mit der Kirche von Achdus, mit der Kirche von Iskashe zum Rebbe, machen nach Sof zu dem, sagt Lechaim, verbringt, machen nach Sof zu dem, Takim, mit der Miraculous Vaccine, also der Mageve soll weggehen und der Rebbe soll es galen dann. Lechaim. Also wir schon bei Schlaf Chenain, mit dem dafür sorgen, gute Nacht zu allen, gehen und machen auf Socke von dem Verbringen, nächste Verbringen, und unser Takim soll lernen, Psuris David, soll lernen, als noch Demi Aleph Nissan, der Rebbe ist gewonnen mit Kol Mamish, Lechaim. John Bell, du schlafst? Aber eine gute Nacht, everyone. Mit der sehr Zeiten verbringen.
Amen.
Danke, schon.